Chapter 101. Lawrence Gordon stood in front of the window of the medical station, silently watching David Drayton's confusion in the rain. The tall man in military uniform, walking in the rain, with confused eyes and a resolute body, is like a decadent painting. Lawrence Gordon can see such paintings almost every day. After the fog incident in Huron County, more people from the Huron Military District joined the Army, and David Drayton was one of the inconspicuous ones. Everyone has a story. The difference is that some people's stories are more interesting, while other stories are much more mediocre. Everyone longs to have a wonderful life, but very few can do it. As a doctor at the medical station, Lawrence Gordon knows very well what kind of psychological state most soldiers in the Army have. Most of them stay in the military district, not because they love this Gale country so much, but because they don't know how to survive if they leave the military district. In this oppressive world, blood-stained bricks and tiles can be seen everywhere outside the military zone. Without a relatively safe corner for living, many people have lost their relatives who depend on each other for survival, and leaving the military zone has no meaning. Including those who lost their relatives due to biological and chemical terrorist incidents, and came to the military zone to join the Army. It is definitely not true to say that they love their motherland. Lawrence Gordon can only see confusion and desperate ferocity from them. It is precisely such people who can exert greater power in the mission. The frequency of missions in the Huron Military District has increased recently, and the frequent transfer of soldiers has given Lawrence Gordon some bad premonitions. It was as if something big was about to happen that they didn't know about. But it was clearly announced in the news just now that every major state has united to fight against biochemical terror together, and the future seems bright. People who are not high enough really don't have the capital to know all the secrets. This bad premonition can only be regarded as one's own worrying. Lawrence Gordon changed his posture, picked up the cup of cold boiled water that had been filtered countless times, and drank it slowly. During this period, it was a luxury to drink some coffee or something. It's better to drink boiled water, which is convenient, safe and healthy. The only drawback is that Lawrence Gordon doesn't like the taste very much. Someone has been watching him for so long, and David Drayton doesn't feel anything, then this period of training and missions are in vain. Turning around, seeing Dr. Gordon standing at the window drinking water, David Drayton nodded to him in confusion. Then he walked into the dormitory building with rain all over his body. Compared to when he first entered the military zone, David Drayton's movements were much more capable, and his style was full of the vigorous and resolute temperament of a soldier. This seemed to be much better than his mental state at that time. Gordon looked at the rain curtain from such a long distance, and made a psychological evaluation of David Drayton. Some people's stories are very exciting, while others are very mediocre. In Gordon's memory, it happened that Mr. Drayton's story was quite exciting, and the excitement was also full of absurdity and despair. Drayton was originally a painter, liked fitness, and had a happy family. After he married his wife, he gave birth to a son. It was a very ordinary day. Drayton took his son out, and his wife waited for them to come home at home. The aero plan of the Huron Military District was carried out in secret, and the window that was accidentally opened caused Huron County to be shrouded in fog. The monsters of the misty planet also ran out of the window along with the fog, and they started killing Huron County. Countless people died in Huron County because of this. Mr. Drayton wanted to escape the fog with a car of people at the last moment, but the fog that could not see the end made their despair prevail. When the car ran out of gas, the people in the car shot themselves because of despair. And a dramatic scene happened. When Drayton's dearest son was killed by him, and the despair ended, the rescue of the Huron garrison arrived. The suicides of all the other people in Drayton's car suddenly became a joke. This incident brought a great blow to Drayton. He joined the Army with this story, and the great wish that he did not want Huron to be filled with innocent blood again. It happened that it was Lawrence Gordon who did a psychological assessment for Drayton. During that period, there were many such people coming. Among these people, Drayton was not so special. He was noticed because Drayton's physical fitness was not good enough. Although his mental quality could be said to be strong, his mental state could be said to be very dark because of the fog incident. Usually, when encountering such a situation, Lawrence Gordon would not judge that the examination passed. But Drayton himself was very determined to join the military district, and he really got through the relationship and became a soldier of the Huron Military District. Lawrence Gordon was originally waiting to see if the painter could not hold on, and quit voluntarily. But after Drayton survived the most difficult time at the beginning, he turned around and became a soldier with some achievements, and was commended by his superiors. This is not an easy task. It is indeed easy to make achievements in times of chaos, but it is not easy to get those rude officers to say something nice in the military camp. Before leaving, Emma Winchester brought Drayton, who had fainted during the exercise, to the medical station. At that time, Emma seemed to have a special concern for Drayton. In Gordon's opinion, this is actually a bit strange. After all, it is unusual for Emma to pay attention to a man. To Dr. Gordon, Emma is also a very special woman. Because of her special experience, she joined the training camp, and it was a training camp with special machines. To join an intelligence organization like the FBI, it is naturally an agent course. Although these news have not been said, Gordon has been employed in the Huron Military District for so many years, and he can more or less guess what is going on. The experience of interacting with Emma is quite interesting. Due to confidentiality regulations, Emma and him could not discuss in depth, but Gordon knew that she was a person with strong observation and judgment, and this person was very purposeful, so she would not let herself pay attention to a man who was nothing special. In matters other than hormones, a woman's long gaze at a man can only mean that the other person has a secret or something that interests her. Gordon looked at Drayton for so long, but he didn't see how special he was. Compared with those lively and talkative soldiers, Drayton was just too quiet. And he was obsessed with training and missions, and Gordon could only see that he was indeed fulfilling his promise. Only by being higher, faster, stronger, calmer, more rational, and more decisive can he realize his dream of not letting Huron County be stained with blood again. Dreams can only be dreams. When Huron County had not yet recovered from the fog incident, the bioterrorism incident was rampant. Huron County suffered greatly, and nearly half of the people died. At that time, only the military district seemed quiet, and only Emma and others in the agent training course did not notice the changes in the outside world. When there was nothing to do, Emma paid attention to the news outside the military district, and she also went through him. But Gordon himself was also separated by a wall. At least he never knew what the Arrow plan was, let alone what secrets were behind the frequent military activities at this time. Pulling himself out of his memories, Drayton returned to his dormitory, found the clothes in his luggage, dried his body, and changed into dry clothes. Without wasting time, Drayton turned around and tidied the folds of his clothes, ready to go to the restaurant for dinner. After a day of training, he was very exhausted and was already hungry. Passing by the coat mirror at the end of the corridor, Drayton took a look and didn't see anything wrong with himself. It seemed that the doctor had seen him for more than the first time. On the way to the restaurant, Drayton glanced at the window of the medical station, which was now empty. He didn't know what was worth noting about him. There were not many people who would pay attention to him in this military district. During this period, he had made some achievements, but not everyone would pay attention to him. It's not that no one noticed him, but he used to make a fool of himself during training, and most people looked down on him. If he hadn't made some achievements, he would probably have been thrown out of the barracks. Only the doctor was watching him before he achieved any results in his mission. Not with contempt, but with an inquiring look, trying to dig out some secrets from him. Drayton knew Gordon. When he entered the military district, it was Dr. Gordon who gave him a physical examination. But the doctor didn't pay much attention to him. To say that this change also has a time limit. Drayton remembered that not long after he joined the army, he often couldn't bear it during training. He fainted during the extra training, and was taken to the medical station by a female soldier by chance. He never saw the female soldier again after that, and he didn't ask what formation the female soldier was in. There is only one reason for not being able to find out the news in the military camp, that is, his rank is not enough. And Dr. Gordon's occasional attention to him happened only after he was sent to the medical station by the female soldier. Drayton didn't think Gordon could see anything. He still had a lot of things to do. Walking into the restaurant, Drayton asked for an ordinary set meal for himself and took it to the corner to enjoy it alone. When passing by some places, he would nod and greet each other when he met familiar people. No one invited him, so Drayton didn't have to worry about whether he should share a table with others. The food in the restaurant was as hard to swallow as before, but he got used to it. No matter how much he disliked it, he would not throw away the food on the plate to fill his stomach. Moreover, in today's environment, there was no room for nitpicking. The bread had no taste, and the other food was either overfried or had no technical content. It was these simple foods that could support the nutrition and calories a soldier needed every day. Drayton is used to chewing his food slowly, which can make digestion more thorough. The people at the tables next to him were talking and laughing while eating. I don't know where all the topics came from. Drayton listened for a long time, but he didn't hear anything meaningful, and the food in his mouth seemed so tasteless. But even with such food, Drayton ate it very seriously, and didn't waste it at all. In today's environment, food of this standard is rare. Drayton didn't think he was anything special, and ate very naturally. But Drayton just wanted to eat well. When he was halfway through this unpalatable dinner, the emergency assembly bell suddenly rang. No matter how much they ate, the people who were still here immediately threw away their food and ran quickly towards the playground. Drayton grabbed a piece of bread and ran out while chewing it. It has begun. Simmons didn't expect Ada to appear in front of him, especially at this time. He just received news that Ashley Graham, the daughter of President Graham, was kidnapped. Ashley does not live in Washington, D.C., nor is she always with President Graham. Ashley lives with her mother in a settlement in New York and was confirmed missing 2 days ago. After she disappeared, they have no clues and cannot find anyone to confirm the truth of the news. Until just now, Al-Qaeda claimed responsibility for the incident. Simmons has been actively contacting intelligence organizations such as the FBI, and even BSA members scattered around have been mobilized by him. It is not that his power is so great that he can command the entire intelligence organization of Gale Country, but that he has to act on his discretion in an emergency. This is probably the worst. Simmons did not find any useful information when the Queen Mother and Ashley were confirmed missing, and Ada's appearance at this time also confused him. Ada is a member of the FBI, and because of her outstanding personal ability, she was placed in various organizations as a spy. In other words, Ada is not a spy for any one party, but a spy for multiple parties. This identity is recorded in Simmons' files. This also led to Ada's appearance here, and Simmons would be confused for this. Ada's identity is sensitive. Even if she is a member of the FBI of Gale Country, Simmons trusts Ada emotionally, but Ada's appearance here, whether it is out of her personal will or the will of the countless organizations behind her, is not a trivial matter. So after knowing Ada's appearance, Simmons' people at hand at least transferred 2 people to keep an eye on Ada, so as to find out Ada's movements at any time and guess whether her purpose is for the FBI or for other things. The declaration of Al-Qaeda is particularly arrogant. The hatred of their leaders has spread to this day. Even if they will cause more people to suffer, they will continue their revenge. Simmons understands what is going on with them. The foreign wars of the Gale Country have never stopped except after the chaos comes. Such frequent foreign wars, whether it is direct bombardment, soft invasion from culture, or silent network color revolution. The Gale Country relies on various methods to drag the world into the war and establish its absolute hegemony. With these actions, some people will admire the strength and freedom of the Gale Country, but there are also more people who hate the Gale Country as the initiator of the war. Most of the terrorists in Al-Qaeda are traitors. Simmons is not unaware that they hate the Gale Country and plan the 9/11 incident. Even after such turmoil, they still do not forget to seize opportunities to target the Gale Country. Even so, Simmons does not think the Gale Country is wrong. As the most powerful country on Earth, what is wrong with competing for the leadership of the world? Is the territory of the Gale Country enough? The distant Eurasian continent, and even all the islands and oceans on this Earth, so many resources have been occupied by some unknown people. If the world can be united because of the Gale Country, and the Earth will only have one voice, they can have completely broken through the atmosphere and completed the feat of space colonization. So what if there are opposing voices? A little sacrifice is necessary. No matter what hatred there is, only interests are the most important. And the group of people in Al-Qaeda are complete terrorists who destroy the harmony of the Gale Country. In addition to destruction, they will never do anything else constructive. This is the most annoying thing. President Graham was about to complete the integration of the troops in various states, but at this critical moment, such a thing happened, and Simmons could not help but feel angry. Did Ada know such news in advance? So she came here to inform her boss. Simmons was still confused about Ada's matter, but Ada did not make any more hints, so he could only let it go for now, and not care whether Ada was there or not. If he contacted Ada rashly, it would probably attract the attention of the people behind her. In any case, Simmons packed up all the information as soon as possible and rushed to the White House to meet Graham. President Graham, no matter how many ideas he has, will be panicked at this time because his daughter was taken away by terrorists. But what exactly does Al-Qaeda want to do? What good will it do to make trouble at this time? Just for hatred? Simmons thought of the terrorists of Al-Qaeda he had seen before. They looked at the people of Life on like knives, more fierce than hungry wolves. Those people just refused to be educated. If they surrendered directly, wouldn't it be fine? He was so weak, but he still blamed the strong for being too strong. How could there be such a reason in the world? We have to see Graham's current state. We must not interrupt the plan because of those crazy people in Al-Qaeda. After confirming that Simmons left with the documents, his assistant Kara put on a blue windbreaker and walked a completely different path from Simmons. Kara had short black hair, a graceful figure, and a faint bookish air. She was particularly capable and intellectual when she walked. The blue windbreaker wrapped her, highlighting her unique elegance. Wearing high heels and big sunglasses covering half of her face, Kara walked into a blues bar. The man on the stage was still playing a soothing piano piece. In a safe human settlement, despite the tension of life, he still did not forget to enjoy life. Kara saw the confusion of these people. Under the surface calmness, they were actually worried about their future. Although the social order has not completely collapsed, it is not as free and arbitrary as before. Their lives are not guaranteed to the highest level. Everyone knows that those viruses and those hidden monsters are the enemies of human survival. But no matter how clear they are, there is no way to fight them perfectly. This is not a problem of technology. Viruses, bacteria, have been enemies of human survival for thousands of years. With the development of modern technology and the deepening of medical research, human life is not like a rootless duckweed, which is left to nature. Kara ordered a low-alcohol drink and waited for the person she was waiting for at the bar. Her oriental face was more mysterious and attractive than the other life-own people in the bar. The big sunglasses covered most of her face, but the exposed forehead, delicate chin, and the seductive charm she accidentally revealed made her look even more charming. In just a short while, several young men and women came over to chat with her. Unfortunately, they were not the ones she was waiting for. When a glass of wine was almost finished, Kara saw the burly man standing behind her on the glass. Lifting the corners of her lips, Kara smiled and said, "Your sense of time remains the same as always. It's polite to be neither too early nor too late." Weskier walked to her side, asked the bartender for a glass of strong liquor, leaned his back against the bar, and his butt only touched the edge of the bench, half sitting and half standing in the opposite direction of Kara, a few centimeters away. Seeing that his dress taste had never changed, Kara didn't care. "Your behavior is getting bolder and bolder. Take the initiative to make a deal with me. Your courage is beyond my reach." Weskier didn't care about the threat in Kara's words. Kara laughed briefly, took another sip of the wine, and a faint blush climbed up her cheeks. "Oh, indeed, you and I are both bold people. But this time it's not me who is looking for you, but you who are looking for me. What do you want to do here?" The pianist on the stage played a low-pitched song, and the broken notes expressed his hesitation. The situation has changed a little, and the plan should start. Weskier simply told Kara about the matter. Kara's eyes under the sunglasses were unfocused for a moment, as if she remembered something that made her uncomfortable. She put away her emotions and said, "You are really brave. It was not a foolproof plan to begin with, but you still dared to follow the original plan when there were changes. I think it doesn't matter if it's a little earlier," Weskier said, and drank the wine in the glass. He was very clear about Kara's temptation. But even so, Weskier didn't care. This matter had been decided a long time ago, so why give up everything because of the fear of failure? "Since you are so confident, I will wait for your signal." There was only one last sip of wine left in Kara's glass, but she was in no mood to drink it. Now wine is a luxury. No matter how bad the wine was in the past, it can be sold at a high price now. And if the wine is of good quality and has a good brand, it can be sold at almost 10 times the original price at this time. The price of goods is inflated at this time, and even the government can't bring it down. All this chaos was caused by Weskier. Kara didn't know whether Weskier planned it this way from the beginning, or just played it casually to cause turmoil in the world. But Kara knew very well that although Weskier looked normal, he was actually a madman. Killing people without blinking an eye is nothing. What's more terrifying is that this person never has any signs of what he is going to do. Maybe it's because of his facial paralysis. Kara thought so, put down the cup, pressed the banknotes at the bottom of the cup, and left the bar. Weskier stayed in his seat, and even asked the bartender for a new glass of wine. Looking at Kara's swaying back, Weskier knocked on the wall of the cup. The piano music on the stage came to an end, and the sound became more and more low and hoarse. The pianist closed his eyes, and seemed to be completely intoxicated by the music. Weskier turned his head, and looked at the pianist. Isaac's hands were just lifted from the keys. Noticing Weskier's sight, he nodded to Weskier. Red Queen never relaxed her inspection of the headquarters for a day. After more than a week, she finally found a discordant shadow in the pipeline leading to the ground on the first floor. There was no alien that did not leave in the surveillance footage, which means that the alien was not found in the surveillance. Then the search range can be narrowed down a lot. Apart from monitoring, Red Queen also has other means to find the rats hiding in the gutter, such as the sonar system, which can quickly lock the position of the alien through simple calculations. Aliens cannot be killed by simple means. The weapons of the headquarters, except for Emma's nanowires, are only Alice's superpowers and Kaplan's claws. Chu can only sit in the computer room of Red Queen and wait in this hunt. Emma, Alice and Kaplan seize the time and plan to find the alien before it moves to another place to hide and then kill it. Chu and the projection of Red Queen, who are waiting in the computer room, look at each other in bewilderment. There are no weapons left in the headquarters. Chu doesn't believe what Red Queen said. Red Queen stood aside and said frankly, "Of course not, but there is no weapon that can effectively fight against the aliens." Originally, some people in the company participated in the development of military weapons and jointly developed laser swords. But unfortunately, because a large number of researchers were taken away by Weskier, some were killed, and some were sent to the biological and chemical weapons test bench, the laser sword project was stopped. Even if I want to give it to you, I can't do it. If there is, why wouldn't she give it to you? There are not many useful things left in the headquarters. Weskier has turned this place into a cemetery, and there is not much energy left. The consumption in the past few days they have lived here is not much, but plus she has overloaded the energy these days, otherwise Red Queen will steal, and even the lights here can't be turned on. Chu paid attention to the actions of Emma and the other two on the screen, and was left here, anxious alone. "You look worried." Red Queen saw that Chu was really worried about Emma and the others. "Why?" "You know that the strength of the three of them is enough to deal with the aliens. What's more, it was a single alien. It didn't have the ability to split and reproduce. So what was waiting in front of Emma and the others was a lonely alien that had been hungry for a long time, and the difficulty of killing it was greatly reduced." Chu knew that his worry was unnecessary, but the human heart was so unpredictable. Sometimes, the human heart is uncontrollable. Just like Red Queen couldn't come up with non-existent high-end technology, Chu couldn't hide things that he couldn't control. It was all force majeure. The human heart is indeed a magical thing. Red Queen thought that there were so many different personalities in Umbrella Corporation, and with the data she had collected over the years, including research on people, it is difficult to define and stipulate. Uncontrollable variables will lead to completely different outcomes. Red Queen couldn't say whether such people's hearts were good or bad, but the addition of such variables could add weight to defeating Weskier. After all, justice will eventually defeat evil. Weskier's behavior is not an exaggeration to say that he is unforgivable. Red Queen is still looking forward to seeing Emma and Weskier face off. Emma, Alice and Kaplan in the picture have arrived at the first floor. After seeing that they have set up traps for aliens according to the plan, Red Queen controls the movement of the pipeline and activates various traps inside. The dormant aliens in the interval layer were awakened by the noises made by Red Queen, and the sounds of various traps being activated. Under the intentional coercion of Red Queen, the aliens were driven out in the direction planned by Emma and others at the beginning. During the expulsion process, the aliens also smelled the breath of 3 living creatures. It was hungry, and now it was forced out of the interlayer where it hid in dormant. Its low IQ made it run wildly in the direction of the smell. In their unique thermal imaging perspective, the alien determined that Emma and the other 2 were under the ceiling, and immediately jumped down from the interlayer. The moment the alien fell, the wire that Emma had tied in advance cut several cracks in the alien's hard shell. The injured alien screamed and made strange sounds, like a mouse being strangled by the neck. Alice did not give the alien a chance to attack them. Her mental power control followed the rhythm, and directly turned the alien's brain, which was not smart enough, into a mess. This can no longer be called a spiritual confrontation. In front of Alice's spiritual power, the alien's spiritual power is not a match at all. Under Alice's spiritual control, Kaplan's claws directly penetrated the cracks on the alien's body, and tore the alien into 2 halves. The alien had no ability to resist. In this way, the besieged alien was easily captured by 3 people. A lot of corrosive liquid flowed out of the broken body of the alien, eroding a layer of the ground. Kaplan looked at the alien, and had no intention of eating it. The battle was successful. Emma and Alice simply cleaned up the flesh and corrosive liquid inside the alien's body. After simply cleaning up the battlefield on the first floor, they took Kaplan and the alien shell that was pulled down and returned to the Red Queen's machine room. After successfully hunting the alien, they can use the alien's shell to make some protective gear. With the toughness of the alien shell, they may be able to save their lives if they are unfortunately hit by bullets on the battlefield in the future. Think about Weskier, who has already set foot on the soil of Gale country, and is going to start a new conspiracy. Emma plans to strike first before he succeeds. The materials stripped from the aliens are just right for making some protective gear. This can also make up for their shortcomings. We will be more confident in the future battles. Although we have seen the smooth cooperation of the 3 people on the big screen of Red Queen, and the aliens were unable to resist and fell into the trap directly and were killed neatly, Chu was worried because he didn't see them come back safely. Now that he saw the 3 people come back intact, Chu was much more relaxed. When did you learn to scare yourself? Emma joked about Chu's rare true feelings. This was one of the few times Emma saw Chu's mood swings. Most of the time, Chu always had a stern face, making himself look like a silly bodyguard. Chu's role in Umbrella was indeed similar to that of a security guard. But Chu's position in Emma's heart was slightly different. Chu smiled and helped Emma move these things to the big table next to her so that Emma could cut them with confidence. Chu was originally very good-looking, and his appearance was a bit androgynous. This smile made his face look even brighter and more attractive. Emma thought it was very pleasing to the eye and said, "You should be like this, smile more, it's much better than frowning." Alice said, "That has to happen for good things to happen. It's so silly to smile for no reason." Knowing what Alice meant, Emma deliberately grinned at Alice, and her smile was really silly. Alice was amused. "Okay, give me a hand, let's divide the shell." Emma gave Alice a glove, and the 2 of them pulled the string and started to slaughter. Kaplan also squeezed over and joined in the fun at the table. Chu looked at Emma, Alice and Kaplan, and felt at peace. If it could be like this for a lifetime, it wouldn't be bad. When she stepped on the land of Gale country again, Emma felt as if she was in another world. After dealing with the problem of the aliens, Emma and her 4 companions came to Gale country without stopping. During this time, they gained a lot at the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation in Paris, France. Without knowing more, Emma also laid out various plans. Even though she had not yet confronted Weskier head-on, the layout in secret had already begun. Regardless of whether Weskier would fall into the trap honestly, Emma would find a way to catch Weskier in the trap. Emma did not believe that Weskier's body could escape. Weskier's latest movements showed that he had arrived in Gale country, but during this period, he did not touch any system related to Red Queen, which resulted in Red Queen having no way to track Weskier's whereabouts in real time. With the existence of the Sky Eyes system, Red Queen wanted to lock on someone, although it was not easy, but it was much more convenient than Emma and the others looking for them blindly. At least at this time, they knew that both Weskier and Isaacs were in Washington, D.C. Weskier's purpose was unclear, and Emma could only infer by intuition that Weskier should be doing something big in Washington, D.C. Otherwise, he would not need to send out his body at all, and only need to send out his clones. However, it is also possible that there are no suitable clones. People like Weskier would find it difficult to tolerate the existence of a person who is exactly like him. His ambition makes him more cautious about whether someone betrays him when he betrays the company. This is also the reason why Weskier cannot be trusted even by Red Queen. All the relevant information about what he has done is scattered, and it is impossible to know his true situation. With such painstaking efforts, even Kaplan can know that Weskier must be hiding some secrets. The only secret that Emma cares about is Weskier's secret, that is, how Weskier and Isaacs hurt Sally, and she also wants to know where Sally disappeared. As for Weskier's other secrets, Emma didn't care. Emma's revenge target has become the most clear goal of the 4-person team. Following Emma, Alice has a goal to act, and she is full of motivation. From the west coast of the North Atlantic, through the Virginia Bay, through the narrow and winding inner coastline, to Maryland in Gale country, and then enter the core Washington, D.C. This journey is also a very long journey, but Alice almost drove the plane all the way. After entering Maryland, Emma drove the car. That's why there were no accidents. Emma was really fascinated by the debuff on her vehicle, but who made her so unlucky? If she didn't drive the plane herself, she wouldn't dare to sit on it, for fear that the vehicle would suddenly explode, and they would die before they could accomplish their mission. There was no situation similar to Skull Island on the way. It was also because Emma almost died on Skull Island. When Emma encountered a small island on the sea, she would choose to fly around it, for fear that some disgusting monsters would come out of the island and attack them. There was no such situation on the sea, but when they were about to leave France, they saw a lot of battles near the coastline. France also has a long coastline. When the ocean was polluted by the virus, many marine organisms mutated. For a country with a long coastline, it is no longer a question of whether sea transportation is convenient, but whether these marine organisms will start a war on the sea. Looking at the history of France, the era of the French prosperity has been going downhill since Napoleon. Especially in the history of modern wars, France is usually a disgrace. But if they continue to make the same mistakes as in World War II, it will be difficult for them to take back their land intact from the sea monsters. No matter how much they sacrifice, the French must defend their own land. This is a problem they cannot avoid. This also allows Emma, Alice, Kaplan and Chu to see the true level of the French war. They almost put the strategic defense of the Maginot Line on the coastline, but such a huge project is difficult to complete. It is not possible in peacetime, let alone now. So on the plain, when they saw the French fighting the sea monsters across the scattered defense lines, Alice and Emma's eyes became very strange. The battle scene in France was really tragic, but the arrangement of their upper level was really incomprehensible. Emma and Alice were worried that after completing their revenge in the Gale country, they would only be able to snatch back the Red Queen system from the infected monsters when they returned to France to find the Red Queen's computer room. Thanks to the French army, if it weren't for their airport battle, Emma and the others wouldn't have been able to see the full-feeling movie of infected behemoths fighting humans, and they wouldn't have known that marine life has changed from being disgusting in the deep sea where no one is watching, to shellfish near the shallow sea area, which should be edible, becoming unbearable to look at. These viruses are really harmful to people. Oh no, it's harmful to marine life. Emma still likes marine life in the past peacetime, which looks good and tastes good on the table. But now no one dares to eat animals in the sea, for fear that they carry deadly parasites and viruses. We have to find a place to hide first, and wait for them to show up. Alice didn't know much about the situation in Washington, D.C., but they did need to find a place to stay. Emma thought it made sense, and quickly asked Red Queen to find a suitable place for them to hide, while asking about Weskier's whereabouts. Washington, D.C. still maintains its pride and nobility. The environment here is indeed much better than other quiet places. Emma can easily feel the atmosphere of peacetime here. People here seem to be working hard, studying, etc. as they should. Compared with other places, people living here are much luckier. But who could have expected that such a peaceful and beautiful thing would soon disappear? Chapter 102. People in the story often don't realize that their joys and sorrows are beyond their control. In the author's arrangement, in various conflicts, they constantly bring their emotions to the highest point as the plot rises, until the grand finale, so that the audience can enjoy the intense psychological ups and downs, and let their lives end with the full stop of the story. No one cares about their wishes, and no one can think of why the beginning can be so beautiful and peaceful, but at the end, they will be drawn into the whirlpool, and finally make one choice after another involuntarily, unable to break free from the whirlpool, and before suffocating, they can only find a way to reach the shore. I don't know whether the coast is a truly calm continent, or an isolated island that is about to usher in a storm. The story on the page has ended, and Shakespeare's gorgeous words pour out all his passion for creation. This is a passionate person, all his expressions are so vivid and gorgeous, his exquisiteness, his aesthetics, his thoughts on everything in this world. All of them are in these books handed down, from generation to generation. In the era of poverty and chaos, when entertainment options were reduced, no one remembered these classic literature. People today are not dead because of bioterrorism, but in fact they were declining before this global turmoil. The creation of stories fell into a rut, and people had more and more entertainment, and gradually put them behind their minds. There are fewer and fewer people in this world who can read Shakespeare. It's not that he was abandoned by the times, but the power of classics is awakening the times. The most terrifying thing is not the biological weapons, but the increasingly impoverished thoughts. Alexia closed the book and let her eyes fall on the center of the stage. No matter how many times she watched Shakespeare's plays, Alexia's heart would feel its complexity and be shocked by its contradictory tension. Stories for thousands of years, generation after generation, seem unable to say how much better they are than the previous ones. In the dim light, the colorful lights and shadows knead people's faces into colorful blocks, and it is difficult to see everyone's facial features. Their figures, in this ambiguity, who knows what their tomorrow will be like for the people here? They just do everything possible to squander their lives and not let themselves fall into quiet panic. Alexia doesn't know how to evaluate such a choice. Everyone has the need to be responsible for their own life. She doesn't feel heartbroken for others' waste, nor is she moved by others' efforts. Everyone has their own story, but human emotions are not connected. It wasn't that she was bothered by the noise. It was just that the people in front of her could not attract her. Alfred walked through the crowd. His golden hair looked particularly bright even in the dark. He was the only one in the crowd who could attract Alexia's attention. The light flashing on his golden hair was not as warm as the sun, but it was the only thing she was willing to catch. Facing Alexia's dark blue eyes, Alfred avoided the waiter and walked all the way to Alexia's side. Noticing that Alexia was only wearing a dark blue skirt, her bare arms exposed the girl's rosy skin, and noticing that Alexia's exposed skin seemed to have sporadic goosebumps due to the cold air, Alfred took off his coat and draped his white suit over Alexia's shoulders. "Let's go, it's time," Alfred said, holding Alexia's shoulder. Alexia picked up the book on the table. Alfred saw that it was Shakespeare's Hamlet. The lights in the bar are dim, so you should go to a place with good light to read in the future. Alexia felt the warmth of Alfred's palm through her clothes and nodded. I know, let's go. Such a reaction seemed very cold. Alfred had long been accustomed to Alexia's performance. He was happy enough to be with Alexia. Isaacs, who was performing on the stage, Weskier in the distance, and even Kara, the assistant of the Gale Country security advisor, did not notice the two people who left in the crowd. After leaving the bar, the twins of the Ashford family got in the car. They nestled in the back seat. In the driver's seat was a woman whose hair and eyes were very similar to the Ashford brothers and sisters, but Alexia and Alfred had lighter hair. She was wearing a white suit and was very capable. On the passenger seat was Isaacs, whom I had just met in the bar. 2 Isaacs, or maybe more. Have you confirmed their plan? Isaacs rested his head on the back of the chair, eyes closed. The woman in the driver's seat started the car, and the group headed for their secret base. Alexia casually put Hamlet in the compartment on the car door. Weskier wants to assassinate Graham. Ada Wong, Kara, Simmons, and the Graham family. The goal is really ambitious. Isaac suddenly laughed. Alexia didn't care about his inexplicable laughter. She was with Isaacs only because when they escaped from the hive of the Umbrella Corporation's Rhea branch, the plane Alfred chose was also chosen by Isaacs. It happened so suddenly that they didn't notice Isaacs hiding. When they found him later, Isaacs had regained consciousness. Alexia actually wanted to throw Isaacs off the plane. After all, it was not a common situation to want to throw someone off the plane just by looking at him. But Alfred stopped her. According to the agreement they had made with Isaacs, they still had unfinished cooperation. But this didn't mean that Alfred didn't want Isaacs to die. At least Isaacs had to be alive now. Otherwise, who would deal with a guy like Weskier? Is this the opportunity you have been waiting for? The woman in the driver's seat suddenly spoke. Isaacs gave a positive answer. Isn't it good to see Weskier make mistakes? If Weskier doesn't make mistakes, it won't be easy to kill him. There are many people who want to kill Weskier. No matter what the reason, they came together, aren't they waiting for the opportunity to kill Weskier? Since Umbrella met with Weskier and made an agreement, Isaacs knew what kind of person Weskier was. What's wrong with seeing Weskier use his body? Weskier may not be able to wait. When the Umbrella Company's Raya branch exploded and Tokyo was bombarded by the Raya government, it was difficult for anyone to get out alive. Even if they left alive, the biochemical monsters kept underground would not be easily killed, and the virus would not be easily eliminated. Poor Raya government really thought that they could get safety by doing this. In fact, they just changed away and pushed themselves to a dead end. Isaacs thought of the last time he saw Emma in the laser corridor. No matter how many battles had happened before, Emma's eyes had never changed. They were exactly the same as Sally Teeny. But after the hive was destroyed, Emma had to die by herself. This was also an important part of killing Weskier. Isaacs had no obsession with killing Emma. No matter how much Sally Teeny guarded against him, he got what he deserved. If Sally Teeny could not give it to him, he could create conditions to get it himself. The cooperation with Weskier was just to get what each other needed. And killing Weskier, Isaacs could get more. Then why not kill Weskier? Isaacs was not surprised by Weskier's hatred for the Spencer family. Emma's death could stimulate him well. Enough pleasure would make him lose his mind. Originally, they had the idea of completely taking over the Gale government to bury the government's stupidity and let the power that transcends everything return to its source. Graham's ideas run counter to Weskier's ideas, and once Graham succeeds, Weskier can only turn himself into a rat in the gutter. Who wants to keep turning himself into a character like those terrorists in Al-Qaeda? Neither Weskier nor Isaacs himself would confuse themselves with those terrorists in Al-Qaeda who are crazy for revenge. They are idealists who just want to make the world what they want. Gale Country is a good soil that can cultivate many qualified people, even if it requires millions of lives to fill it. Cooperation with Weskier is actually a very pleasant thing. There are not so many conflicts between them. But Weskier desires to surpass and make himself the only one. And Isaacs only wants to build his own society, make himself the god who dominates this world, and let everyone worship him. This fundamental contradiction in concept is destined to end their cooperation miserably. Isaacs and Weskier first came together to deal with Sally Teeny. After Sally Teeny disappeared, they joined forces to deal with Emma. In any case, Emma is still his daughter. Even if her existence, in a sense, is also slapping him in the face with his shamelessness, Isaacs is still willing to support her. If she is a waste, it would be even better. But unfortunately, Emma is not a waste. On the contrary, she is very capable. If Sally Dine hadn't wanted to arrange another life for Emma, perhaps they wouldn't have had so many problems. Weskier had always wanted Emma to die, and Isaac's attitude towards Emma was ambiguous. Breaking Weskier's plan became a kind of pleasure for those who were suppressed by Weskier at that time. Taking advantage of Chu's betrayal, Isaacs told Chu all the news against Emma, and then spread it to Emma's ears. Seeing her break Weskier's perfect plan and escape death every time, Isaacs was extremely happy. Of course, he was not happy for Emma's survival. He didn't care about Emma's life or death. What he cared about was that Weskier would be angry because the plan failed. Since Emma was dead this time, the Spencer family was completely extinct. It was natural for Weskier to want to go further while his heart was swelled. Weskier had been planning to turn the land of Gale country into a hotbed of viruses since a long time ago. In fact, it was not for other reasons. Putting aside the stupidity of the Gale government itself and the hatred that broke Weskier's plans several times, it was more to kill the possibility of the virus being solved. Now in this world, the countries that have the ability to quickly develop a virus vaccine are Gale country and Yen country. Yen country has been closed, and no foreign forces can enter, but Gale country has not yet. Originally, this matter could be done slowly, such as replacing the blood of those high-level people in Gale country with their people. In this way, it can evolve directly without using force. But Weskier is already anxious, or he thinks he has a chance. Isaacs didn't know if HCF was behind this. He had already left this mysterious organization. But since Weskier had made the decision, he had to be aware of everything. Biological weapons and superpowers are not everything. At least when superpowers are not completely beyond the current level of technology, don't dream of being able to fight against national power. If Weskier takes action, it will not be his chance, but he will dig his own grave. Whether Weskier takes action tonight or not, Isaacs will take that step. He always likes to strangle those so-called promising young people in the cradle. Weskier is an overage giant baby, and he is a ruthless butcher. The outcome of this battle has been decided. Not knowing Isaacs' complete plan does not affect Alfred and Alexia's dissatisfaction with Isaacs and Weskier, but they also need to continue to cooperate at the moment, so the best thing for them is to remain silent. Isaacs himself did not want to speak, and the others did not speak either. Just like that, the car drove into the military base in Maryland silently. Achoo! Emma frowned and sneezed. At this time, the autumn wind blew, and the temperature in the Gale country itself was relatively low. Emma was stimulated by the cool wind and sneezed, which was reasonable. Emma, who was not familiar with the ancient Oriental proverbs, would not know that her sneeze was because someone was thinking of her. She regarded this as her discomfort with the speech being played outside, although the speaker was President Graham, who was actually a good person in Emma's opinion. However, Emma would not interfere in the conflict between President Graham and Al-Qaeda. She only needed to pay attention to the shadows of the umbrella people led by Weskier behind Al-Qaeda. Cold? Alice remembered a word that was not often used in her memory. She seemed to have no experience of saying this word to herself or the people around her. Emma suddenly laughed because Alice said this word. She pulled Alice and said, "Say this word again?" Alice felt puzzled when she was pulled by Emma, but she still repeated the word, cold. "What's special about this?" Alice asked, with an undisguised look of bewilderment. This bewilderment made Alice, who was always capable, become soft and ordinary. Her sharp eyes, and the beauty as sharp as a knife were restrained at this moment. Emma liked her look at this moment very much. "I just feel that when we say this word, we are like forming a family, and then we live the most ordinary life, everything is peaceful and tranquil." "It sounds good." Alice judged seriously. Emma's words made Alice think it was good. If it could really be done, and all the madness now could be ended, it would be great. If it was peaceful, she and Alice would meet on any street. It could be a coffee shop, street snacks, or a park bench. Maybe it would not be like this now. Then maybe they would no longer have any contact. If there were no such chaos to tie them together, would they have any intersection in the future? Alice couldn't be sure. Seeing Alice's eyes dim for a moment, Emma was paying attention to the Red Queen's news, while also thinking about Alice's thoughts. "You said, if Umbrella Corporation was not doing biochemical research, they were just an ordinary pharmaceutical company, without the progenitor virus and the so-called T-virus. Would our meeting be better?" This hypothesis attracted Alice's attention. I couldn't help but think along the direction Emma said, and then Alice suddenly felt that this possibility was not so good. If Umbrella Corporation was just an ordinary pharmaceutical company, I might not exist. After learning about her life story from Alicia, if Umbrella was really an ordinary company, she might not have been born, let alone meet Emma. Seeing that she was thinking so seriously, Emma smiled even more. "That's true. Although the situation is very bad now, since we are all here, it should be better. Since they were born here, they were destined to have such a fate. No matter what happens, they just need to keep going. No matter what the future holds, Emma doesn't care about the fate of all mankind, as long as she can get revenge. Whether it's Wesker or Isaacs, they must die. Emma doesn't care what mistakes Umbrella has made, how many evil things it has done, and what Sally Teeny has done. She just wants to avenge Sally Teeny, herself, Alice, Alicia, and many friends who have suffered because of Wesker. Emma doesn't plan to wait for anyone to enforce justice for the crimes of Wesker and Isaacs. She doesn't represent justice, but she wants to nail these two people to the pillar of shame. Emma sent all the data about the virus in the Red Queen database to the relatively sapient country. As long as those people are not stupid, after reading the data and verifying the content, they should understand what they should do. As long as they announce the solution that can solve the virus crisis, the current chaos in the world can be solved by half. Alice saw that Emma agreed with her words, and she relaxed. Emma wanted to say something to Alice, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the communicator in her hand vibrated. When she picked it up, the image of Red Queen appeared on the screen. Their action has begun. Al-Qaeda is threatening President Graham to surrender, otherwise they will launch a military expedition against the Gale government. Where are Wesker's people? Emma's expression became serious. Red Queen replaced the screen with the surveillance camera she had hacked into. On it, President Graham was making a pre-war mobilization. Emma had no interest in listening to his speech, but she could hear it nearby. Emma and her friends had heard about his daughter's kidnapping when they found a place to stay. Because Al-Qaeda was very arrogant and broadcasted this matter directly on the public channel, provoking Graham at any time. Wesker cannot be locked. Red Queen had tried her best, but Wesker did not use the transportation vehicle loaded into her system, so Red Queen did not know Wesker's specific location. Here he comes. Kaplan ran over from the next room and reminded loudly. What? Emma hadn't reacted yet, but the house suddenly shook violently, and a shriek came from the sky. The harsh sound wave shook her 5 senses to the point of failure. She suddenly knew what Kaplan was talking about. She ran over to Kaplan in Chu's room, grabbed a telescope, and looked out the window. She found that Al-Qaeda and the government had already started a war, and the sound of artillery fire rang out in the distance. The White House in the distance was hit and hit. This symbol of the Gale Nation regime was falling at this moment. Graham's speech was forced to end, and the harsh noise hovered over Washington, D.C. The government's fighter jets were hovering in the sky, but Al-Qaeda's fighter jets were not fighter jets, and they did not have the strength to fly fighter jets into Gale Nation. Only these biological weapons buried in the forests and oceans of Gale country can help them. The monsters fighting with the government army were the monsters Emma had seen before. They were very similar to the giant bats on Skull Island, but Emma felt that the monsters flying in the sky fighting with fighter planes were more like the legendary dragons. I didn't expect that Wesker's people were able to keep up with the trend and actually made the monsters look like this. Look, Wesker must be nearby. Emma didn't believe that Wesker would hand over the control of these monsters to Al-Qaeda. In the Red Queen's data, every time Umbrella and Al-Qaeda cooperated, it was Wesker who came forward to control those monsters. The company relied on the T-Nemesis parasite to control biological weapons, and Wesker had another more advanced parasite planet in his body, which enabled him to have absolute suppression of these biological weapons containing parasites. Whether it was the original body or Wesker's clones, there was such a design. Wesker only had one clone, and that clone died in the Umbrella Corporation's Rhea branch. So the person who appeared in Gale country and started the war this time could only be Wesker's real body. After hearing Emma's order, Red Queen focused more on finding the surveillance cameras that were still alive in the city. It was not that difficult for her to remotely control these programs. But if the network was interrupted, it would be more troublesome. Fortunately, she still controlled the satellites belonging to Umbrella Corporation, and there were more than one, so that her operation could be guaranteed to be uninterrupted. And now that the White House was under attack, all forces would be focused on fighting the enemy, thus ignoring her abnormal data. This made it easier for her to move. Let's go down first and find a safe place. This building is too high now. I'm worried something might happen. Emma saw the flames of war in the distance, and was worried that the base would go crazy and attack the civilian area, so she quickly called Alice and the others to leave the building. Wesker was really quick to act. She had thought that Wesker would be more reserved and wait a little longer before taking action, but now it seems that he can't wait. Why? Are they sure of victory? Or can he not stand Graham's success? Or is it the plea of Al-Qaeda? Emma knew the background of Al-Qaeda. They had to return all the pain they had suffered to the Gale nation. Emma knew they were terrorists, but it was actually reasonable to say that the Gale nation had brought this upon itself. The bloody regime never knew how to reflect on its own mistakes. They burned, killed, and looted. They lied all the time. They plundered everything to strengthen themselves. They disrupted the world just to seek their own development. Selfish, arrogant, conceited. All kinds of words are not enough to describe it. This is also the reason why Emma does not want to get involved in such a war. She is just an avenger. Alice, Kaplan and Chu left the hotel with Emma at a very fast speed. The moment the gunfire sounded, the wine glass in Ada's hand broke on the ground. The harsh noise from the radio, the interrupted speech, and the dense gunfire made Ada react quickly. She changed into combat clothes, wrapped in a coat, and quickly left her place. Last night, Ada was arranged by Westgear to secretly leave Washington, D.C., and now she is in New York. But when Al-Qaeda launched the war, Ada knew it immediately. New York and Washington, D.C. are not far apart, and Ada has been paying attention to Westgear's affairs. But Al-Qaeda was so crazy about launching the war when President Graham chose to make a mobilization speech, which still made Ada a little confused. Ada knew that Al-Qaeda had always wanted to destroy the Gale country, and Westgear also wanted the Gale country's regime to collapse completely. Ada knew it clearly, especially when the HCF organization chose to acquiesce to it after learning about this situation. Ada didn't understand the tricks here. In fact, from the information she came into contact with, the HCF organization had an official background in the Gale country government. This involved the upper echelons of the Gale country, not just a simple folk mysterious organization. Its internal power was more like a national secret. There were many missions from the HCF organization, and Ada was able to find some similar files in the FBI database in the end. Her guess was definitely not fabricated out of thin air. So why did the HCF organization acquiesce to Westgear and Al-Qaeda to start a war? Would it be more beneficial for them if President Graham died? But he was just the president of Gale country. In Gale country, the most powerful person was not the president. On the contrary, the monopoly chaebol were more worthy of attention. Ada felt that the water behind this was too deep, and she fell into a whirlpool. And she was dragged in unconsciously. Westgear used her to attract Simmons' attention. Simmons was also the intelligence chief around the president. Once his attention was taken away by her, he would ignore more mobilizations in the dark. Westgear wanted to cooperate with Al-Qaeda to mobilize so many biological and chemical weapons and start a war. It was definitely not decided overnight. Maybe, once they feel that they have the possibility, they may start a war immediately. The 911 was a suicide attack when they did not have enough strength. Such a crazy person cannot be judged by common sense. Ada just thought that Westgear would plan to target Graham himself, but she did not expect that he would directly join Al-Qaeda to do such a big thing, which made Ada feel terrible. Simmons did not notice the movements of Al-Qaeda because of her, making it possible for Westgear and Al-Qaeda to merge into one. If they really succeeded, what would they do? What role did she play in it? Once a member of an intelligence organization is identified as a traitor, what awaits her will be endless pursuit. Ada avoided the sight of others, walked to the garage, found someone else's car, found a way to open the door, and drove away the car that belonged to someone else. If President Graham had stayed in the safe Los Angeles Space Base or some other military base, perhaps this disaster would not have happened. But Graham couldn't hide himself forever. He had to set an example. He had to complete the military integration and concentrate all the forces to deal with the monsters living on the land of Gale country, and give the citizens of Gale country a peaceful Gale country. He stood up for his political ideals, but he also gave his enemies a great opportunity. The defense of the White House was still extremely tight. When Simmons was overwhelmed by various things and had to think about more things because of her appearance, the defense of the White House would have loopholes. It is not difficult to take advantage of such an opportunity to attack the White House directly. Westgear must be quite familiar with the White House. And if he takes action, he will not give the White House a chance to retreat. Ada does not intend to stay in the open, where people can catch her at any time. Next, she must hide herself. Waiting for the storm to pass and leave the Gale country, she has no way to continue the mission here. Westgear really does not trust her, and uses her thoroughly. But Ada will never think that although she reacts quickly, the level of pursuit she believes by the Gale government will not be as simple as she expected. President Graham fell down, and blood flowed out from his pierced heart, staining the entire table red. Graham opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but until the end, he just fell dejectedly in a pool of blood. Simmons felt Graham's warm blood staining his hand. The dagger that pierced Graham's back horizontally had an extremely sharp blade, which easily broke through Graham's back muscles. Simmons was also an agent, so he knew where to stab so that the dagger would not get stuck in the ribs. Graham's speech was interrupted not because he was covered by someone to escape, but because of Simmons's rebellion. Kara was surprised by Simmons's action and even forgot to react. Her deal with Weskier included her killing Graham, but she really couldn't think of why Simmons, who reminded Graham not to be impulsive yesterday, would kill Graham today when Graham was giving a speech. You? Kara looked at Simmons in confusion. Simmons didn't have the heart to explain to Kara. He wanted to pull out the dagger and leave. But when Simmons was moving, Kara suddenly pushed Simmons away and held the hilt of the knife. Simmons was pushed to the opposite wall by Kara. His head hit the wall hard, and the whole person felt dizzy. At this time, he had only one thought in his mind: why Kara's strength was so great. Just like he wouldn't explain to Kara why he wanted to kill Graham, Kara wouldn't explain to Simmons why her strength could become so great. At this time, the people who realized that they wanted to protect the president had rushed in, and the people who chased and only saw one scene Kara killed President Graham. They didn't know Kara, they just remembered her face and shot her. And Kara didn't have the heart to explain. She pulled out the dagger and jumped out of the window by herself. This scene was too shocking, and some people immediately chased to the window, but they didn't see any trace of Kara. They knew that Kara had left with a dagger, and the terrorist who killed the president had temporarily escaped from their sight. Simmons was pushed too hard by Kara, and he was pushed directly to the corner and lay down. He was suddenly hit, and couldn't stand up for a long time. His condition was also considered that he was trying to protect President Graham, but was killed by Kara. So another part of the people who were protecting the president immediately helped Simmons up. Mr. Simmons, who was that person just now? The people guarding the White House did not expect this to happen at all. Even if the war outside was so fierce, the White House, which had undergone many transformations, would not be invaded so easily. That woman, after they came to their senses, they suddenly remembered that she came in with Simmons. Simmons was still looking at Graham's body in a daze, tears unconsciously flowing from his eyes. Mr. Simmons, now is not the time to grieve. Who is the murderer? Simmons was supported by someone, trembling, but trying to calm himself. Kara Radamus. He didn't understand why Kara did this. The blood in his palm belonged to Graham, which was still warm, but gradually dried up. Since Kara had decided to take the blame for him, he would not waste the opportunity. He could do more by staying here. There was a war in Washington, D.C., and in addition, wars broke out in more places. The first gunshot in Washington, D.C. opened the prelude to the direct war between the Gale country and bioterrorism. Al-Qaeda was not that powerful, but Weskier was determined to do it. He used the limited number of people in Al-Qaeda to spread to the states of Gale country. Through the virus bottles distributed to them, Weskier spread the virus to the human settlements in the states of Gale country. On this day, countless people died, and the war finally burned to the Gale country's homeland. It was not just a war between humans on the land of Gale country. The power that Graham wanted to integrate also posed a threat to those evolved creatures with wisdom. Taking advantage of the chaos, they also gathered together and started their own guerrilla warfare. Emma and the other three kept a close eye on the White House, but then more and more biochemical monsters appeared in Washington, D.C., and they did not find Weskier. Finally, they had to temporarily retreat to a barely safe place to wait for news from the Red Queen. This knowledge that he was nearby, but could not get his exact location, made Emma very unhappy. But it was not all in vain. The Red Queen kept a close eye on the movements of the White House. She could not see the situation inside, but she saw the people running out. She passed the picture she saw to the communicator of Emma and the other four, and Emma and the other four also saw what it was. Ada? Alice frowned. She did not expect to see Ada in the chaos of the White House. Emma also recognized this face. The short black hair did not cover Ada's face. She jumped out of the window of the White House. She was running away. Many people with guns and live ammunition also followed and shot at Ada. But it was too late. They could not catch up with Ada. After several turns, Ada disappeared on the street and disappeared from their pictures. Why is she being hunted by the White House? Emma knew that Ada was a member of the FBI. As a member of the Gale government, she should not be hunted. Kaplan was also puzzled. When Ada was an instructor, she always emphasized loyalty to the Gale. Could it be that she betrayed? That's why the White House is hunting her. The White House has issued a wanted order. Red Queen also sent out the follow-up information. Chu looked at the message and couldn't think of the reason for this operation. Emma saw Kara Radamus. This name, and her identity, is Simmons' former assistant. She suddenly remembered that when she was at the Los Angeles Space Base, Before she let out more than 200 clones of Alice, she met Simmons and a woman at the elevator entrance. Now that she thought about it, this woman was this Kara Radames. She actually looks exactly like Ada? Are Ada and Kara also clones? Alice asked a soul-searching question. Emma was confused for a while, and couldn't think of what the secret was. Why is Ada exactly the same as Kara Radames? Are they twins? Are they the same person, just with a different name? Or is one of them a clone? In addition to writing Kara's name and identity on the wanted poster, her crimes were also announced, and she accused her of assassinating President Graham. She has met Wesker. When the Red Queen was tracking Kara, some of the scenes she had tracked before suddenly overlapped. At the entrance of a bar, Kara was filmed entering and leaving the bar. After that, a man wearing sunglasses and a windbreaker entered the bar, but he was not seen coming out. Judging from the body shape and face shape, it was undoubtedly Wesker. Go find her. After hearing what the Red Queen said, Emma immediately decided to find Kara. At this moment, she was being hunted by the people of the White House. She certainly didn't have time to reunite with her subordinates, so they had a chance to catch Kara first. Red Queen, keep close track of Kara. Emma found the place where Kara disappeared, and she intuitively felt that she was still nearby. The people of the White House had surrounded the area and wanted to escape, unless Wesker brought the biochemical monster to pick her up. But Wesker should not have reacted yet. If he caught Kara, he might be able to catch Wesker through her. Chapter 103. Find Kara, and find her as soon as possible. Before the people in the White House, and before Wesker can react. At this time, Wesker was busy assisting the Al-Qaeda to attack the White House. He was carrying a flying biological weapon that was very suitable for leading people to break through. If Wesker could free up his hands, it would not be so easy to snatch people from Wesker. Kara might be the key for them to find Wesker now. For this reason, Emma and the others rushed to the area where Kara disappeared very quickly. But even if they had used their fastest speed, they could not rush in before the people in the White House surrounded the area where Kara was hiding. It was not easy to sneak in now, and they had to find a weak point to break through. Emma did not want to attract the attention of the people in the White House. Now was not the best time to expose them. Their identities are complicated. Although the main purpose of the White House people is to catch Kara, the female assassin who dared to assassinate President Graham under everyone's nose, they will not hesitate to use their strength when they encounter a traitor. No one will despise their own merits if they can do something convenient. The assassination happened suddenly. Emma is not sure whether Kara's assassination was impulsive or planned in advance. But Emma is more inclined to believe that Kara has been in contact with Wesker for a long time, so if she killed President Graham, it must not be impulsive. Emma is also puzzled by Kara's escape route. Kara seems to have no plan to escape by that route. She just rushed out directly, while the White House's defense forces have not recovered. The fact that Kara hasn't been caught yet only shows that this person's physical fitness is terrifyingly strong. Emma suspected that she was a person who had undergone biochemical transformation. With such physical strength, she would not have any effect if she jumped from the window of the White House several stories high. She could even get up immediately and run towards the Library of Congress. If her body was not different, it would be difficult to explain such a thing that violated the human body. None of Emma and her friends knew Kara. Judging from her appearance, Kara and Ada were exactly the same. They didn't know much about Ada, so they couldn't be sure whether Kara and Ada were the same person before they met Kara Radames in person. As an agent, a person who specializes in collecting intelligence must not have only one identity. Even if Ada and Kara are the same person, it is not surprising. But Emma didn't think she could make such a judgment based on subjective assumptions. The latter two possibilities are also likely to be true. Regardless of whether Ada and Kara are the same person, they are so similar, so they must be related. When she was in the Huron military region, Ada's performance was very mysterious. She was an instructor sent from heaven, unlike the local Huron military region, Hall's Pat, who knew everything about her. During the training, Halls would talk too much and talk about his past experiences, but Ada would not do so. Ada is a person with very skilled special agent skills. She knows a lot and has excellent skills in various aspects, so it can be said that her personal ability is quite strong. It is understandable to arrange such a person to be an instructor. After all, people with strong abilities can also bring out excellent students. But her mystery also makes people want to explore her past achievements. The more someone hides herself and puts herself in the crowd of mediocre people, the more likely she will be suspected after discovering that she is not simple. Kara and Ada look exactly the same. If it is a coincidence, then there is no inevitability in this world. No matter which of the three speculations is true, it can be said that Ada has a great relationship with Graham's assassination. Kara's escape route was very reckless, which also made the entire assassination process seem not like a carefully planned assassination at all. After all, which killer would not think of something that would allow him to escape unscathed when setting it up at the beginning? Unless it is the group of people in Al-Qaeda, who specialize in doing things that harm others and benefit themselves. They can do it with passion as long as it is for hatred. Kara Radames' information can still be found in the staff list released on the official website. Simmons showed no mercy to his subordinates this time, and announced all the information, including Kara's birthplace, her family background, the school she studied in, what praise or criticism she received in school. All kinds of information are very detailed. The government of Gale is not joking about issuing a warrant for her arrest. Even though the situation in Gale is not good now, the government of Gale cannot afford to let go of the female assassin who arrogantly killed President Graham. The people in the White House blocked all possible escape routes for Kara at this time. Kara had no chance of surviving such an iron wall before she ran far out of the White House. No matter where she hides herself, there will always be a day when she will be discovered. Kara escaped from the White House and headed towards the Library of Congress of Gale Country, which is not a good hiding place. There may be some people hiding inside this library, as the space inside is indeed large enough. But it does not play the role of a hiding place very well. Hiding in it will only make yourself difficult to move forward and backward. Experienced people should not make such mistakes. After completing the assassination according to the plan, you should escape according to the planned retreat route as soon as possible. Kara's escape route, Emma really doubts that this assassination, which should have been carefully planned, is actually a random impromptu act. Then the problem here is big. If it is really impromptu, it will be difficult to catch Weskier through Kara. However, it is also possible that Kara did not have the idea of leaving alive after killing President Graham at the beginning, but there was a loophole in the defense of the White House, giving Kara a chance to escape. According to the information mentioned on the wanted page, Emma found that Simmons and Kara Radames were discussing matters with President Graham in President Graham's office at that time. President Graham may have decided to broadcast the news to the whole country after discussing it with Simmons. At this time, the Al-Qaeda attacked with Weskier's biological weapons. Chaos ensued, and in the White House room, only Kara Radames, Simmons, and President Graham, who was mobilizing the whole country, were left. The White House's defense forces were not in the room watching every detail to protect President Graham's safety. This gave Kara a great opportunity to assassinate. No one noticed this. Who would think that Simmons, the president's most trusted security advisor, would bring a killer in? This is purely a blind spot in thinking. No one would think that Simmons would bring a killer. Even Simmons trusted his assistant, which gave Kara a better opportunity. Kara suddenly attacked and killed people. Simmons did not react, and failed to stop Kara from assassinating President Graham. Kara's super physical fitness was also something Simmons could not compete with. Kara easily subdued Simmons, and then jumped out of the window to escape. At this time, the White House's defense forces realized that something had happened to the president, because of President Graham's sudden interruption of the broadcast, and rushed in to touch Kara's tail. If it was a normal period, Kara would not be able to escape from it once she launched and killed President Graham. This can indeed be explained. If Kara was acting on impulse, or if she had not arranged a so-called retreat route early on, the situation would be worse. It is very likely that Weskier would not save Kara even if he knew that Kara had escaped alive, and her usefulness would not be as high as initially estimated. Why did Weskier want to kill President Graham? Was it because the policies proposed by President Graham would have a great impact on his plan? Emma didn't know what Weskier was thinking, nor did she know what kind of cooperation Weskier and Kara could have. If it was just a joint assassination of President Graham, then now that the goal had been achieved, how long would Weskier's attack last? Will he hide himself somewhere else? Of course, whether Weskier will come to rescue Kara immediately or not, Kara is still useful. At least she and Weskier are allies, so she will know Weskier's contact information, and may know what Weskier will do next. With this information, they can set a trap for Weskier in advance. Whether this sudden assassination seems particularly ridiculous or not, it has happened, and Emma cannot speculate more from such limited circumstances. As long as they know that they can catch Kara, they can learn from Kara what the next step is to deal with Weskier. Emma will not be willing to let go of such a great opportunity so easily. Alice waited for Emma and Kaplan's observation results, while she and Chu were on guard against possible dangers around them. The people of the White House surrounded the Capitol Hill tightly, and the 3 layers of search network inside, and outside would never give Kara any chance to escape. Found it. Kaplan found the weak point of the defense. Emma followed Kaplan's instructions, and saw the place Kaplan pointed to. That was indeed a weak point. There were 4 people guarding the entrance. And the terrain was hidden, which gave them the possibility of knocking them out directly. There are 4 people in front, we just replaced them. Go past them, and enter the library. There are already many people in there, all staring at Kara. Kaplan can't go in with them, you stay here to support us. Emma made arrangements quickly. Kaplan agreed, and Alice and Chu had no objections. The 4 of them looked at the situation, and approached secretly. The moment the 4 officials turned their backs to them, they knocked them out from behind. Emma, Alice and Chu quickly took off the clothes of 3 of them, and took off their outer clothes to make it easier for them to blend in. Emma gestured to Kaplan, asking him to stay here and be their support. Kaplan gathered the 4 people who were knocked unconscious to his side, indicating that he would do it well. Wesker is likely to come, not necessarily to save Kara, but also to kill people. You should pay attention to whether there are other biochemical monsters approaching. If you feel that something is suppressing you, you must be alert. Wesker has parasites that can make you obedient. Emma understood why Umbrella could control Alice and Kaplan from various materials of Red Queen. T-Nemesis parasites were implanted in Alice and Kaplan's bodies at the beginning of the biochemical experiment, and such parasites would not make people feel anything wrong when they were not activated. Once someone uses this backdoor to control them, they will lose themselves. Fortunately, Alice awakened her spiritual power. If it was other powers, they would have to deal with more trouble. All Alice could do was to awaken her and Kaplan's consciousness. Even though she gradually knew how to control her superpowers, she had never tried to kill something in a human body. The accuracy required was too high. Alice would not try it on a human easily when she was not sure that she could control it perfectly. It is recommended to speed up. All the states in Gale Country are in chaos. Many places have been thrown with virus bottles. Many people who were not infected with the virus have been infected with the virus. Wesker's plan not only starts with the White House, he uses it to launch a full-scale war. The situation is very unfavorable. The voice of the Red Queen suddenly sounded in the ears of Emma and others. This is one of the small props in the headquarters, a very small earphone, specially used to stick to the ear canal, using non-robot level technology, which can be firmly fixed in the ear canal and timely transmit news from afar. Emma, Alice and Chu understood the situation, and the 3 of them quickly entered the Library of Congress. The Library of Congress has a long history, and has stood on Capitol Hill for more than 200 years. For more than 200 years, the Gale government has been committed to placing outstanding works from all over the world in this magnificent Library of Congress. It is the largest library in the world, and one of the most important libraries in the world. In the past, the Library of Congress, the Gale government has also sent a lot of forces to maintain it. It is only recently that the forces guarding the Library of Congress have been reduced a lot. The Library of Congress contains hundreds of millions of books from all over the world. In addition, there are various precious collections, including but not limited to ancient books and antiques. So the Library of Congress also represents extraordinary wealth. Not only is it worth money, the books here represent the wisdom of all mankind. Even the building of the Library of Congress itself is a rare classical building. It's just that in modern times, the Library of Congress has also been transformed accordingly. Naturally, it can't be said to be pure ancient charm, but the overall classical beauty of European architecture has been preserved. After all, the library is set up like this to facilitate people to consult books. If we cherish the library too much and give up modern management, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Emma, Alice and Chu were deeply shocked when they walked into the Library of Congress, and the source of this was probably the books collected in this library. There is an internal network in the Library of Congress. Red Queen tried to control the system in the Library of Congress without Emma's reminder. There are also cameras in some places. With those cameras, Kara's shadow can be found quickly. Emma heard the sounds coming from all over the library. She knew that a large number of people from the White House had entered the library to search. Let's act separately. Alice stood in the Library of Congress and felt how big this largest library was. She had never been here before, and now she saw it with her own eyes, and she understood what the power of knowledge was. Here, the 3 of them would be too big to act together, and the space here is too large. Acting together would slow down the progress. Emma nodded her earlobe and said, "In that case, let's split up. If we find anything, we can keep in touch through this." Understood. Understood. The 3 of them met, and quickly determined their respective search directions. After separating, Chu walked to the back row. He knew there were many people from the White House here, but at the moment, they were all searching for Kara's whereabouts on different floors, so he hadn't met them yet. Kara's whereabouts had not been found yet, which showed that she was quite good at hiding. The Library of Congress is very big, and Chu has never been here before. He has always been related to Umbrella Corporation since he was a child, and he does whatever the company arranges for him to do. Even if he has various opinions about Isaacs, he must be patient. The world he is exposed to is actually very narrow. No matter how many places he has been to with Isaacs, how many people he has met, how many cruel things he has encountered, and how many books he has read, none of these can make him a person who has left Umbrella Corporation, and there is no so-called freedom. His life is like this. The happiest time is when he meets Emma. That is why Chu is very grateful to Sally for bringing him to Emma. No matter how short the time has been, Emma and him have misunderstood his purpose for Isaacs. Those memories are enough. Chu actually didn't think that he could return to Emma. He is actually much more useful with Isaacs than with Emma. But since Isaacs left him beside Emma at that time and gave him this opportunity, Chu didn't have to think too much about what ifs. Chu would help Emma more wherever he could. After walking through rows of bookshelves, Chu came to the stairs at the back. He climbed up the stairs, paying attention to the sounds coming from different places all the time. The Library of Congress is very large, and there are many designed rooms. If Kara really wants to play hide and seek here, she really needs to spend some time to catch her. Chu has a different sense of familiarity with Kara. Kara Radames. But in his impression, Kara didn't look like this. According to Emma, Alice and Kaplan, Kara looked exactly like the female instructor of agent training they met in Huron County. But Chu had seen Kara before when he followed Isaacs. At that time, Kara was not Simmons' assistant, but a researcher in a research institute under Simmons. She didn't have an oriental face, but a typical white person. Chu felt that his memory was very good, so when he found such a change, he felt very strange about it. There was no clue in the information of the Red Queen, so he could only put it aside for the time being. After all, if Kara was caught, everything would be known, so why bother to think about more stories behind it? Chu has never been a very curious person. After walking for a while, Chu's movements suddenly became lighter. He heard some strange noises, like something sliding on the ground, and the sound of water dripping. The water pipe in the Library of Congress broke. It shouldn't be. Chu's whole body was telling him that there were extremely dangerous things in unknown places. Chu's heart was lifted. At every corner, Chu no longer just paid attention to whether there was a discord behind the door, but also had to beware of monsters that might rush out at any time. Kara mutated? Or did someone else mutate here? Weskier's actions not only used biological weapons to spread the virus, but also directly released the virus, which greatly increased the risk. Chu also found it difficult to imagine how many people had lost their lives because of Weskier's crazy actions. People who died from the virus will not die physically, but will be controlled by the virus and continue to cause trouble to the world. Chu walked and soon found something wrong. He saw leeches on the wall. In the Library of Congress, a place that is kept dry because of the many books, how could there be creatures like leeches? Chu felt that something was wrong, and he planned to catch a leech to see what it was. Chu approached the leech cautiously. He didn't think it would be someone from the White House, or something that Kara could place. But when he saw these leeches, he felt dangerous. So these things should have been deliberately placed here by someone. Especially the leeches attached to the wall, which were as big as a wash basin, so Chu didn't need to observe more carefully to know that they must be mutant species. The darker the place Chu walked to, the more groups of leeches he could see. These leeches, as big as wash basins, were clinging to the wall or lying on the corpses, and a sticky liquid was constantly secreted. The slippery movement made a sound, which was indeed the case. Chu frowned, not understanding why leeches appeared here. Weskier's men arrived? Kaplan, do you feel anything? Chu asked in the public channel. Chu's question attracted the attention of Emma and Alice. Kaplan replied, no feeling of being suppressed. In other words, the most useful alarm on the main body did not respond, which further proved that Weskier did not come. What did you find, Chu? Emma knew that Chu could not make a sound at will and interfere with their actions. There are many leeches in the direction I'm searching. Mutated leeches. Chu had already approached a leech, and he quickly cut it in two with his knife. The leech fell to the ground and uttered a whine. Chu's face suddenly changed. Behind him, there appeared a person he had not realized, and the tall shadow completely enveloped him. Before Chu could react, he was knocked out by the mysterious man. Chu? Chu? Emma frowned, waiting for Chu's response, but no matter how she asked, even Alice noticed something was wrong, and did not wait for Chu's answer. Something happened, go find Chu. Emma reacted immediately. Alice was closer to Chu's direction, and before Emma said this, Alice had already run in Chu's direction. The death of President Graham, and the global wanted order issued by the White House immediately triggered panic among those waiting for rescue. A powerful country like the Gale Nation, at this time, also seems extremely fragile. No matter how strong the military force is, when facing the settlement crisis that occurs in every major state, the chaotic White House, and the congressmen who are recuperating in the safe settlements can't think of any good ideas at the first time. But the more chaotic it is, the more dangerous it is to humans. Even if you are a human, you don't know whether the person behind you is a fugitive like you. It is very likely that someone around you, who you don't know, is the traitor who released the virus in the settlement. And leaving the settlement will put yourself in the mouth of those monsters. But if you stay in the settlement, you will be attacked by groups of zombies. Those who have not been infected with the virus and have generated corresponding antibodies feel that they really can't survive. Kara hid herself in the vent. If necessary, she can hide here quietly for a long time without being discovered by the White House's thermal generator. Emma and the others were right in guessing that she had undergone biochemical transformation. Kara squeezed in this narrow place and recalled the scene of Simmons attacking President Graham over and over again. Still felt that it was very abrupt. Why did Simmons want to kill President Graham? Kara was sure that Simmons didn't know about her deal with Weskier. So Simmons couldn't have killed President Graham for her. Why is that? Simmons' position is closest to President Graham. He was appointed by President Graham. It can almost be said that Simmons is the person President Graham trusts the most. Just for this kind of friendship, Simmons should not have betrayed President Graham. Kara really couldn't understand it, but she loved Simmons, and she also promised Weskier to kill Graham, so she didn't mind taking the reputation of assassinating the president for Simmons. Even if Simmons didn't kill Graham today, Kara would kill Graham at the right time. It's just a pity that it was not the time she and Weskier agreed on. Kara didn't think that she would be alive, and could get away with it after assassinating Graham. After being chased all the way, she fled to the Library of Congress on Capitol Hill in a panic. This place is big enough, no matter what, she can still calm down for a while. She can die, but Kara doesn't want to die unclearly. She doesn't want to die without knowing anything. Why did Simmons do it? Kara's hands drooped on the ceiling, and she was exhausted. The virus content in the air is getting higher and higher. Weskier is really crazy. Even if the corresponding antidote was injected in advance, Kara felt that her body temperature was rising abnormally. Simmons is not for her, nor is he cooperating with Weskier. What can he get by killing Graham? Kara can't think of it at all. A few days ago, Simmons seemed to be very concerned about someone. Kara's infiltration of Simmons' intelligence agency was not thorough, and Simmons was also ambivalent to her. Kara had no idea what this man meant. This matter was weird everywhere, and her instinctive reaction was too fast. When everything happened, she didn't even know how to find Simmons to ask clearly. She will die soon. No matter what happens, Kara knows she will die. Trembling, Kara took out a syringe from her pocket and found another red virus. C virus. After William Birkin's research institute was destroyed, Kara's people found Shirley Birkin, the daughter of the Birkin couple. Kara extracted a sample of the G virus from Shirley Birkin, and then combined it with the T virus sample obtained from Weskier, and another virus that Weskier refused to reveal, and combined it with the DNA of an arthropod insect to make another RNA virus. After clinical trials, the C virus can be spread in two ways. One is airborne transmission, because people infected with the C virus in the respiratory tract will become ordinary zombies, some of whom may mutate, but most of them are just like zombies accidentally infected with ordinary T viruses. The other is to mutate yourself by injecting the C virus. This mutation can be controlled, and the infected person will not lose his mind because of the C virus. Kara knew that she could not break out with her current self. Once she was discovered, there was only one way to die. If she was injected with the C virus, she might still be able to escape, but if she didn't inject it, there would be no hope at all. Kara opened the sealed bottle, sucked the C virus into the syringe, carefully expelled the air inside, and injected the C virus into her blood vessels. Kara instantly released the syringe and felt extreme pain spreading in her blood vessels. It was like there was fire burning in the blood vessels, and it was like there were endless ants gnawing. Kara bit her lips tightly, trying to restrain her urge to scream. She felt her body changing, and she couldn't even continue to hide in the layers. Kara endured the first wave of pain, immediately adjusted herself, and hugged herself tightly. She felt her face changing, her face was getting hot, and the flesh on her face seemed to be tangled together on its own, But the pain on her face was not worth mentioning compared to the pain in her body. Kara didn't even dare to roll on the ceiling, so as not to attract the attention of the White House police, who were chasing her madly. But she couldn't help but shrink herself into a corner, ready to wait until the pain was over, break the entrance, leave the room, and escape the encirclement of the White House police. When Kara was moving, she didn't know what she touched, and her hands were covered with mucus. But she didn't feel it herself. All the pain distracted her attention, so Kara couldn't find anything wrong at the moment. A leech slipped out from the gap. They have found someone. Alice arrived quickly, but when she found Chu, she only saw Chu lying on the ground, and she didn't know whether he was dead or alive. She didn't see the leeches that Chu mentioned during the call. But on the wall and the ground, you can still see strange mucus marks. This shows that what Chu said is true, and he didn't see it wrong. But those leeches crawled so fast, I can't see any of them, so they can only be taken away. Those leeches must not be acting randomly, and they are probably following the orders of the person who knocked Chu unconscious. Why did that person release leeches here? After a quick check to make sure there were no threats around, Alice walked to Chu's side and put her fingers on Chu's neck to feel if there was still a pulse. Feeling the pulsation of the blood vessels under her fingers, which was still at a normal frequency, Alice finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alice took Chu to the corner and sat down, trying to wake Chu up. But until Emma came over, Chu showed no signs of waking up. Emma was nervous for a moment when she saw this situation. Seeing Alice's expression was the same, she was relieved. She walked over quickly and said, "No leeches or strange people were found." Kara was nowhere to be seen. "It seems we have encountered some difficulties." Alice was in a good mood. Even though she knew how dangerous the outside world was, and how crazy Weskier's plan was, they were not in such a hurry to suppress themselves. Especially Chu's condition. Although he couldn't be woken up, he didn't show any signs of infection, and it didn't seem like he was seriously injured. This also made Alice's mood not tense. Emma didn't dare to leave Chu alone. She looked at Alice and asked, "Have you tried to use mental power?" "I have tried. But there is no way to wake him up. His spirit seems to be forced into a deep sleep state. Unless Chu breaks free by himself, I can't touch him easily." Alice couldn't judge what was going on with Chu. Emma realized that something was wrong. If she couldn't even use her mental power to wake Chu up, it could only mean that the person who made Chu unconscious had used mental power to make Chu lose consciousness. "Alice, you keep Chu safe first, I go find him." Emma released her mental power and began to search around. Alice took a look and confirmed that Emma was serious, and nodded in agreement. "Be careful." Chu's strength was also quite good among them. Since the other party could make Chu lose the power to resist without any resistance, it was enough to show that the person was very strong. Emma nodded and ran out. She saw mucus everywhere. These traces were giving her directions. Mental power could help her eliminate incorrect options. Chasing all the way, Emma found a leech that was disappearing quickly. Emma felt that she had grasped the key. Her mental power quickly spread along the mucus traces on the wall and the ground. Finally, in the inexplicable image, Emma found a broad back. Emma chased after him, and the guy was smashing a closed door with one hand. Alice felt that she couldn't leave Emma alone to chase such a dangerous person, but she couldn't leave Chu alone. After a lot of entanglement, Alice decided to let Chu down. Lifting Chu, Alice felt that Chu's weight was not light, but fortunately it was still within her estimation. This weight would not affect her movements. Since the awakening of her superpowers, her physical fitness has been getting better and better. Chu's weight, plus the equipment on his body, it is difficult to cause any adverse effects on her. Knowing Emma's route, Alice chased after her with Chu. Alice had expected to see the person who had knocked Chu unconscious, and he should not be from the White House. But she was still slightly surprised to see Emma confronting a man with silver hair and red eyes. The man was wearing the same clothes as them, and he was very strong. He had a delicate face, and his facial features made Alice feel very familiar. There were no leeches nearby, only this man, who was pointing a gun at Emma, but neither of them fired. The man's delicate face was full of madness. "Emma." Alice called Emma, attracting the attention of both of them. After confirming that there were no other threats, Alice put Chu down temporarily. It was difficult for her to control the weapon while carrying Chu, and it was easy for Chu to block bullets for her. This was not good. Alice approached, and Emma did not resist. The two of them confronted the silver-haired man occupying the door together, and when they met his scarlet eyes, they felt cold all over. He was abnormal. Both Alice and Emma felt this way, and when the silver-haired young man saw Alice, his red eyes twitched more violently. It looked like his facial muscles were doing strange movements, making people worry whether he would explode their poor heads in the next second. Alicia. The man called out the name in pain. Emma and Alice were shocked. They didn't expect the man to call out this name. Just when Emma wanted to ask what was going on, the wall behind the man suddenly exploded. A thin, arthropod-like arm swung at the man, with silver hair and red eyes. Emma and Alice stepped aside, and the man was hit. Just when Emma and Alice thought they would see the man screaming, they only saw him turn into countless insects in an instant, and groups of insects fell out of his clothes. Alicia. Alicia. Such chanting sounded from all directions, and there was infinite affection in the crazy calls. Emma and Alice were a little creepy. These screams were all made by those insects. By the way, these insects are leeches. The leeches that Chu saw could actually form a man. A tall mutated biohuman walked out of the crack. Alice pulled Emma and quickly retreated to Chu, shooting at the unknown biochemical monster with a gun in her hand. It can be vaguely seen that this is a woman. Considering that they are looking for Kara, this biochemical monster is likely to be Kara, and the unknown man made of leeches is unknown. He or they know Alicia. Alice and Emma are sure that they did not hear wrong, and the man's reaction clearly shows that he said the name Alicia after seeing Alice, which means that he knew Alicia's young appearance and had deep feelings for Alicia. How leeches can say people's names is no longer important. Emma and Alice can only feel that this scene is particularly exciting. Alicia. Alicia. With the calls and the continuous gunshots, the scattered leeches quickly gathered together and formed the man again. Kara burst out with stronger aggression and rushed towards Alice and Emma. Her instincts took over at this moment and deprived her of reason. The movement below finally attracted the attention of the White House people who were searching above. There was a burst of random gunfire. Chapter 104. Kara, who was injected with the C virus, was fighting fiercely with her instincts. But after the C virus entered her body, it rapidly consumed a lot of energy to transform her body. For humans, the energy consumed is usually replenished by eating. The hunger from Kara's body directly overwhelmed Kara's reason. She was eager to eat. No matter what, let her eat something to replenish energy. And the man made of strange insects standing at the door was very nutritious. So Kara attacked the man without hesitation, but she didn't expect that her sure-win attack had no effect at all, and she only saw an empty shell scattered on the ground. It didn't matter. After Kara rushed out of the house, she saw Emma and Alice, the two people who awakened their superpowers, or the insects scattered on the ground, which happened to be excellent nutrients in Kara's eyes. If she could eat them, maybe she could persist in meeting Simmons. Kara looked at them, her 6 eyes all glowing green. She was completely unable to control herself. Her body's desire for food had overwhelmed everything. Even if Kara herself had tried her best to stop it, she could not stop the attack on them. Kara's active attack put Emma and Alice under great pressure. Especially Alice. After aiming at Kara and firing a few shots, she found that ordinary bullets could not cause much damage to Kara, knowing that Kara was not easy to kill, and instantly realized that Kara's mutation was not some cheap stuff. Go. Since Kara's footsteps approaching them cannot be stopped, let's keep some distance first. The people in the White House are getting closer and closer. Even if they are wearing the clothes of the White House forces, they may be exposed, so it is better to hide themselves in the visual blind spot first. Emma picked up Chu and was pulled into the deep corridor by Alice. In this case, they planned to give up Kara. Hidden in the deep corridor, making sure that the White House police, who were shooting at high altitudes, could not see them, Alice planned to use this last time to communicate with her as much as possible. If they really couldn't communicate at all, let Kara die here to attract attention. It's not the time to be completely unable to speak yet. They still have a chance to learn something from Kara's mouth. It's a pity to give up like this. Kara! Are you Kara? Alice could see that the face of this biochemical monster still had the appearance of Kara. It was typical black short hair, but it seemed that the 6 eyes could not show the unique beauty of Oriental style. But in the Gale country, there are not many beautiful Oriental faces like this. At this time, there is no other person who can appear in the Library of Congress except Kara. Emma quietly watched Alice choose to communicate with Kara. She did not mean to persuade Alice not to continue. She really wanted to see how Alice communicated with Kara. Emma could not see to what extent Kara had been infected at this time, but seeing that Kara seemed to have a moment of stagnation after her name was called out, and even wanted to run in another direction, she knew that she still had some reason, which meant that Kara still had room for communication. No matter how much Alice can ask, she will only ask a little. Emma admires Alice's spirit, which is quite interesting. It was indeed as Emma observed. Kara wanted to escape immediately after being called by Alice's name. Seeing Kara's hesitation at this moment, Alice confirmed that Kara, who had changed at this moment, still had room for communication. What deal do you have with Westgear? Why did you agree to Westgear to kill President Graham? You betrayed the Gale government and Simmons. Alice wanted to use this to dig out the inside story of Kara's deal with Westgear. The people in the White House did not continue to approach. They occupied various points suitable for shooting and shot directly at the monster that Kara had transformed into. Seeing this situation, how could they not understand what happened? Since Kara had become a biochemical monster, and there was no room for communication, just kill her directly. Kara hid herself in the house again, and the sound of gunfire did not block Alice's voice. Alice's words did catch Kara's attention, and her rationality was being pulled back. I didn't betray Simmons. Kara only grasped this point. Alice gritted her teeth and repeated the question about Westgear again. Kara just repeated like a repeater that she didn't betray Simmons. Emma keenly felt that something was wrong. Kara didn't attack, which showed that Kara cared a lot about Simmons. Then why did she keep saying that she didn't betray Simmons? Killing President Graham was not an agreement between Kara and Westgear, but Simmons also participated in it. There must be something going on between Simmons and Kara, otherwise, Kara wouldn't be so obsessed with the fact that she didn't betray him. Emma suddenly felt that she had caught the most important secret. Kara, Simmons, and Westgear might have a deal. The deal was about assassinating President Graham and terminating the military cooperation plan between the states that President Graham had promoted, so that Westgear could continue to wreak havoc on this land. But why did Simmons betray President Graham? He was obviously in a position where President Graham would entrust him with important tasks, and he could even be said to be the person President Graham trusted the most. Otherwise, President Graham would not have personally promoted Simmons to this position. Many of the various regulations promulgated by President Graham were also issued under the influence of Simmons. In such a relationship, what exactly did President Graham do that made Simmons want to betray him? Emma had only met President Graham twice, but she could also feel that President Graham's personality charm was very good. He hasn't made any stupid decisions yet. Simmons will always be remembered in history if he follows President Graham. Then why did Simmons do this? Kara Radamus. Westgear used you and Simmons to kill Graham. You will all become sinners of the Gale Nation, and Simmons will have to pay the price for deceiving the world. If you don't want to continue making mistakes, you'd better tell us about your secret deal with Westgear as soon as possible, and maybe you can save Simmons' life. Emma suddenly spoke righteously. Kara went crazy and destroyed the walls of the room until they almost collapsed. Westgear. Not Westgear. Simmons doesn't know Westgear. It's me. I contacted Westgear. Graham wants to end all biochemical research. Simmons is also doing research. The C virus is our product. I can't let Graham destroy it all. Die. Graham must die. But I didn't kill him. No, I killed him. Kara's words were illogical, but Emma and Alice still heard some inside information. Hurry up and confess your accomplice, otherwise Simmons will also be sentenced to death for murdering the president. You are traitors to all mankind. Simmons will be infamous forever. Emma took advantage of the victory and pursued. She felt that she had grasped the key. Kara destroyed the room as if a storm had passed, and the desire to eat once again controlled her reason. She began to approach Emma, Alice, and Chu. Westgear, it's Westgear. He's a liar. No, he didn't do anything. How to contact him? Westgear, you can't contact him unless he shows up voluntarily. Kara smashed the entire wall with one blow and rushed to Emma. Emma handed the line to Alice, and Alice knew that Emma had also observed that something was wrong with Kara. Kara injected herself with a virus, and it was probably the C virus in her chaotic speech. The effect of this virus is unknown. The only thing we know is that it can quickly repair the wounds of the infected, greatly improve the physical fitness of the infected, and bring arthropod-like physical changes to the infected. Kara no longer looked like a beautiful oriental woman. Her whole body looked like a half-insect, half-human monster. She had a hard shell, and her body size had doubled. Kara's hair was falling down, and her hard body protected her from the bullets. Kara would bleed after being hit by bullets at first, but now she would not be injured again. This meant that the guns in their hands were likely to cause limited damage to Kara. Alice could see that Kara looked at them like meat to be slaughtered, wanting to eat them at any time. The people in the White House seemed to be ready to drop bombs, and Alice knew that continuing to waste time would not do them any good. The young man on the other side was also ready to move, and it seemed that he might rush over Kara at any time. Alice did not dare to delay at all. Emma still thought of another problem, which was the relationship between Ada and Kara. Kara Radamus, What's your relationship with Ada Wong? Why do you look exactly like her? Alice asked this question while running towards Kara with the string in hand, while Emma was still thinking. Emma carried Chu to avoid a flying stone, and Alice was already facing Kara head-on. Exactly the same? Ada Wong? Kara Radamus muttered Ada Wong's name, and she felt familiar. I forgot how long ago it was. It seemed that she met Simmons when she was 15 years old. At that time, Simmons was a successful person. He was rich in assets, enjoyed status, and was more prestigious. And what about her? A miserable girl, living a life that no one cares about. She is very talented in biochemistry, but her family never understands her, and they will not give her extra money to support her interests. No matter what she wants to do, her parents always look unsupportive, and then tell her what she should do as a girl. Life at that time was very depressing. Kara didn't like her family at all. After that, her parents died in an accident, and she entered a welfare institution and was raised by the government. Anyway, life would not get worse because of this, and she still didn't get support for what she wanted to do. Yes, a 15-year-old girl, what does she say? Does anyone care? The delusional girl also longs to become a great scientist. Little did she know that as long as she was beautiful enough, she could sell her body. What a stupid society is this? Kara never felt that she was loved. In the welfare institution, she encountered more oppression, and those cunning little ghosts were like demons. Her life should not be like this. Kara didn't think she should live with these bastards. They shouldn't be the same people. She was smart enough. Why didn't anyone want to look at her and listen to what she was saying? Kara's inner thoughts became more and more extreme in such a dull life day after day. Until that day. That day, the sun was bright, and those bastards didn't deliberately bother her, making her furious or even wanting to kill someone. The dean also showed up, and told them to behave well. Kara knew that maybe some big shot was coming, maybe some rich man, or maybe some politician. No matter what their identity was, as long as they felt that they had some social influence, they would use charity to show off themselves. Kara has long been accustomed to such things. Instead of paying attention to these trivial things, it is better to read more books donated by kind people. The encounter with Simmons was full of coincidences. In the book corner of the welfare home, Kara hid in the corner to read. Simmons suddenly appeared in her world with a glow. You were actually studying cell biology? He had obviously been observing for a while, and Kara was immersed in her own world, and did not notice Simmons' arrival at all. Simmons saw that Kara was not only reading, but even writing and drawing on the notebook, writing many key issues. Simmons also studied cell biology himself. Of course, it can be seen that what Kara wrote was not just a random note, but her real thinking. And the research mentioned by Simmons also touched Kara's heart. She has always been engaged in research instead of doing any random chemical experiments. Since Simmons was so insightful, Kara didn't mind him interrupting her study. Yes. Any questions? No. Not only no questions, I'm even very happy that I can meet a scientist here by chance. Simmons' words made Kara very happy. I'm not a scientist, I'm just a bird trapped here, and I never be free. Kara wanted to talk about her research results, but she remembered that she was not a scientist, but a homeless green girl. Simmons shook his head. No, I think you have great potential. Your talent should not be buried here. No one here can understand you, but I can. Are you willing to go with me? I can help you get freedom and research resources, so that you can give full play to your research talents. Kara looked at him, not knowing what to say. At that time, Simmons did not say much. They discussed a lot about cell biology. Kara worked behind closed doors, and could not get more research literature. Naturally, she was much more ignorant than Simmons. But of the two people, Simmons deliberately aroused her interest in conversation. Kara said goodbye to him reluctantly until night fell. She thought she would never have the chance to meet Simmons again, but she didn't expect that 2 days later, Simmons actually took her away from the welfare institution and entered the research institute under Simmons' name. Kara was very excited. She worked for Simmons wholeheartedly, just to get Simmons' recognition and appreciation for her. In fact, their relationship has always been. In this way, they are both teachers and friends. Because of Simmons' kindness to her, Kara has always been loyal to Simmons. No matter what Simmons wants to do, as long as she can help, Kara will do it without hesitation. For example, the research on the C virus. Kara felt that she had forgotten something. Simmons was eager to put the C virus into clinical trials when it was in the early stage of research and not yet stable. Kara was in charge of this project, and naturally wanted to prove herself, so she volunteered to be a test subject. Simmons didn't know why, but he agreed directly. Kara didn't know how long she had been unconscious in the vessel until she came out and confirmed that the experiment was successful. The moment Simmons saw her, he just called Ada with a fanatical look on his face. That's it, Ada. That's the name, EP101. Kara knew what she had forgotten. Before the C-virus experiment began, she had noticed that Simmons had a woman in his heart that he had been thinking about for a long time, but she didn't care. Kara had never thought that she and Simmons should have any relationship beyond the relationship of a master and a sage, let alone break away from such a relationship of both teacher and father, and certainly not think of going beyond the relationship of a boss and a subordinate. Simmons liked an Asian named EP101. No, not simply liked her, to be more precise, infatuated with her. Kara had seen EP101. She was indeed a rare beauty. She had a great sense of mystery, and was a very outstanding woman. Simmons was in love with Ada, but Kara just couldn't stand Simmons' attitude, so she spoke out twice. In the subsequent C-virus experiment, Simmons pushed her up on his own initiative. Because of the experiment, she also lost most of her memory. Kara didn't even remember what she should look like, but when she faced the face in the mirror, she just felt that it was very strange. Simmons had a strange enthusiasm for her, and because of Simmons' initiative, they quickly fell in love. If she remembered correctly, when she walked out of the petri dish, Simmons called Ada. Kara suddenly came to her senses, and she was suddenly full of hatred for Ada and Simmons. She knew why all this was for. Simmons had an inexplicable concern for EP101. A few days before Graham's assassination, Simmons was paying attention to a woman who suddenly appeared in Washington, D.C. Kara didn't notice who it was, but now she thought, who else could it be except Ada? Simmons missed observing Weskier and checking the defense loopholes because of Ada's appearance. He even felt that Ada was connected to bioterrorists like Weskier. It is very likely that Ada's appearance was to deliberately induce him to make mistakes so that Weskier's plan could be carried out smoothly. But Simmons killed President Graham himself, so no one would pay attention to an insignificant person like Ada. It was Simmons who killed President Graham. Simmons killed President Graham to protect EP101. Ah! Kara wailed miserably when she thought of the truth. She went completely crazy, and the violent energy exploded with her as the center. Just like a hurricane, Alice was blown away in an instant when she was about to attack her. Kara in this situation, Alice and Emma were sure that they could not ask anything more, and Alice was even more determined to kill Kara. Whatever the C-virus is, it is definitely not a good thing. It must be nipped in the bud. If Kara is allowed to escape, it will definitely cause greater damage to society. The current Gale nation can no longer withstand such damage. But Kara, who was in the hurricane, was isolated from the outside by a wall of wind. This sudden explosion also affected the silver-haired and red-eyed man who had approached. Alice was blown to a corner and felt a little dizzy. Emma and Chu also fell to the ground. This also stimulated the one who kept calling Alicia. The man with the name, he attacked Kara. These two people, no, these two mutants infected with the virus, seemed to be going crazy. The man's hands transformed into huge tentacles, which fiercely penetrated the storm layer created by Kara and directly pierced into Kara's body. Kara couldn't dodge, and after being pierced, she bit the tentacles fiercely. The man wailed in pain, and instantly turned the tentacles into scattered leeches, drilling into Kara's open mouth. The two continued to entangle with each other. Whether it was Kara or the mysterious man, they would not stop until they were sure that the other was dead. Alice climbed up, but she didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Emma just looked strangely between Alice and the man with silver hair and red eyes, guessing what relationship this mysterious man had with Alicia. As for the handsome appearance of this man, he was actually a little familiar, but Emma felt that if she had really seen such obvious external features, she should not be unfamiliar. But she didn't find anyone like this man in her memory, so Emma was even more confused. How did Alicia know such a person? Why did Alicia never mention him? This situation is not right, but the current situation is favorable to them. Emma saw that the man had the upper hand, and completely suppressed Kara's abnormal state, and the leeches gradually devoured Kara's body. The man was constantly devouring Kara, just like eating the flesh and blood of his enemy. He was so focused on gnawing that he didn't care even if he was covered in blood. "Who are you?" Emma asked the man who was enjoying the spoils from the cracked wall. His condition seemed to be much better than that of Kara before she went crazy. Kara could only attract attention when she spoke key sentences. And this man showed rationality that could be communicated from the beginning. Even though he did look a little crazy, people couldn't help but feel fear towards him. It didn't seem surprising that Kara would be defeated by him. The man grabbed Kara's arm and was still chewing it, But when he heard Emma's question, a pair of red eyes looked at her. Being stared at by him, Emma always had the illusion that she would become some kind of food. Alice stood in front of Emma and faced the mysterious man herself. The silver-haired and red-eyed man looked at Alice, and his eyes were no longer aggressive. Alice saw that he didn't want to answer for the time being, so she said directly, "The situation is not good now, let's leave here first." The man looked at Alice, his expression softened a lot, and the tenderness of memories flashed in his eyes. He didn't even want to eat. He threw down Kara's body and walked towards Alice clumsily. Alice saw that he was covered in blood and didn't show any special emotions. "Follow me." She didn't say anything about Alicia. Since this person thought she was Alicia and had good intentions towards them, she could use it. Emma saw that the situation was good now, and after Kara was killed, the chaos here was over. If they didn't take the initiative and were noticed by people outside, it would be difficult for them to get out again. Fortunately, there was still some distance between them, and this time difference was enough for them to move. Emma took out her hood, turned to the outside immediately, hid in the shadows, and tentatively shouted, "Sir, Kara has been shot dead. But we saw her accomplices escape." Emma didn't dare to step out rashly, lest the people in the White House think she was infected by Kara and shoot her. She couldn't make herself faster than the bullet. "Did you see it with your own eyes?" Not long after, the captain who presided over the inner field siege stood up. Emma heard that the shooting finally stopped, so she stood out carefully, still paying attention to the confrontation between Alice and the mysterious man from the corner of her eyes. Seeing that the man had listened to Alice's words, she was even calmer. That's right. Kara was hit in the head and confirmed to be killed. "Sir, don't throw bombs here. Some of us are injured and need to be moved." "Are you sure that the injured person was not scratched by Kara?" The captain was still a careful person. Emma assured him. He was not scratched. He was hit by the flying rocks when Kara exploded. "Well done." The captain made a gesture, quickly reorganized the team, and surrounded Kara. Emma confirmed that they were moving, and she shrank back. "Let's go. Now is a good time to leave." Before Alice spoke, the silver-haired and red-eyed young man took the initiative to lead them to a strange road. Alice was about to say something, but Emma carried Chu all the way. The four people quickly disappeared in the corridor. When the people from the White House came down, they only saw the messy reading room and Kara's body lying on the ruins. Realizing that someone had taken advantage of their siege, the team leader threw his hat in displeasure. He now realized that the female voice that had just spoken to him was very unfamiliar. The women in their team could be counted on one hand, but the situation was urgent, and he was dumbfounded by Kara's scream. When he learned that Kara was dead and even an accomplice had escaped, he got anxious and did not realize the problem with the sound. "Damn, I was tricked." But Emma and the others who had already escaped had successfully joined forces with Kaplan and were on their way away from Capitol Hill. What did the White House people's annoyance have to do with them? Ida rushed to Capitol Hill by helicopter. She had already transferred herself, and indeed prepared an escape route, and took action to escape. She knew that her current situation was very dangerous, and she had to hide her tracks. Once exposed to the eyes of the authorities, who cares if she is Ida or Kara, with the same face, she is the murderer who killed Graham. And even if it was her name, Ada Wong, at this time, some people still hadn't reacted to her connection with the attack on the White House in Westgear, but walking too much at night would lead to ghosts. Ada didn't think there were so many lucky things in this world. But as an agent for so many years, Ada knew that if she escaped and didn't make a strong explanation, it would only confirm her guilt. If she didn't take the initiative to go to the White House at this time, and didn't actively cooperate with the investigation, her suspicion would be so great that it would be difficult to wash away. She couldn't evade this issue, otherwise she would be called a traitor, and be hunted by the fierce Wind Country for the rest of her life. Ada doesn't think that a person who has lost his value will be protected by ACF. If she loses the official protection, she will no longer have a safe moment. This is very fatal in such a chaotic world. And all this should be Westgear's fault. Ada doesn't want to take the honor that should belong to Westgear on herself. Westgear launched a full-scale attack. Kara killed Graham. These things suddenly appeared one after another, letting Ada know that Westgear's ambition is far more than what he showed. Since Westgear doesn't trust her and pushes her to an extremely dangerous position, Ada will not tolerate Westgear. She sold Westgear's information to HCF and government forces. I believe that the government, and even HCF, will soon launch a wanted list for Westgear. How terrible it is, there are people around Graham who can easily kill him. Has Westgear's power penetrated to such a level? Ada is even more afraid of Westgear. Since these actions have been launched, Given Weskier's character, he must not be far away. Ada happened to have a trick up her sleeve on Weskier, and as long as they were close enough, she could catch Weskier. If she wanted to clear herself of suspicion, hiding would not work. She could only find a way to catch Weskier and bring him to the White House, or kill Weskier and bring his body and evidence to the White House, so that she could become a truly useful person. And rushing to Capitol Hill, Ada was not just to catch Weskier, the man who dared to use her to this extent. She also wanted to know what was going on with Kara Radames. Why does Kara look exactly like her? And Kara is actually related to Simmons. Not only does she work as a researcher for Simmons and assist Simmons in researching viruses, they even have a history of being in love. No one knows how many people there are in her family better than Ada. She doesn't have any so-called twin sisters, let alone any relatives or friends. Being able to look so similar to her by chance, and even more by chance, this person, who looks exactly like her, is together with Simmons. Such a coincidence is not a coincidence at all. Simmons definitely did it on purpose. Ada couldn't think of the reason why Simmons did this. She thought they were over. And in Ada's opinion, Simmons should be a very rational person, who should consider the national affairs of the Gale country instead of focusing on these private lustful enjoyments. Especially, as the one who was fantasized by Simmons, Ada felt disgusted from the bottom of her heart. The problem should have been ended long ago, but Simmons still bothered to find someone who looks exactly like her for his own entertainment. Ada noticed that the relationship between Simmons and Kara was innocent at first, and that was after she left, but it has turned into this over the years. Ada couldn't help wondering what kind of disgusting purpose Simmons had in approaching the child when she was 15 years old. Ada didn't know whether Kara Radames looked like her naturally, or was changed by Simmons. In the information that could be seen, Kara Radames had the same face as her. If possible, Ada really wanted to kill Simmons directly, instead of targeting Kara. Ada's intuition told her that there must be a story behind Kara's killing of President Graham. But she didn't have more information, so there was no way to know what Kara knew before she died. At least, when Ada flew over Washington, D.C., the White House received the news that Kara Radames was shot dead. While lamenting that the official response speed of the White House was quite timely, Ada also felt that her future was not bright. Ada didn't go anywhere else, she went directly to Simmons's nest. No matter what Simmons wanted to do, he was still a breakthrough point. To know the truth behind it, you must investigate in depth. In the car, Emma and Kaplan occupied the driver's seat and the co-pilot respectively, while Alice was guarding Chu and the mysterious man. The man with silver hair and red eyes looked at Alice with a doting look in his eyes, just like a man in his 70s or 80s looking at his beloved child. Alice was not unfamiliar with this kind of look. As early as when she entered the Umbrella Corporation headquarters in Paris, France, she saw Alicia's eyes, which were actually the same kind of look towards her. It's just that Alicia's eyes were more complicated than the eyes in front of her. Alice felt a little uncomfortable being looked at, but the other party didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The car was very quiet, and Emma was taking them to find a safe place to stay. Now the human settlements in Gale country have been infected by Weskier, and if they want to find a safe place, they have to spend some time. Alice saw that the atmosphere was good now, so she handed a handkerchief to the young man and asked him to wipe the blood stains on his face. The young man with silver hair and red eyes took the handkerchief and wiped his face clumsily. His pair of red eyes were still focused on Alice. Alice was helpless, but she did not avoid his gaze, but asked Emma's question again, "Who are you?" The young man with silver hair and red eyes looked a little surprised when he heard Alice ask this, as if Alice asked something she shouldn't ask. But he soon realized that his image had changed too much, and even the closest people would find it difficult to recognize his appearance so clearly after decades. The young man looked at Alice, brushed Alice's hair in a daze, and said, "I am James Marcus, and I am your father, Alicia." This time, it was Emma who was driving and Alice who was waiting for the next part, who were surprised, and even Kaplan couldn't help but look back at him. Emma's eyes drifted across the rearview mirror from time to time, just to see Alice's expression. Unfortunately, Alice was not surprised. She just couldn't believe it. Father? This word was really unfamiliar. According to Alicia, she was born with Alicia's genes, so it didn't matter who her father was. Alice had only one mother, Alicia. In terms of seniority, Alice was even one generation older than Emma. Alice carefully looked at the man who claimed to be James Marcus. He looked like a young man. Everything was what a man in his prime could have. He didn't look old at all, except for his silver hair. This pair of red eyes was indeed not something that ordinary people could have. But the James Marcus in the portrait does not have red eyes. In fact, The James Marcus in the portrait is more like an ordinary European and American man, and his appearance is probably much better than that of ordinary people. But these factors make it difficult for Alice to believe that he is really James Marcus, and she has to believe that such a person may be her grandfather. However, in Alice's careful observation, the facial features of this man are indeed very similar to the old James Marcus in the portrait, except that he is younger, and the other looks more vicissitudes and mature. Her thoughts are a little confused, but when she thinks that this man can even be a pile of leeches, Alice feels that it is not difficult to accept that he is really James Marcus. If you see too many fantasy things come true, then it seems that there is no need to question the resurrection of the dead? Are you really James Marcus? Emma asked for Alice. The man was looking at Alice expectantly, but after hearing Emma's question, his eyes suddenly became a little fierce. I am James Marcus. I founded Umbrella Corporation with Oswell and Edward. If it weren't for the wolf cub raised by Oswell, why would I become like this? His words were full of resentment, and revealed a huge amount of information. Is it Albert Weskier who made you like this? Alice grabbed his arm. He was going to say something to Emma, but Alice's reaction made him forget about Emma. He smiled and flattered Alice, saying, Alicia, do you recognize me as your father? I didn't mean to stay away from you for so many years. Thinking of his current situation, and why he became like this, James Marcus was filled with hatred again. Alice noticed that his emotions were not right, and quickly used mental counseling to carefully comfort James Marcus' emotions. Judging from the situation of the battle between James Marcus and Kara, if they really let James Marcus's emotions collapse, it would only be bad for them, not good. After adjusting his emotions several times, James Marcus finally became much more normal. I don't blame you. But what did Weskier do to you back then? Alice brought the topic back to Weskier. Regardless of the identity of this man, Alice could feel that his hatred for Weskier came from the bottom of his heart. This also means that this person can be cooperated temporarily. Hearing Alice's question, James Marcus narrated quietly. Chapter 105. There is no foolproof secret in this world. No matter how secretive a plan is, it will be leaked one day. The Weskier Superman project organized by Oswell E. Spencer successfully cultivated the right person. Albert Weskier is the most successful work. He not only learns very quickly, and has a high physical fitness, but also has a good tolerance for viruses. Successful examples like Weskier are very inspiring to the people of Umbrella at that time. Especially the three founders, they are right to insist on their own research. The progenitor virus can help them reach the forefront of biological experiments. Even if they want to achieve the evolution of all mankind and gain immortality, it is no longer an unattainable dream. With Weskier as a successful demonstration, James Marcus, Oswell E. Spencer and Edward Ashford are even more crazy about the research on the progenitor virus. And in their continuous research, they finally developed many different functions. James Marcus told Emma and the others that Alice was not the first person to have superpowers in Umbrella Corporation, but Weskier was the first one. The ability he could control at first was the electromagnetic field. Of course, it was not as exaggerated as in movies and TV shows. He could only erect a wall in front of himself to enhance his defense. But if he encountered stronger electromagnetic waves, such shielding would fail. In subsequent experiments, Weskier gained other superpowers because of other research directions. After so many years of exploration, Emma could guess how strong Weskier had become. Not only did the fact that he was the first person to have this ability give Emma and Alice some shock, but also the fact that when Weskier knew about the Weskier plan was different from what Alicia said. Alicia said that Weskier actually learned about the Weskier plan from the information when Saladine's information fell into Weskier's hands, because of Weskier's design. He knew that he was actually a clone, and that his memories were instilled by the company, not what he really thought existed. But according to James Marcus, Weskier had already known about the Weskier plan and its significance in Umbrella before that. He was indeed being played around by Umbrella instead of fighting for his own life. What he believed in was always false. And Oswell had always taught Weskier how to plunder, but he had never taught Weskier any human virtues. It is not so difficult to understand why Weskier developed hatred for Umbrella, and wanted to bring the company into the abyss and destroy it. When Emma heard James Marcus talk about this, she also put herself in his shoes. The conclusion is that if she really found out that her life was a game, and she was played by others, she might not do better than Weskier. This makes the matter more interesting, but Emma is not a person with strong empathy. No matter how legitimate and appropriate Weskier's reasons are, Emma will not let go of her hatred for Weskier. This is not only revenge for Sally Teeny, but also reward for himself. Who wants to know what the murderer's hardship is behind the murder? The harm has been done. Only if Weskier dies can this hatred be ended. The young Weskier has long been an executioner. After learning about his life experience, he began to plan revenge. There is no so-called kindness or goodness in Weskier. Once he has determined his goal, he will not let himself relax for any second before the goal is achieved. Such a quality can probably be regarded as a virtue. But this virtue is a bit scary when it comes to murder and arson. James Marcus, Oswell E. Spencer, and Edward Ashford are not actually very simple researchers. They can set up Umbrella Corporation, make Umbrella Corporation profitable quickly, fleece the whole world, and even hide their true ambitions very well. These are not what simple researchers can do. But even so, facing Weskier's design, they still didn't find any clues. It was not until the people who participated in the Weskier plan were eliminated one by one, the number of deaths increased, and the normal losses increased that Oswell's attention was drawn. However, it was useless for Oswell to notice it at that time. He had too many things to do. He handed this short-term mistake to his subordinate Sergei Vladimir to deal with. But Sergei underestimated the threat of Weskier, and even because of Weskier's deliberate flattery, even if he knew something was wrong, he did not have enough evidence to prove that Weskier played an ignominious role in these events. In the end, from the junior researcher to him, James Marcus all died in Weskier's revenge plan. In the subsequent tracking, James also learned about Oswell's death, although it seemed that Oswell died in his own experiment, which was quite normal. But how could James Marcus, who had already had the same experience, believe it? Weskier was a very talented person, he did it cleanly and neatly, and even James Marcus didn't know who was targeting him when he was targeted. And Oswell, who was far away, didn't notice it. Until the moment they died, Weskier appeared in front of them triumphantly and told them everything. Seeing their unbelievable eyes and unwilling faces, Weskier would smile very satisfied. Without realizing it, this wolf cub had firmly targeted them. Even if the people in the company were originally their people, Weskier could create loopholes himself. Because of Weskier's identity, he took the initiative to transfer himself to the armed department of Umbrella Corporation, away from the center of power. This reduced Oswell's fear of him. But Weskier, in this position, had more opportunities to get the whereabouts of all of them. Most of the people in Umbrella Corporation are researchers, and their schedules are naturally very easy to manage. Even James Marcus is not immune. James Marcus was originally conducting an experiment to merge the T virus with the leech gene, and he has made considerable progress. If it is completely successful, it is very likely that this will push the experiment on immortality forward a big step, and Alicia's progeria can also be treated. It was a day that was no different from usual. James Marcus was sorting out the catalog in the laboratory by himself. Albert Weskier and William Birkin appeared in front of him together. James Marcus did not feel anything wrong. William Birkin was a good researcher. He was talented and had made many contributions to James Marcus' research project. They appeared together and took the initiative to talk about the research on the ancestral virus. James Marcus had no doubts after hearing it. James Marcus was still talking to them, while sorting out the experimental records and collecting his own experimental samples. With so many things in mind, James Marcus had no way to find anything wrong. Just when he was not prepared, Albert Weskier and William Birkin killed him from behind. In James Marcus's shrill questioning, Weskier told him the truth of all this. They did not leave the laboratory until they were sure that James Marcus had died. But even Weskier didn't expect that those leech experiments that were accidentally knocked over because of their entanglement would crawl onto James Marcus' body after they left. The body of James Marcus left in the laboratory merged with these leeches, making James Marcus' soul come alive. Or it can be said that from that moment on, the real James Marcus was dead, and the only one who survived was the leech queen who carried James Marcus' strongest hatred. After hearing what James Marcus said, Alice and Emma had a new understanding of Weskier's scheming and cruelty. It turns out that he can not only make himself a traitor, but also encourage others to become traitors. Not only that, his patience and design are not comparable to ordinary people. Under the noses of the three giants, who control the entire company, he can make his own plan succeed, and even kill people openly, and no one can find evidence of his betrayal. It's really hard to imagine. Emma didn't know how to evaluate it. Is Weskier too smart, or is Oswell too arrogant, and didn't even think about the consequences of the backlash of weapons? When James Marcus talked about the past, he still looked crazy when he talked about Weskier, as if he could transform at any time in the next moment, tear the conscious Weskier into pieces, or swallow him whole. Emma wandered around the town for a long time, but still couldn't find any safe place. Screams could be heard everywhere, and the walking dead could be seen everywhere. If it weren't for the fact that their car was still in good condition, and Emma took a detour when she saw the crowd, whether it was the group of zombies or normal people, maybe their situation could be a little worse. After listening to James Marcus' story, Emma suddenly felt a little sorry that William Birkin died too quickly at that time. Otherwise, she could talk to William Birkin about Weskier. I believe William Birkin must have a lot to say to his good friend. The situation is not good. Emma looked at the monsters outside the window. After Weskier did this, she didn't know how many normal people could survive. Few people who were infected with the virus through the air could adapt to the virus and cause evolution. Weskier certainly wasn't being kind-hearted and wanted to save the world and create countless people with superpowers to oppose him. Emma, it's time to refuel. Kaplan looked at the fuel tank's fuel level indicator and had to remind Emma. Emma couldn't help but look at the dashboard of the car when she heard what Kaplan said. After confirming that there was not much fuel, Emma immediately decided to go to the gas station. Without fuel, it was simply impossible to move in this ghost place. And there was a serious problem. They had to change the car to a better one, or to a more lethal one. The battlefield armored vehicle was a good choice. But the premise was that they could fill up the car with fuel first, and then send them to the nearby military area to try their luck there. James Marcus, who told the story, didn't calm down completely. He stared at Alice with burning eyes. In his eyes, Alice and young Alicia were exactly the same. It was really hard for him not to look at his child. After so many years of separation, reuniting with his beloved daughter is much better than the anger and hatred that can burn the world. James Marcus may not be the real him, but his consciousness and memory are revived in the leeches, and even the leeches are reorganized because of him and become his body. This kind of encounter really doesn't seem to be real. But since there are even unreliable things like the T-virus in this world, what is there to doubt about the existence of James Marcus? It's just that Alice has to deal with James Marcus. Emma silently prays for Alice in her heart. Alice glared at Emma with a sense of meaning, but James Marcus's performance made her have to take care of his emotions while being wary. According to James Marcus' current ability, if he goes crazy again, everyone in their car will probably be seriously injured. Since James Marcus, or more accurately, the Leech Queen, still remembers Alicia and even listens to Alicia, this gives them the ability to control James Marcus. In this case, James Marcus is not so threatening. While Emma's car was driving on the road, Ada had secretly sneaked into Simmons' White House office. Even though everyone believed that Kara Radames was the murderer who killed President Graham, Simmons did everything he could to cooperate with them to capture Kara Radames, and the news of Kara's death was also reported back to the White House. But Simmons was not completely cleared of suspicion. Everyone thought Simmons shouldn't be the murderer who killed President Graham, but for the sake of judicial procedures, Simmons still had to stay here and wait for the results of the investigation to clear his suspicion. Ada chose to sneak in and took some unusual routes. This would greatly reduce the chances of her meeting people in the White House, and she did not meet anyone along the way. Most people in the White House went to search for Kara. Even though Kara was dead and everyone was retreating, it goes without saying that this White House, which had few defenses, was a camp that was about to be abandoned. Those who were still holding on to the White House were actually planning how to evacuate. But there are too many useful things in the White House, and they have to pack up if they want to evacuate. This also leads to the fact that the guarding situation inside the White House is absolutely not tight. Regardless of whether their guarding is tight or not, Ada is used to planning everything carefully. And the facts prove that she never makes mistakes. Ada knows that even if the news of Kara's death will make the people in the White House have to stop their suspicion of Simmons, because they have no evidence to accuse Simmons of having the motive to kill President Graham, but the necessary procedures will not be reduced. But after realizing that it would be futile to continue to guard Simmons, the people in the White House will not continue to waste their strength on Simmons. This is why Ada has no obstacles all the way. The force guarding Simmons is actually quite loose. In such a guard, it would not be a problem for Ada to sneak in. Click. The door was closed gently. The sound of closing the door was very slight, and even the footsteps entering the room were absolutely not obvious. But in this overly quiet room, in the ears of the sensitive Simmons, it was like thunder in the blue sky. He didn't even turn his head and growled impatiently. No matter how many times you ask, I can only tell you that I don't know. Kara killed Graham, and it has nothing to do with you, right? Ada walked over gracefully, her waist swaying very elegantly while walking. She interrupted Simmons' declaration and successfully made Simmons, who thought it was another forced confession, turn around suddenly. Simmons didn't expect that he would actually face Ada again, when Ada knew that her situation was particularly bad. The disbelief, nostalgia and other emotions in his eyes that Ada could not distinguish were mixed together, making Ada's hands hidden in her pockets tighten a lot. Simmons in front of him was much older than before, looking like a genuine middle-aged man. But Ada was still so charming in Simmons' eyes. She was still so young, mysterious, powerful and beautiful. As long as he saw her, Simmons would forget his ability to speak. "Don't you have anything to say when you see me?" Ada stood up and looked down at Simmons and asked. She went straight to the point, and was in no mood to be hypocritical with Simmons, let alone reminisce with Simmons. If it was because of Weskier's deal that led to Simmons' misjudgment, Ada still felt guilty towards Simmons. But after seeing the wanted order of Kara Radames and a series of information, the old friendship was gone. Now there was only disgust flowing in Ada's heart. Simmons swallowed hard and found that his throat was extremely dry. Under Ada's gaze, Simmons finally found his voice. "You shouldn't come to me at this time. You and Kara are too similar, they will. When you used that girl, you didn't think so." Ada stared at Simmons. No matter how briefly Simmons felt guilty, Ada saw it. Simon's heart was beating wildly. He licked his lips and said, "My relationship with her is not what you think. She looks like me." "Really? Is she born like that?" Ada had seen Kara's photo, and naturally saw that Kara Radames' face was exactly the same as hers. Simmons was even more flustered when asked. "It seems not true." Ada saw Simmons' evasion. "She looks like me." "Then what role did you play to make her look like me?" When asked this question, the disgust in Ada's eyes was almost undisguised. She was originally an extremely proud person, but Simmons chose to step on the thunder point that she absolutely could not touch. "No, Ada." Simmons stuttered. He stood up. He took 2 steps towards Ada, but was nailed to the spot by Ada's disgusted eyes, unable to get closer to Ada. Ada took a small step back, her black hair shaking. "No what? I don't see why you are not." "Simmons, we ended a long time ago, and you used another person as my substitute. You disgust me, Simmons." "No." Simmons was irritated by Ada's eyes and words. He roared in pain. We used to be so. Why do you want to leave me? Why?" "Simmons, are you still nostalgic for the past? I thought we all knew, and everyone should move forward. As for what you are nostalgic for, I don't think it is our real past. We both know who the other is, and everything between us is over. You want a toy that makes you feel obedient, not me. What are you obsessed with me for? It's nothing more than that I took the initiative to leave you, making you feel unconquerable." Ada felt sick whenever she thought of the similarities between Kara Radames and her, which were all caused by the man in front of her. Simmons shook his head, wanting to tell Ada that things were not what she thought. But Simmons couldn't find any words to refute. He thought of Ada again, and her heroic appearance in the mission, but he couldn't help thinking of Kara. Kara was a smart girl, and she was completely different from Ada. It was him, he did it all. After Kara knew about his obsession with Ada, she found that he couldn't catch up with her in the research, and she gradually alienated him. How could Simmons allow such a thing to happen? But he never. Did he really not? He washed away Kara's memory, instilled in Kara the information that they were lovers, and made Kara completely loyal to him. He replaced Kara with his favorite face. When Kara's heart and eyes were full of him, his heart was also twisted with pleasure. Every person who wanted to leave him was grabbed back into his palm. They were wrong. Why did they leave him? Wasn't he good? Who else in this world could be better than him? You took advantage of that girl's trust. You trampled on her personality. You insulted our memories. I thought you were crazy enough to do this, but you actually let her take the blame for you. Kara Radames and Weskier had a deal. You had already found out, right? Why did you kill Graham? Kara took the blame for you. Did you ever think of her goodness? Ada pressed on with every sentence, making Simmons' mind frantic and furious. Enough. What qualifications do you have to say this? Simmons yelled at Ada. I did find out that Kara and Weskier had a deal. I killed Graham, but I didn't want Kara to take the blame for me. I didn't. Who do you think I'm doing this for? Your deal with Weskier has completely affected the entire SAR regime. They will find you. Who do you think I'm doing this for? Graham has noticed you. Who do you think I'm doing this for? Simmons' chest rose and fell violently. He met Ada's contemptuous eyes, and thought of Kara again. When Kara woke up from hibernation, she opened her eyes. They were a pair of ignorant and clear eyes. His appearance was in those eyes. She had the same face as Ada, but the same eyes could completely accommodate him. He admitted that he had had such thoughts a long time ago. His behavior was indeed shameful, but he didn't want to be treated like this by Ada. Simmons felt that his whole body was awakening violent factors, but he couldn't do anything. He turned around in circles in annoyance. He kicked the chair with one foot and overturned everything on the table, with a wave of his hand. The sound of ding-dong was like the last struggle of a trapped beast. Ada watched Simmons' madness with cold eyes, and said again, "You make me sick." The information she got from Simmons was enough for Ada to know all the truth. Simmons admitted that he killed President Graham, but he still said it was for her. If Simmons really understood her, he should understand that she was never afraid of any suspicion, and she could face everything. But at least, the crime of Kara Radames assassinating Graham could be taken back by the real murderer, and Ada thought that she would not be affected much if she killed him. In fact, before she really saw this scene, Ada still thought that she might have some compassion. However, when it happened, nothing happened. Maybe she was even colder than he thought, but there was nothing wrong with that. People who are swayed by personal feelings cannot be good agents. Simmons noticed Ada's coldness from beginning to end. He couldn't accept that he had done so much, but he pointed back to this. Why? Why can you always leave so casually? Why don't you look back? Why can't you see me? I have done so much for you. I have done so much for you. He roared with true feelings and was very shrill. This made Ada think of the shrew involuntarily. Simmons, as a man, behaved like a shrew, which made Ada laugh even more. Simmons, you should pay for what you did, and there is no relationship between us. You said that everything was for me, and you killed and set fire, framed, and even sacrificed Kara Radames, your girlfriend, your subordinates, and the child you brought back. It is really difficult for me to accept your behavior, let alone become the everything you said. Ada took out a gun and pointed it at Simmons without shaking at all. Simmons, once you make a mistake, there is no chance to turn back. Whether it is you, Weskier, or Kara Radames who died before you. No! You can't kill me! I am more useful alive. I know where Weskier is. I know. Facing death, Simmons exposed his uglier side. Perhaps everyone does not have a good face when facing their own death. Ada watched him struggle for life, watched him run towards her, without blinking. But if you ask her what she saw nothing. Bang! A gunshot. Simmons fell to the ground dejectedly. He lowered his head, looked at the hole in his heart in disbelief, and blood was flowing out from there. The warm blood quickly wet his body, and the fishy and sweet smell filled his nose, making him want to vomit. But the strange thing is that he should have been used to such a smell, and he had been used to killing people. It turned out that the feeling of death was like this. It turned out that no matter how many people he killed, when it was his turn, he would still feel that everything was so strange and terrible. Why did he feel so cold? Ada pressed the stop button of the recorder in her pocket. She walked past Simmons' body. Simmons was still somewhat conscious. He smelled the perfume on Ada's body, which was also a strange smell. He did not reach out to Ada anymore. And Ada did not stay beside him for a second. She walked past him, put the pen on the empty table, and finally left without saying anything. The room was left with a mess, and Simmons fell to the ground, his consciousness gradually fading. He did not expect that in less than a day, after killing Graham, he would face death, with the relief and regret of being blamed by Kara. He could not imagine that he was killed by Ada. There are so many ridiculous things in this world, and what he did was even more ridiculous. Ada, she is really Ada, always so decisive, and will never stop for anyone. No matter how he tried to keep her, Ada, who wanted to move forward, would not look back for him. And now, no matter what he did for her, she could not look at him sideways. She said he was disgusting. Ha ha, ha. She said he was disgusting. Simmons coughed and curled his lips, trying to laugh, but he just fell to the ground with empty eyes, and everything returned to nothingness. After going through so much hardship, he finally returned to his own country. But who would have thought that a huge country like the Gale Kingdom could be changed in an instant? Viruses, death, biological weapons, monsters, traitors, screams, begging. All of this seemed so noisy, but the spreading madness made them feel desperate. The car shuttled through the city, and this allowed them to see more tragic scenes in the world. It seemed to be much worse than the situation in the kingdom of Rhea. I'm finally back. Chris felt that he was born to work hard, and he couldn't sit idly by in this situation. They arrived in California today, and the camp of the BCAA North American branch gathered all the members they knew and didn't know. These members gathered to welcome the heroes who returned victoriously from their trip to the kingdom of Rhea. Who could have thought that things would suddenly turn out like this? First, the Al-Qaeda directly launched a terrorist attack on the White House. Then President Graham was killed. The White House issued a global wanted notice for Kara Radames. And then a new round of virus crisis broke out simultaneously across the United States. The original intention of the establishment of BCAA was to maintain national security. They have a sacred mission to lead the masses away from the threat of bioterrorism. But what should they do now? The Gale country is so big that almost all settlements have been invaded. How many safe places are there on this land belonging to the Gale country? How many living people are there? But no matter what, since it has happened, they have to find a way to solve it. So almost everyone in the BSAA North American branch was divided into teams again, and went to the various states of the Gale country to rescue the living people who have not mutated. Except for the commander of the BSAA North American branch, and some people who kept the basic operation of the camp, no one else stayed in the BSAA North American branch camp. Chris looked at the two cars following him in the rearview mirror, and then looked at Carlos and the co-pilot, and said, "You should continue to stay in the camp to recuperate." Carlos looked out the window in silence. Chris thought Carlos would not say anything else, so he had to turn around and concentrate on driving, and continue to search for possible living people in the city. This efficiency is not high, but they can't open the horn to let everyone know that they are coming. Otherwise, the first ones to chase them are not the living people, but the zombies. Jill took a helicopter to the city sports center. They were specifically going to turn on the loudspeaker of the sports center to attract zombies to the area so that Chris and other mobile teams could rescue ordinary people. Chris was very worried about Jill, but he would not stop Jill from contributing her light and heat. "I am a warrior," Carlos suddenly spoke. Chris was stunned, and after realizing what Carlos was saying, he immediately said happily, "You finally spoke, Carlos." Carlos didn't think he needed to pay attention to this nonsense. Chris didn't care about Carlos' reaction. Carlos had become less talkative since he woke up. Yes, who can continue to live a heartless life after finding out that he has become disabled? Carlos may be a cheerful man, and he could also face the fact that he is disabled, but he still needs time to recover and rebuild his confidence. When in Ria, Carlos was in a very bad mental state after waking up, but he still showed his full support for their plan to escape from Ria. With the full support of the BSAA North American branch, the Ria people finally couldn't stand the pressure and sent them back. But before the Ria people gave up, they still took an action. Chris and his people launched a fierce counterattack against Ria. It was at that time that they discovered that Carlos had special abilities. As far as Chris observed, it was a supernatural power, similar to the ability to float objects. If it weren't for this, Chris wouldn't let Carlos continue to follow them around. Those who can survive with superpowers are very lucky. They will not be devoured by the virus, but will evolve because of the virus. Such people will be difficult to be infected by the virus in the future, and their superpowers will become an absolute help at the critical moment. Chris cannot refuse such a helper. In short, Carlos, you still have to protect yourself. I know. Carlos knows what his current situation is. He is disabled, but he will not give up his duty as a warrior. As long as he can continue to fight, this injury will not be a problem for him. Carlos thought that Chris should pay more attention to Leon Kennedy than him. Carlos always felt that Leon was acting strange. Leon, who was acting strange, was driving behind Chris's car. In the passenger seat of Leon's car was Alice clone number 4. Their expressions were very serious, or rather, Leon was unilaterally keeping quiet, which made it difficult for number 4 to talk to him about anything other than the mission. Leon had been silent since he saw the wanted poster for Cara Radames, and his eyes were also terrifying, which made number 4 intuitively feel that Leon might be related to the killer who killed President Graham. But when the news of Cara Radames being shot dead came later, Leon's mood did not improve. "Leon, what is your relationship with that Cara?" Number 4 finally couldn't stand this deathly silence. Leon didn't expect number 4 to ask such a question. "What can I have to do with a terrorist?" "Leon, you care about that person." Number 4 felt that as a clone, he could see that Leon's concealment skills were really not very good. If it were to be judged by Emma, he would probably have to go back to the drawing board. Leon knew that number 4 was not aimless, and he said, "Cara Radames looks very similar to someone I know, but I don't think that's her." "Yes, she just looks very similar, and Cara Radames is definitely not Ada Wong. The person in the photo does have the same face as Ada, but her eyes are not as sharp as Ada's, nor as beautiful as Ada's. This is a feeling." Number 4 said "oh," which meant she knew. Hearing that number 4 would not ask again, Leon felt relieved. He was in a mess at the moment. He was worried about Ada. He knew that Ada and Cara Radames were not the same person, but what if Ada and Cara Radames were in the same city? Would others make a mistake? Or would Ada be taken advantage of? The more he thought about it, the more he could not take it lightly. "You are worried about the woman who looks very similar to Cara." Number 4 paid attention to Leon's expression for a long time. It can be seen that even if Leon said it, The pressure in his heart was not relieved, but we are saving people now. Although it may be ruthless, I still want to point out that you should focus on saving people. I know. Leon emphasized. Seeing that her goal was achieved, number 4 no longer reminded Leon. She was always looking outside, and saw someone calling for help on the windowsill. So she quickly told Chris the news through the communication. Their car quickly drove to the building where the person who called for help was. Their rescue continued until late at night, and the transport truck finally loaded a lot of people. The 2 cars of anxious people were taken back to the BSAA North American Division camp in California. Entering the camp, they finally felt that they were safe, knelt on the ground, and cried. Such scenes were staged in military bases in various states of the Gale Country. Whether it was the members of the BSAA North American Division or the soldiers in the military base, they were all bitter about this. At the same time, they became more and more uncertain about the future. On the other side of the ocean, in the closed Yin country, there was a thunderous cheer. The virus was cracked. Chapter 106. The virus has been cracked. This news was immediately passed to Emma by Red Queen. Emma couldn't help but stand up, clenched her fists, and looked excited. Not only the T-virus, but also the antidote developed based on the reverse research of the progenitor virus can even crack many viruses derived from it. The corresponding serum vaccine has been successful after clinical trials. This is a great success. The virus that Weskier has now spread to the land of the Gale Country is still within the scope of the progenitor virus. No matter what it is, if it is traced back to the source, as long as it is not completely mutated and no trace can be found, then all of this can be solved. Weskier's plan to destroy the world will not succeed. Red Queen spread this news on all channels. Emma did not stop for a moment, especially when she knew that the materials used to prepare the relevant antidote were not complicated. She wanted to let everyone who was struggling on the land of the Gale Country know this news. As long as Weskier could not threaten everyone's life, no matter what Weskier wanted to do next, it would be difficult to succeed. Emma didn't believe that Weskier would stop there after turning the fierce wind country into such a wasteland. Although she didn't know Weskier's true purpose, Emma was used to taking precautions. It was hard not to be excited when Yin Country announced such good news at this time. Moreover, she couldn't expect Yin Country to send people to help the fierce wind country at this time. Think about how many things the fierce wind government has done that angered the heavens and the people. Seeing that their old rival was so defeated, I'm afraid no one would be happier than Yin Country. But Emma didn't believe that Weskier would collude with Yin Country to harm Gale Country, even if Yin Country could be considered a vested interest on the surface. But for a country that chose to close itself off early on, Emma could be sure that they would not be idle and reach out to Gale Country. Emma was so happy that even Kaplan couldn't help but hum a few songs. After finally soothing James Marcus to sleep, Alice walked out of the room and saw Emma with a happy expression on her face. Emma couldn't help but tell Alice the good news, which made Alice feel relieved. After reducing the pressure of saving the world, they can feel that they are not carrying a mountain on their backs and moving forward. At least the road ahead is much brighter, and no more people will die for this. To be honest, although Emma doesn't care about Umbrella, her feelings for Umbrella are not that strong, but a big reason for Weskier to do this is that Umbrella is where she grew up, and among the people Weskier hates, there's also her blood source. It is impossible to say that she doesn't bear any pressure for this. Emma just doesn't show it. Now that Yin Country has sent good news, Emma finally doesn't have to bear the fate of all mankind. This is really great. Alice pulled Emma and Kaplan to sit together, and the three of them began to worry about how to find Weskier next. Red Queen has not found any trace of Weskier so far, and the latest news from the White House is that Kara Radames was executed and Kara Radames' accomplice Albert Weskier is wanted. I don't know any other relevant information. Oh, if Derek C. Simmons' death is a sad news. The obituary released by the White House is really full of weird words and sentences. This makes Emma believe that there is something fishy about Kara Radames killing President Graham. As for Al-Qaeda, they didn't reveal more information. It seems that after the White House was attacked, the people of Al-Qaeda disappeared one after another. Emma finally found a gas station far away from the city, but still on the main road in the afternoon. There is also a motel with good defense at the gas station, which makes Emma feel that at least they don't have to stay in that small car at night. However, this motel is not empty. And the person who found this motel first was a normal person, and was not infected by the virus, so Emma had no reason to kill the rare species normal person directly. The other party knew that their strength was not at the same level, so they provided accommodation and some food to Emma and the other 5. The person who lived in the motel first was probably really early. He was the owner of the motel, a very tall man who looked to be in his 20s or 30s. And there was not only one man living here. When Emma drove into the parking lot in the afternoon, she saw women's clothes on the clothesline. The owner of the motel did not seem to have a fetish for wearing women's clothes. Of course, the main reason was that the women's clothes were too small for the young male owner to wear. So Emma guessed that there was someone else in the motel. The rooms where they rested were not far from each other. Emma, Alice and Kaplan also deliberately lowered their voices when chatting to avoid attracting each other's attention. Unfortunately, despite their attention, the sound insulation here was not that good. The hotel owner, who had locked the door and was ready to rest, still knocked on their door. Emma raised her eyebrows, walked to the door, opened the door, and saw the hotel owner's stinky face as expected. What's the matter, Jack? The hotel owner was Jack Muller, a young man. He had the murderous aura of a man who lived on the edge of a knife. Emma could conclude that this man had killed no less than 10 people. However, in Emma's eyes, this man wanted money. This impression came from the fact that when he chose to accept them, he asked for extremely valuable gold bars. Hard currency. Emma took it from the safe when she left the Umbrella headquarters in Paris, France. Those who still asked for US dollars at this time were either hopelessly stupid or ridiculously stupid. Obviously, Jack Muller was not a fool. He knew what the real hard currency was now. But from Emma's point of view, even asking for gold bars was stupid enough. At this time, clean water and food were necessities. Things like gold bars were not even in Emma's eyes. You seem very happy? Jack Muller stood outside the door, looking at Emma. To him, Emma's group was indeed strange. Let alone Emma and Alice, the two beautiful women, they gave him a sense of danger. From their speech, standing, actions, all kinds of postures, they were all experienced warriors. There was no doubt about it. Kaplan, who covered his face, was a giant, which also put a lot of pressure on Jack. In addition, the slightly crazy James Marcus, Jack Muller's body alarm kept ringing since he saw him. It is still unknown what the unconscious black-haired man is like. Jack Muller tends to believe that the unconscious man is not a pushover. So he has been careful about this group of people, and once there is any movement, he will take a closer look. And the excitement of Emma, Alice and Kaplan made Jack Muller feel even more strange. We are really happy, Emma answered conservatively. Jack Muller stared at Emma for a long time, and suddenly laughed. Do you mind telling me what the happy news is? Since the outbreak of the biochemical crisis, I haven't heard anything happy. And when you came in this afternoon, you all seem to be full of anxiety. I am really curious about what good news can make you suddenly change your mood. Could it be that the culprit named Weskier was caught? Emma looked at Jack Muller strangely. She didn't know if she was being suspicious or what, but she always felt that Jack Muller seemed to have some hatred when he mentioned the name Weskier. It's not a big deal. We heard about the antidote for the virus from the radio. And some countries have already released an airborne antidote for the virus. Soon the global biochemical crisis will be resolved, Emma said very easily, but she had no intention of moving away. Jack Muller looked into Emma's eyes carefully, as if he wanted to make sure whether Emma was lying. But Emma's expression was flawless, as if it really happened. Why didn't I hear it? Jack Muller knew that this was indeed a good thing. Emma smiled and said, maybe you will know if you go and listen. It should still be repeated now. Jack Muller knew that people like Emma would not say anything too stupid to deceive him. At least at this time, there was no point in lying to him. Then thank you for the information you told me. He did think that such news was important. At least in such a world, if you can find helpful news, you can increase your chances of survival. Jack Muller didn't plan to continue talking to Emma. He said goodnight to Emma in a teasing manner, and soon disappeared from Emma's sight. Emma didn't take Jack Muller's performance to heart. This person was a little moody, and didn't believe anything easily. Of course, this is actually a good character in Emma's eyes. Because Emma never thinks that being cautious and not trusting is a bad habit. Whether she is suspicious of others or others don't trust her enough, it's not a big problem. Emma only hates people who are pretentious and cause trouble for her. Jack Muller helped her, so he is not on the trouble list. After closing the door, Emma looked at this special motel suite again. To be honest, the motel is the worst among the hotels in Gale Country. It's good enough to ensure that the basic facilities are complete, but don't expect to enjoy any good service here. Most of the rooms in the motel are single rooms. And such suites are indeed very special. When Emma walked into the room that Jack Muller arranged for them in the afternoon, she found that the suite here was actually several rooms connected. If the wall was locked again, it would still be a separate personal suite. This design cannot be said to be ingenious, But it can also be seen that Jack Mueller is actually a bit of a talent. Not only in this world, but also in this geographical location, he can still have so much food reserves, and he can still keep a woman by his side. Emma can still see the identity of Jack Mueller. His original occupation is probably not a simple motel owner. People who have killed people have completely different temperaments. Not only Jack Mueller is afraid of him, but Emma and the others are also afraid of Jack Mueller. What's wrong? What did Mr. Mueller say? Alice asked her. In the dim light, Alice's face looked softer. While Emma was chatting with Jack Mueller, Alice and Kaplan turned on the radio, but the volume was turned down low. However, Alice and Kaplan were not talking about the success of Yinhua, but about the death of Kara Radames and the obituary of Derek C. Simmons. The warm yellow light easily reminds people of a warm home. Emma felt that this sentence was really right. She moved her legs and walked towards Alice and Kaplan, talking about the full-channel broadcast of the virus vaccine. Now that things are in complete chaos, it gives Red Queen the opportunity to control most of the mouthpieces here. However, Red Queen didn't really get out of control. If she really controlled everything, her host would have a hard time bearing it. So Red Queen just controlled a lot of backdoors to facilitate her entry and exit in the future. Alice thought of Jack Mueller and frowned slightly. Emma, do you think Jack Mueller looks familiar? Familiar? After hearing what Alice said, Emma really felt that Jack Mueller looked familiar, but she couldn't say who he looked like. I think he looks familiar too. Who does he look like? Alice also found it difficult to judge this kind of look that looked like a similar, but not quite similar person. She had seen too many people, and it would not be easy to screen them one by one. Kaplan's eyes moved, and he suddenly said, he looks like Weskier. When Emma heard this, she immediately felt that Jack Mueller and Albert Weskier looked very similar. Alice also reacted in the same way. In her mind, Weskier's face and Mueller's face gradually overlapped, but in the end, she only felt that their eyebrows and eyes were similar, but she couldn't match them completely. Many images flashed through Emma's mind. She compared the face of Albert Weskier she had seen with Jack Mueller and found that the similarity was very high, but it could not be said that they were the same person. At this time, every coincidence you encounter needs to be carefully considered. They were originally looking for Weskier's traces, and now that they have discovered this suspicious point, how can they not continue to pay attention? Will they be related? Emma thought of Jack Mueller's distinct disgust when he mentioned the name Weskier, which made her feel something was not right. Was this an illusion or was it true? I'd go and try it. Alice stepped forward. They couldn't let go of any suspicious points. Emma didn't object to Alice's idea, but Alice had to stay here in case of need. James Marcus might wake up at any time to find someone, or go crazy at any time. If Alice left, no one could control him, so Alice couldn't go. I go and see. Emma finally decided to go by herself. Alice also understood why Emma was thinking this, and finally just told Emma to be careful. Emma decided to wait a while, and go out to check Jack Mueller's room. Leaving Emma's room, Jack Mueller returned to his own room. He also lived in a suite, which was the room he specially renovated for himself in the entire motel. As long as you walk in here, you can see that Jack Mueller's room is already full of weapons. Sabers, pistols, rifles, and even RPG launchers can be seen. You went to see them. What happened? As soon as Jack Mueller walked into the room, the blonde girl came out of his bedroom. Jack Mueller took a look at her, and found that she came out wearing only a nightgown. The dress was even wrinkled because of sleeping, and it didn't cover much flesh. So he started to tidy up the girl's clothes and said, "There is good news. It is said that a way to solve the virus has been found." Really? The girl was waiting for Jack Mueller to tidy up her clothes in a daze. When she heard Jack say that, she suddenly became excited. Looking in her bright eyes, Jack Mueller said, "Don't be too happy too soon. Maybe it's not true. The biochemical crisis has just broken out. Weskier has re-released the virus in almost every human settlement in the Gale Nation. It would be strange if such a crisis is easy to solve. But the news provided by Emma is also good news. At least some people can be saved because of this. And as long as someone survives, the world will be reassembled sooner or later. Then let's listen to the news." The girl took Jack Mueller's hand and suggested softly. Jack Mueller moved his fingers. He restrained himself from rubbing the girl's fluffy hair. He grabbed her arm and said, "Let's go back to the bedroom, my heroine. You're too kind, my knight." The blonde girl shook her head. Her beautiful short hair shone in the light, but it was not as bright as her bright eyes. Jack Mueller almost never looked into her eyes. Those eyes were too pure and clear. He always felt that if he looked into them, he would be burned. He was not a good person, and this little girl had nothing to do with him. But Jack Muller still lived with the little girl, and didn't even think of handing her over to a welfare institution. At this time, handing such a little girl over to a welfare institution was tantamount to letting her die. Jack Muller still remembered how he picked her up. He had just gotten rid of his mercenary identity not long ago. He longed for a peaceful life. He had saved enough money, so he came to the Gale country. He had no intention of living a comfortable life, as long as he could get by. But New York and Gale country was so famous that Jack Muller could not suppress his curiosity, and planned to go to New York to see if there were any opportunities. But he did not find any new opportunities, and the biochemical crisis broke out. After that, he made a fortune in the chaotic New York, but the purge came soon. Jack Muller knew that he could not continue, otherwise he would have to spend his old age in prison, so he immediately decided to stop and leave New York. But he did not expect that on the night he left New York, he picked up a girl in a mess on the avenue. At that time, the little thing cried so miserably, like a stray cat driven out of the house. In fact, it was almost the same. In the little girl's intermittent narration, Jack Muller still knew her situation. Her parents were researchers, but an accident happened in the institute, and her mother asked her to escape. Her home was gone. In fact, Jack Muller still didn't understand why he took this girl in the car. But no matter what, he let this little trouble get on the car, and he would not just throw her out. Jack Muller accepted everything very quickly, whether it was a zombie or a little girl crying. He could ignore it. After all, if you show kindness casually, you will always bring yourself endless trouble. Jack Muller knew very well what he was going to do, so why would he be willing to bring a burden with him? However, Jack Muller himself didn't understand why he still brought this crybaby with him. The girl was wary of him at first, as if he was a copper smelter who was plotting against her flat body. Jack Muller hated this kind of self-righteous woman the most, but she was not a woman, but a girl. In short, the final result was that Jack Muller took her all the way south to Washington, D.C. The reason why he chose Washington, D.C. as his final stop was because Jack Muller knew very well that this was the power representative of the Gale country, and the Gale countrymen would definitely not give up Washington, D.C. easily. Thinking about the top military strength here, the safety index must be very high, and his acceptance of this place was even higher. For so many days, Jack Muller has spent time with this girl. This motel can't be said to be his, but the owner here was unfortunately infected with the virus, and became a zombie when the first virus crisis broke out. He happened to bring the girl to the gas station here to refuel the car, kill the mutated workers in the gas station, and always felt that he should take the girl to have a good sleep. So he entered the motel. It just happened that he ran into the motel owner, who was locked in the service desk. Jack Muller used his little kindness to help the original owner out of the sea of suffering. Seeing the original owner's relieved smile, Jack Muller thought that he deserved some compensation, so he stayed here with the girl. So far, no one thinks there is anything wrong with this, and Jack Muller is almost used to being a motel owner. The security in Washington, D.C. is quite good. Apart from the 9/11 incident, there have been basically no crazy cases here. This was also the first place to be cleared during the virus crisis. The location of the motel is also quite advantageous. Jack Muller thinks it is very good. Living with the children, it is finally a place to stay. Jack Muller knew very early that this was not a peaceful place. From the first outbreak of the virus crisis, Jack could guess that there would be a second one. The radio kept playing about the solution to the virus. Without the image bonus, it was actually difficult to know what herb should be used to prepare the solution mentioned on the radio. The blonde girl looked at Jack with a pair of clear blue eyes. She looked very happy, but the strange thing was that Jack could actually see tears in her eyes. Her eyes flashed in the light, like a dragonfly touching the water surface. "Jack, do you think this can solve the current riots?" This was not the first time Jack saw her expression like this, and he automatically understood it as happiness. All along, he had never asked about the girl's past, and the girl naturally wouldn't ask about his past. They lived together like this. They lived in the same room because she would have nightmares, and she had to be there to spend a night safely. Fortunately, although he was not a good person, he was definitely not a scum who would attack the little girl. Otherwise, this little thing would be in danger. However, even though they had never asked about each other's past, Jack Muller still felt that he could guess something. After the virus crisis broke out, the girl's father might have been infected. In order to protect her, her mother blocked her father for her and let her run away. So after knowing that there was a way to deal with the virus, there was a special antidote for the virus, and even the materials for making it were not so difficult to obtain, he was so happy and relieved. If a person who is suffering from pain has a kind heart, he will always hope that the same pain will not befall others. Jack Muller still knows what the girl is thinking. Although it is not enough to completely eliminate the turmoil caused by the virus, it can greatly curb the spread of danger. The Gale country will sooner or later be restored to its former state. As for restoring its former social status, I am afraid it is not possible. Even if there are still so many nuclear warheads here, it is difficult to return to the past. When the virus is maliciously spread and infected, the power of talents is declining, and the government power is also in danger. But as long as people are still alive, there is hope. The girl obviously understands this. She lies quietly on the other side of the bed, looking at the ceiling, and says, "I have a special feeling for the people who came to stay today." What? Jack Muller doesn't quite understand what the girl is talking about. The girl explained, "It's a special feeling. Although I haven't seen them in person, they give me a very special feeling when they are there. Don't worry. I will protect you," Jack Muller assured the girl. "It's not that I feel dangerous, but something else." The girl hesitated, but she was actually quite happy that Jack said he would protect her. "They may have special abilities like you. As long as they don't threaten our lives, let them go." Jack Muller understood what the girl wanted to say, and of course he knew the danger of those people. It was not the weapons on them, but just because of their obviously well-trained physical reactions, Jack had already guessed whether they had special abilities. But this has nothing to do with them. Jack can see that they are just passing by and have other purposes. No matter what those people want to do, it has nothing to do with them. Jack only knows that after Weskier's second poisoning, Washington, D.C. is no longer safe, and they must go to a new place to survive. The group of people who checked in today are destined to part ways with them. The girl shrank back into the quilt and said in a muffled voice, "I think it may be safer to go with them." Jack Muller, whose thoughts were seen through by her, was not upset. Instead, he thought about this possibility because of the girl's words. However, he was destined to think about it alone. Hearing the girl yawning, Jack turned off the radio and the desk lamp, shrank into the quilt, closed his eyes and thought. Outside, like a cat, waiting for a long time, Emma finally waited until Jack Muller's light dimmed. Without any other eavesdropping tools, Emma focused her hearing and could hear everything in the room clearly even through the wall. There was indeed a little girl in Jack Muller's room, and her voice sounded sweet. Judging from their conversation, she looked like a family member. But she was not the daughter of Jack Muller. Emma heard their conversation clearly. The girl had superpowers, which could be guessed from their conversation. And they were planning to leave here. Emma also heard it. If that was the case, it was not impossible to choose to go with them. But more detailed information was needed, at least to clarify the identities of these two people. Emma wanted to sneak into Jack Muller's room to see what was inside, so that she could learn more about his identity. But when Jack Muller was in the room, Emma was not so arrogant that she thought she could sneak in without leaving a trace. It was a pity that she could not have a perspective eye or something like that. If she could, it would be much more convenient. To get information, she didn't have to rely on the original method so hard. She could stand anywhere and see what she wanted to see. It was a pity that reality didn't allow people to see through the perspective. Emma waited outside for the two breaths inside to calm down. After judging that Jack Muller was asleep, she could go in to see what was going on. Zombies would first look for food in the city. If they couldn't find it in the city, they would look around according to their instincts. Emma couldn't guess how long it would take for the zombies to come here, and she didn't think about how long she would stay here. She had very little time to find out Jack Muller's identity. Not only was she standing here, but even the Red Queen was searching for relevant information. But in the territory of Gale country, only Jack Muller's immigration records were found. To further trace Jack Muller's original information, it is necessary to go through the government network in Eastern Europe. Jack Muller is not a native of Gale country. He comes from a country called Idonia in Eastern Europe. There have been wars and virus crises there. The local government personnel statistics are not in place. It is difficult for Red Queen to find Jack Muller. Although Emma is trying her best to find the truth about Jack Muller's identity, Jack Muller is actually nothing to Emma. If they didn't think Jack Muller was similar to Weskier, Emma wouldn't need to see Jack Muller. It was getting darker and darker. Emma glanced at the time. It was already 3:22 in the morning. The breathing of the people inside was calm and regular. Seizing the time, Emma easily sneaked into Jack Muller's room. There was no need to turn on the lights. Emma's eyesight could see clearly in the dark. It was not surprising to find weapons all over the room. Emma searched everywhere, but she couldn't find anything related to identity in this room that was similar to a living room. Emma pushed open the bedroom door and planned to see who the girl was. Or maybe in the bedroom, she could see Jack Muller's identity. Boom! A gust of wind came towards Emma's face. Emma leaned back to avoid the attack. The next moment was a sweeping leg to completely affect her lower body stability. Emma bounced back and leaped towards the person who attacked her like an eagle. The shadow opposite was very high. It was the breath of Jack Mueller. She was indeed a very sensitive person. Such a small movement could wake him up so quickly and wait for her to come to him. But Jack Mueller did not expect that the woman opposite could be so powerful. Whether it was reaction speed or strength skills, Emma was not inferior to him. Moreover, he did not know why this woman seemed to be able to predict his actions, and every attack would be blocked. After dozens of exchanges, both Emma and Jack felt a dull pain in their bodies. The attacks in the dark night did not stop, and no one spoke. It seemed that both sides just wanted the other to die. Suddenly, the light in the bedroom was turned on. The eyes that were used to the darkness were stung by the light at this moment. Emma closed her eyes and continued to fight with Jack. She kicked Jack in the abdomen. Jack fell down in pain. "Jack!" The girl screamed, and seeing that Emma was going to attack, she immediately blocked in front of Jack. When Emma's fist was about to hit the girl, she was dragged by Jack and fell on his chest. "Stop!" Jack said in a deep voice, protecting the girl in his arms. Emma adapted to the indoor light and finally saw the two people in front of her. Shirley Birkin? Emma frowned and recognized the girl, who was protected by Jack Mueller at a glance. That time in New York, she, Alice, Kaplan and Leon, for people, had an action against the Birkin Institute. In the relevant materials, Emma had seen Shirley Birkin's face more than once. It's just that the Birkin Institute was destroyed, but no one saw the whereabouts of Shirley Birkin. The Birkins died in the Institute, but their daughter Shirley Birkin is still alive. I thought it would be impossible to see anyone related to Birkin again, but I didn't expect to see Shirley Birkin under such circumstances. Emma was still on guard against Jack Mueller, but it was obvious that he was distracted by protecting Shirley Birkin and couldn't exert his greater fighting power. "How do you know her?" "You know me?" Jack Mueller and Shirley Birkin both looked at Emma with surprised eyes, but the expressions of the two people were highly similar. Well, can it be said to be a wonderful fate? Emma still remembered that Albert Weskier and William Birkin were friends. Although Jack Mueller's identity was not yet confirmed, he looked very similar to Albert Weskier, and Shirley Birkin was actually William Birkin's daughter. This kind of fate is really rare. Let me introduce myself. I am Emma Winchester, a former member of Umbrella Corporation. I had the honor of meeting Mr. William Birkin before, and know a little about his family. Emma put the words of cause and effect together, and made up a suitable reason. All of them are true, but not all of them are the truth. But this is enough to convince Shirley Birkin. Even if she had never heard of Emma Winchester, she still knew the secret connection between her family and Umbrella Corporation. People from the company that spreads bioterrorism. Jack Mueller's tone was a little contemptuous. Emma smiled indifferently. "This has nothing to do with us. I can't say that I am a member of Umbrella Corporation. I have a grudge against Albert Weskier, who is now wanted by Umbrella Corporation. I have always wanted to catch him and kill him." But Jack still couldn't trust Emma. Shirley patted Jack's hand and said, "She didn't lie, I can feel it." Not lying doesn't necessarily mean it's all true. Jack Mueller had long learned how to identify such rhetoric. Emma looked at Jack with interest. "How did you and Shirley meet?" "We looked for Shirley, but we didn't find her. The Birkin Institute was also completely destroyed." When Shirley heard Emma mention the Birkin Institute, her eyes were dim. Jack took Shirley behind him and said to Emma, "Tell me, what did you do in our room? Is there anything I didn't treat you well enough? Whether it's food or hot water, I didn't lack you. At this time, it is not easy to ask for the usual ordinary service. No, your service is good enough. I disturbed you because you look too similar to Albert Weskier, so I am a little curious whether you have some relationship with him." Emma said, and then said, "I broke into your house and disturbed your and Shirley's sleep. I went too far. I'm sorry." This kind of apology, whether it is sincere or not, depends on the self-feeling of the person being apologized. Jack felt that Emma's words were full of perfunctory, but Shirley was very satisfied with Emma's apology. "I don't blame you." Shirley poked her head out from behind Jack. Jack pressed her head and blocked her tightly. "Weskier. I don't think I have anything to do with Weskier. I'm just an Eastern European who immigrated to Gale Country not long ago, and Weskier is a wanted criminal." Emma couldn't believe Jack's words. She looked at Jack meaningfully and said, "Is that so? Coincidence? Since you said so, I believe you. Just can you let Shirley give me for a while? I promise not to do anything extra to her, just talk about the past with her." I don't know what the past is between you. Even if you know her and her parents, it's obviously the first time she and you meet. I don't think there is anything to talk about between you. Jack instinctively felt the threat of Emma, and he was unwilling to give Shirley to Emma. Emma just tilted her head and saw Shirley hiding behind Jack, and asked with a smile, "It depends on Shirley's wishes." "Don't worry, it's in this room, you can watch it." "You don't even have this much confidence, do you?" Jack froze when Emma asked. Shirley poked her head out from behind Jack again, with messy hair, and asked Emma, "What do you want to say?" In fact, she also felt that she had nothing to say to Emma. For example, your superpowers, and the G virus. Chapter 107. Full channel broadcasting can play a small role. In times of chaos, not everyone has the habit of collecting all the information. Especially those who are separated, and can't find a safe direction, can only keep driving away. They can only go in their own predetermined direction. If they meet someone sometimes, and get a certain possibility of safety, they will follow the person who can come up with ideas. Most people are like sheep. They only know to move forward blindly towards the grass, or even just follow the person in front of the team blankly, without knowing where their destination is, what they will get, and what they will lose along the way. If the leader is lost, what will the remaining sheep encounter? Obviously, they can't find a suitable territory by themselves. They will only bury their heads in eating grass. If they lose the flock, they will lose their roots, and they can only let themselves walk aimlessly on the vast grassland. They may also be afraid of wolves, but if they lose the flock, even if they are afraid, they will lose the predetermined fear. What is the source of it? When the danger really appears, all this becomes less attractive. While Emma was talking to Shirley Birkin and Jack Mueller, a savior suddenly appeared in the Sea of Gale country. This was a huge ship that seemed to have a very high degree of safety. People standing on the shore seemed to be able to hear the safe people cheering on the ship. Moreover, the ship was also broadcasting, constantly telling people who might hear that this was a safe flight and would take the victims to a safe Europe. Near Greenland, it is a safe place. The virus has not yet spread there. Compared with the scorched earth of the Gale country, it is a real paradise. This ship is also constantly telling people that its original owner is a philanthropic rich man. It was only after hearing about the biochemical terrorist incident in the Gale country that he hurriedly asked people to drive the ship to help. The appearance of this ship is like a ship lost on the sea in the vast night sea, suddenly finding a lighthouse on the shore. This lighthouse is so bright that it can point them to the real direction of life. Originally separated from the crowd and the safe harbor, even the army that helped them could not be found. Thinking that President Graham, who brought hope, could be assassinated in the heavily guarded White House, it made it even more difficult for people to have any hope. But at such a desperate moment, there was such a ship that pointed out the way to survival. People who were about to drown were no longer afraid of whether there was any conspiracy behind it. They just wanted to get on the ship. After they found a way to get on the ship, they really found that everything could be so good. The most ordinary life in the past, clean clothes, a hot bath, food that is not so delicious but enough to fill the stomach. At this time, it actually gave people a soul-cleansing feeling. Moreover, there are medicines on this ship, so that people can receive timely medical assistance. It helped many children and women, and even some men who suffered injuries similar to fractures were corrected and treated. In such a world, they can still get timely medical treatment. This is really incredible and beautiful for the people on the ship. Even when Gale country was still intact, it was not easy to get timely medical assistance. Private hospitals always have to wait for appointments, and you don't know how many days it will take for your turn. Public hospitals are even more crowded, and even the doctors and nurses in them are not that good. This savior is really a way of survival set by kind people sent by God to them, and the savior has saved more and more people along the way. On this ship, you really don't have to worry about your clothes and food, except for occasional help cleaning the ship or helping to prepare food. All this really makes people feel happy. The simplest happiness. On this ship, they finally understand what the beauty of hope is. Emma thanked Jack Mueller for his cooperation, took Shirley's hand, and took her to sit on the sofa. Jack Mueller moved a chair himself and sat opposite them, always paying attention to Emma to prevent Emma from snatching Shirley away. Emma didn't care about Jack Mueller's distrust at all, as long as Shirley showed cooperation. You know the G virus? You know my superpowers too? Shirley didn't understand why Emma knew so much. Of course, I know the G virus and your superpowers. The G virus is your father William Birkin's research project. He has been doing related experiments for a long time. Before leaving the Umbrella headquarters, he had some results. After opening the Birkin Research Institute in New York, Gale Country with the company's funding, the G virus has made considerable progress. Emma told Shirley this information. She was not sure how much Shirley knew about William Birkin, but she did not intend to tell everything. Emma did not think William Birkin would tell Shirley about the murder he had committed in Umbrella Corporation. It was because he and Weskier had killed James Marcus together in Umbrella Corporation that William Birkin would quit the company and open his own Birkin Research Institute. Telling such a thing to a girl who is not yet an adult. As long as William is not really crazy, he would not do this. At least this matter is not glorious at all. James Marcus can actually be regarded as the teacher of William Birkin and Weskier. He killed his own teacher and so arrogantly tried to dominate the progenitor virus, but ended up being harmed by the G virus he was researching. No matter how you look at it, it is not glorious. You know a lot. Shirley smiled at Emma. She actually did not know what William Birkin's research project was. She only occasionally heard her mother Annette talking about the word G virus with William. After being exposed to the G virus in the Research Institute, Shirley still had a vague impression of the G virus. William actually talked about this history, but he didn't say it in detail. Shirley only knew from this that her father had been in contact with Umbrella Corporation. This was something she was very proud of. Before the exposure of its illegal biochemical research, Umbrella Corporation was also a world-renowned company. All over the world, in various high-tech fields, there are traces of Umbrella Corporation, including the clothes she wears, the medicine she takes, the game console she uses, and so on. Not knowing what kind of company Umbrella is, Shirley just thinks of it as a great multinational company and a major taxpayer in the world. But who knew that Umbrella's image could be destroyed so quickly? The former hero turned into a rat that everyone wanted to kill overnight. The notorious Umbrella, with its unscrupulous biochemical research, poisoned people all over the world and was a sinner in the world. All kinds of titles were put on Umbrella. Even Shirley didn't know why it changed so quickly. Before she had time to change her inherent impression, Umbrella's actions repeatedly impacted her concept. It's better to say that children like her are really pitiful. Umbrella Corporation. Shirley opened her mouth, wanting to ask Emma if this company was really as bad as others said, but in the end Shirley continued to ask about her own superpowers. Emma, do you really know my superpowers? Emma thought of the G virus information in the Red Queen's information, and had already guessed it in her heart, but she was actually not sure at all. She just didn't show it in front of Shirley. Let me guess what your symptoms are first. Shirley looked at her pretending to be mysterious, and felt that Emma wanted to play a game with her. Out of curiosity about Emma, Shirley still suppressed her anxiety, and nodded to Emma, looking forward to what she would say next. Well, I say it next, don't interrupt me halfway. From my observation, you should have been affected by the G virus, but the G virus did not completely erode you. The G virus embryo had long been strangled in the Birkin Institute, and you may have an unformed G virus embryo in your body, but it failed to control you, but merged with you instead. Emma deliberately didn't look at Shirley. She made a guess. If she stared at Shirley too closely, she would appear guilty. But what Emma said was something Shirley herself didn't understand. This also led to Shirley not being able to point out any mistakes. As an observer, Jack Muller didn't know what was going on when he himself didn't know. The two of them joined forces and were fooled by Emma. The G virus has a high degree of variability. No one knows what state its infected people will eventually present, but there are several major characteristics that will not change. First, the plasticity of the body, because the G virus will cause the infected person's body to mutate, and the mutated parts are not affected by the infected person's own will, and the mutation of different parts cannot be stopped once it starts. The second is the fast recovery speed. The body of the G virus infected person will recover in a very short time if it is injured. As long as it is not fatal, the infected person can live forever. Even if there is a fatal injury, if one is split into two, it may create two infected bodies due to the extremely strong recovery and mutation ability of the G virus. The third characteristic of the G virus is its stability. Although the mutation will lead to uncontrollable, the G virus can keep the cell state constant at the peak moment, which makes the G virus pursue the cells that make it stronger to devour and evolve, thereby prompting the infected person to mutate continuously. Emma's calm narration scared Shirley Birkin, who really understood the G virus for the first time. Her eyes drifted to Jack Mueller involuntarily. She was worried that she would lose control and mutate in the direction of the monster without stopping. Shirley doesn't want to become a monster. After all, she is just a little girl. What's wrong with a little girl liking to be pretty and cute? Emma saw Shirley's fear. She touched Shirley's head and comforted her. You are not infected with the G virus. You have absorbed the G virus. Your physique is very special. Not only did you not get infected with the virus and be enslaved by the G virus, but you even gained superpowers because of the G virus. Then the mutation can be controlled in you. You should have a strong recovery ability, and your body has not reached its peak yet, and your growth will not be strangled by the G virus. But if you are in your 20s, maybe the G virus will find a way to keep your body constant at that moment. Forever a young girl, it sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Although Emma made a guess, it was not a lie. These speculations were based on facts. Shirley is a very beautiful girl. Because of her superpowers, she will always be beautiful, and does not need to be afraid of the enemy of time. I feel jealous when I think about it. The last sentence was purely to fool the little girl. Emma didn't care about keeping herself young forever. But this sentence could make Shirley relax. The little girl was really afraid that she would become a monster because of the G virus. When she heard that she might be able to stay beautiful forever, she was happy. Seeing Shirley's eyes become bright again, Emma's eyes drifted to Jack Muller. From the moment Shirley was about to cry, Jack Muller kept staring at her, as if she had bullied his beloved little white rabbit. You are right in many places. Jack Muller could see that this person knew about the G virus, and for the time being, he could not see that Emma Winchester had any ill feelings toward Shirley. But this did not mean that she was really safe. You? Jack Muller seemed to want to say something, but finally stopped his intention to speak. Emma did not care about Jack's hesitant look. It was indeed very cute for a beautiful girl to do this. But it was a bit disgusting for a man like Jack Muller to do this. But what's the point of you telling me all this? Shirley asked what Jack did not ask. Although Shirley was still very young and did not understand many things, she also knew that Emma would not tell her these words for no reason. Even though Emma seemed to be very kind and patient with her. Emma was not surprised by Shirley's sharpness, and was a little disappointed with Jack's performance. You are very smart, Shirley. Emma praised him and continued, it happened very cruelly. You escaped from the Birkin Institute on the day your father and mother had an accident. When we looked for you, it was also a ruin, and we found nothing. Don't you want to know why the Birkin Institute was destroyed? Emma was looking forward to Jack asking about Weskier, but now that Shirley asked, it didn't matter if she continued. Isn't it an accident? Shirley looked at Emma. All the news she saw was like this. Emma saw from Shirley's reaction that she really didn't know, so she patted Shirley on the head and said, when we checked the scene, we saw that the people from Umbrella first attacked your father William Birkin and wanted to snatch the G virus. Your father should have been forced to use the G virus, causing himself to mutate and kill everyone in the institute. There is reason to suspect that Albert Weskier played an ignominious role in this. He is from the armed department of Umbrella Corporation. He will review all actions, whether internal or external. Albert Weskier is your father's friend and has received a lot of help from William Birkin. Then why didn't Weskier help your father in this Umbrella operation? If a person like him wants to save someone, will he not succeed? My father is related to Weskier? But Weskier he is the culprit who made the Gale country become the hell it is now. Shirley stood up suddenly. She didn't believe that William Birkin would have anything to do with such a criminal. Emma shook her head slightly and said, I know that as a good girl, it is hard for you to believe that your father has any ignominious history in Umbrella Corporation. But William Birkin and Weskier established a friendship a long time ago. At that time, Weskier was not such a heinous person. In other words, Weskier deceived your father. You can give your father more trust. Although she knew what good things William Birkin had done, Emma was not so bad as to speak ill of her father in front of a daughter. Especially what William Birkin did was not a big deal in Emma's eyes. Killing James Marcus, being jealous of Alexia Ashford, and coming out to study the G virus directly or indirectly killed many people. These were really not serious crimes in Emma's eyes. At least by Emma's standards, it was not a great feat. Especially compared with someone like Weskier, William Birkin seemed even more like a younger brother. Comforted by Emma's words, Shirley looked at Jack for help. Jack Mueller waved and asked the girl to come over. Shirley walked towards Jack hesitantly and was embraced by Jack. Your father must have been deceived by Weskier. He is a scientist who is devoted to research. You should believe him. Shirley nestled herself in Jack's arms. Jack's body temperature gave her a great sense of security, and Jack's hug also gave her great comfort. Shirley was actually strong enough, but she still couldn't accept the possibility that her father might be a man full of evil, even if it was just a possibility. Fortunately, Emma and Jack's repeated comfort made Shirley feel that Weskier deceived her father, and even arranged for Umbrella's people to assassinate her father. Shirley didn't see the completely changed William Birkin. She only knew that her mother Annette was reluctant to let her go, with tears in her eyes. So Dad must have been full of pain at that time, right? He must have been very scared of his own change, right? Shirley burst into tears, and her tears wet Jack's neck. I can't believe what you said. It sounds like you are just speculating that William Birkin's death is related to Albert Weskier. If it's not 100%, there is no need to discuss it. Jack Mueller knew what Emma's purpose was to involve him and Shirley in the team to fight Weskier. Emma knew that Jack Mueller already knew one of her purposes, but that was not a problem. Mr. Mueller, can you tell me what is 100%? Your mother is of course your 100% biological mother. Then can you tell me that your father is 100% not Weskier? This question was extremely offensive, and Jack looked at Emma with a look that seemed to be spitting fire. You better speak politely. Jack Mueller, an Idonia native, 22 years old, blood type O, was a mercenary for the Idonia government's resistance army, left Idonia at the age of 21, and immigrated to Gale Country. Originally settled in New York, and arrived in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. at some point. The voice of the Red Queen suddenly rang in the room, not only Jack Mueller's identity, but also the original owner of the motel and the information of the gas station staff were pointed out by the Red Queen one by one. After investigation, it was found that your mother had also studied in Gale Country, but she finally returned to Idonia, willing to shine for her motherland. You were born around this time. During the study period, your mother dated a mysterious man, and she had no boyfriend when she returned to China. And during that time, Weskier happened to be in the city where your mother was. Emma made a summary of Jack Mueller's life experience. So Mr. Mueller, do you really know nothing about Weskier? Jack Mueller's face was terribly stiff. He looked at Emma, and he didn't expect that this woman could tell his identity in such a short time. Shirley also looked at Emma with surprise. The voice that just told Jack's life experience sounded very familiar to her. When she was with William before, William had input his experimental data in front of the computer. Every time the data was transferred, the sound emitted from the computer was exactly the same as the sound emitted from Emma's pocket. Based on this alone, Shirley could understand that Emma was indeed inextricably linked to the umbrella company behind her father. Emma did not expect that the Red Queen's assist could come so quickly. Since the opportunity has come, she must seize it. Jack Mueller is definitely her unexpected gain. The coincidences in this world really make her want to laugh out loud. God knows that she actually just wanted to simply confront Jack. After all, he is really difficult to deal with. After the Red Queen read out that string of life experience information, if Emma did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, she would be sorry for the Red Queen's hard work. Hee, you win. Jack Mueller hugged Shirley. He really didn't understand why the situation could change so much, but since Emma already knew so much, he said, I don't know anything. It would be a fool. In that case, even Shirley would not believe it. Jack took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and then said, believe it or not, I don't know much about Weskier. My mother never mentioned it to me, but when I was sorting out her belongings, I found her diary, which recorded her passionate love affair with a man named Albert Weskier. She thought Weskier was a charming and mysterious man. She didn't know what Weskier's job was. They met very few times, but she was hopelessly obsessed with Weskier. But this feeling seemed not so important in front of the country. The Idonia government was in great trouble at that time, and my mother was anxious to return home, so she broke up with Weskier. They broke up peacefully. After returning home, my mother found out that she was pregnant. She knew that I was Weskier's child, but she couldn't contact Weskier, and after the breakup, she didn't think of contacting Weskier. She gave birth to me alone. She was a woman, and she raised me up with difficulty in the cruel war environment. But she died of illness very early. War and disease are the biggest death gods that take away lives. I saw Albert Weskier, and after seeing my mother's description of him, I became curious about him. In addition, I was tired of the life of a mercenary. There were endless battles every day, people died every day, and betrayal dramas were staged every day. So I arrived in New York, the city where my mother and Weskier first met, and it was also a super metropolis in the Gale Country. The first time I set foot on the land of New York, I knew that this place had the magic of peace. But I don't know why, but I always think of Idonia in the flames of war. I went to every place my mother and Weskier had been, and also looked for my own opportunity in New York. I had never met Weskier himself, and the only news I heard about him was the wanted order issued by the White House. I suspect my mother's impression of Weskier was just because she was confused by Weskier, and she fell in love and burned her brain. I suspect she fell in love with someone she shouldn't have loved at all. Jack Mueller said it very sincerely. He was very tired of things about Weskier, and that was actually the reason. He originally developed a curiosity and affection for this father, whom he had never met because of his mother's narration of Weskier. He knew very well that because his mother did not contact Weskier, this father did not know his existence at all. Jack Muller never had any resentment towards Weskier for not fulfilling his father's responsibilities. However, after learning that Weskier spread bioterrorism and even planned the attack on the White House, assassinated President Graham, and released viruses in human settlements in various states of Gale Nation, and other such heinous crimes, it was difficult for Jack to have any good feelings towards Weskier. This is why Emma became emotionally unstable when she heard him say the name Weskier. You guessed right, I am indeed Weskier's son, but I would rather have never had any relationship with him. And I can't say that I have any relationship with him, Jack Muller said, laughing self-deprecatingly. He once had unrealistic fantasies about his father, and he really wanted to laugh at his own naivety. That was something that should have been understood long ago on the battlefield. Why do you still have fantasies about someone you don't know? I'm sorry. After listening to Jack Muller's story, Emma felt that she had gone too far by digging into his privacy. Nothing. You want to start with me and catch Weskier? When Jack saw Emma nod, he smiled again. I'm sorry, I can't help you. He doesn't even know I exist, and I don't know how to contact him. When Emma heard him say that, she didn't feel sorry. You live a good life with Shirley Birkin. Emma said this sincerely. She judged that Jack Muller was not lying, and Shirley was just a child. Since they were both people with tragic lives, why should she drag them to die? And let her son kill his father? Emma thought she couldn't do it, even if the father was a man full of evil, even if she could kill Isaac herself, but she couldn't ask others to do the same as her. Jack hugged Shirley tightly. Shirley didn't know what to do during this conversation, but Jack looked like he needed comfort, so Shirley naturally hugged Jack without hesitation. It's no longer safe here. I suggest you change to a car with stronger defense capabilities, and go to the military area to seek shelter tomorrow morning. Although you may encounter danger, it is much better than the two of you guarding this motel. Emma knew that if someone like Jack Muller entered the military area, he would definitely be forced to serve in the military. Now is the time to use people, but it is much safer than two people wandering outside. Who knows what Weskier will do next? After saying that, Emma left Jack Muller and Shirley Birkin's room. She closed the door and went back to her room with Alice. It was dawn, and the dazzling sun rose from the horizon, illuminating the world. Alice was standing at the door, and Kaplan was waiting for her. Emma walked towards them, and was about to say something when the sound of two doors opening came from the room behind Alice and Kaplan. Alicia. Emma. Alice and Emma looked inside at the same time, and James Marcus and Chu were walking out. Rest for a while, then continue to go out. Emma didn't know what to do. The clues she found were not very useful. Alice didn't know how to comfort Emma. When Emma was discovered by Jack, and the two of them started fighting, Alice came out. After that, Alice heard their words clearly. Emma, someone has seized the control of the channel, and is broadcasting news about a savior. Red Queen's voice came when Emma stepped into the room. James Marcus's eyes fell from Alice to Emma's pocket. Chu saw James Marcus, and was afraid of this strange and dangerous man, but the situation in front of him made him unclear about the situation. Play. Emma walked into the room, and a circle of people automatically surrounded her. Red Queen immediately broadcast the news of the so-called savior. Isaacs turned off the radio and looked around at the people standing around him. What do you think? It's Weskier. The cold woman in a white suit said. It's his trick. Alfred also confirmed it. Alexia felt that such words were meaningless and said, the settlements in the major states of Gale Country have been released with the virus, which will cause at least 2/3 of the people to die and become puppets of the virus. Among them, only 1% of people have the possibility of evolution. But this kind of evolution is uncontrollable. Weskier's behavior is undoubtedly just crazy. Because the virus spreads wantonly, they are not equipped with corresponding control programs. In other words, these mutated infected bodies are not Weskier's people. The savior is undoubtedly Weskier's work. Once they enter his ship, everyone's every move is under Weskier's eyes, and Weskier can do whatever he wants to them. Especially after these samples have been screened for the virus, it can be known that their bodies have more or less antibodies to the virus. Such people are more likely to evolve because of the virus. And after he has a large number of samples, he can control them on the ship. It is more useful for his experiments. Alexia's words are quite thorough, almost exactly what Isaacs thought. So Isaacs nodded approvingly to Alexia. You are worthy of being the genius of the Ashford family, and you have not disgraced this title at all. But what is Weskier's purpose? Is he doing this to become the overlord of the world? Alfred really couldn't understand Weskier's madness, and he didn't understand why Weskier betrayed Umbrella. Isaacs was amused by Alfred's words. Compared with his genius sister Alexia, Alfred was not stupid, but he was not that smart either. Al, you don't know Weskier very well. Isaacs tapped his fingers on the table and said tactfully, he has no interest in being a hegemon. Even if he does have ambitions, it is definitely not the position of world hegemony that makes him so crazy. Too many things happened yesterday, and it is indeed easy for you to misunderstand. Let me tell you why Weskier did this. Weskier is not a madman. He is smart and sensitive, and a rather conceited and arrogant person. The success of Weskier's plan gave him the ability to surpass ordinary life. After being injected with the virus and perfectly merging with it, he, who has superpowers, no longer thinks that he and humans are of the same species. The feeling of becoming stronger is indeed very good, so good that Weskier is addicted. The selection of humans is what he thinks is right. He can no longer tolerate ordinary humans grabbing the world's resources and living on this land like insects. In Weskier's opinion, these humans are no longer worthy of breathing with him. What he wants is evolution and purification. To make this world purer and more beautiful, it is best for all low-energy species to become slaves in the virus or turn into a pile of yellow earth. Isaac said that there was nothing wrong with Weskier's ideas, and he himself quite agreed with Weskier's ideas. But if everyone became a superpower, there would be no other existence in the world that could communicate. Wouldn't that be a bit too boring? At least Isaacs never wanted to kill all the people without superpowers. Weskier's behavior seems crazy, but in fact, he has been working hard for his ultimate goal. This spirit is very admirable, Isaac said, and even wanted to applaud. But the woman in the white suit expressed great disgust for this. She didn't like the current atmosphere at all, and she didn't like Weskier's purpose even more. She was afraid of death and being forgotten by the world, but while she was grabbing profits, she also knew how to raise wool. In her opinion, Weskier's behavior was just like a madman. And because of Weskier, she suffered heavy losses, otherwise she would never stand with Isaacs, a disgusting old man. Isaac smiled and glanced at her, but in the end he said nothing to her, but continued to say to Alexia, "What do you think, Aya? Do you have the same idea?" Alexia heard the hidden meaning of Isaac's words. She smiled and said coldly, "Stop your meaningless suspicion. I do have similar ideas, but if you really do what Weskier did, you would have died long ago." Alfred stared at Isaacs angrily. What happened between him and his sister? Even if this old guy knew about it, could he still threaten him with such an insignificant thing? Don't joke. If Weskier hadn't forcibly brought Alexia here, he and Alexia would still be sleeping peacefully in the Antarctic base, instead of being forced by Weskier to take this path. Weskier deserves to die. Interesting look, Al. Isaacs didn't care about the looks of the two siblings at all. What happened yesterday, now speaking of it, was nothing more than Weskier working hard for his dream, followed by the White House hunting down assassins, then the virus being discovered, and then this savior trap. In my opinion, the third thing is more noteworthy. Who can spend so much manpower and material resources at this time and develop an antidote for the relevant virus in such a short time? It is even said that the wind-borne antidote has been released, and the virus crisis can be completely resolved in no more than a year. This enemy will be terrible. Isaac's words also reminded Alexia and the woman in the white suit that everyone present knew how long it would take to develop a new virus, but the fact that it was solved so quickly could only mean that someone who knew the virus production process had sold all the information. What did you know? Alfred asked directly. He really didn't like Isaac's habit of leaving things unsaid. If he could, he really wanted to strangle Isaac's neck and severely correct this bad habit. Isaac shook his head regretfully and said, "You and I are all sitting here, and we get the news through the same channels. We don't even dare to use Red Queen to find Weskier's traces, just for fear of being tracked back by Weskier. Don't you know what I know?" Isaac's question was paused, and Alfred really couldn't see why Isaac knew more than them. Alexia glanced at her brother, and finally turned her gaze to Isaac's. "It's Red Queen." "Ah?" Alfred didn't understand why Red Queen was mentioned at this time. Red Queen betrayed the company? The woman in the white suit reacted. Her eyes were very surprised. Isaac glanced at Alexia obscurely, and was deeply afraid of her intelligence. Although loyalty is written into the Red Queen's program, we all know who this computer is truly loyal to. But Alicia obviously. Alfred still knew what good things Weskier and Isaac had done. Isaac folded his hands into a tower shape and said uncertainly, "Maybe she woke up after we left." Alicia is the owner of the headquarters. In the Red Queen's home court, once Alicia is killed, she will be buried in the headquarters by Red Queen. So we forced Alicia to sign the authorization letter and forced her to fall asleep. But if she wakes up, it is not impossible to deliberately go against us. Her authority is always the highest. Even though Umbrella Corporation has 3 powers, James Marcus still holds the highest proportion of shares. In comparison, Oswell E. Spencer and Edward Ashford are a little bit behind. Of course, this is not entirely a question of equity, but more of a problem when Red Queen first developed it. That was a gift from Alicia Marcus. Naturally, she has the highest authority. So what do we do next? Alfred figured it out, and couldn't wait to ask. Go find Westgear. Chapter 108. Time is very tight. Whether it is to rescue people or investigate, the time given by the superiors is too little. Leon and Chris were assigned to investigate the situation of the Savior, while the others continued to find ways to bring the survivors back to the military area. The people of the BSAA North American branch still reacted quite quickly. They could not confirm the authenticity of the antidote mentioned in the broadcast for the time being, but there would be results soon, and there was no need for Leon and others to have any doubts about it. The more urgent problem now is the Savior. The timing of the appearance of the Savior was too coincidental. There are also kind-hearted wealthy businessmen who provide free food, accommodation and medical care, and protect the personal safety of those on board. So many generous conditions are just given to ordinary people casually. Which businessman would be so kind? Free things are often the most expensive. Those healthy people on board may pay an unimaginable price. Among the people on board, there may be some who are mentally prepared, but I am afraid that there are more people who are desperate to seek medical treatment. The current life-own country is a scorched earth, and it is too cruel to leave everyone to live and die together. If possible, don't the commanders of these military regions want to evacuate? But if the antidote is proven to be effective, they will certainly prefer to protect their homes. After all the monsters are eliminated, people will be needed to rebuild their homes. But if everyone is deceived by the so-called Savior, what will happen to the future of life-own country? Those who are knowledgeable and still calm will not believe in such a Savior that suddenly appeared. In such a chaotic moment, there are more people who want to get a piece of the pie, rather than saviors with awakened Virgin Mary hearts. Look at the Vatican, they haven't seen any revelations from God. Is there anyone who can be more legitimate than them to act as God? The superiors have tried their best to rescue the nearby areas, and at this moment, they can't spare their hands to manage speculators like the Savior. But they can't really ignore it. Even if the ship only took away thousands of people, it is an incredible number. At this moment, how many normal people are still alive in the fierce wind country? Even the highest commander, who is still alive in the military zone, can't determine. Every normal person alive is a precious resource. At this time, the ship is definitely malicious to plunder population resources. Leon and Chris were ordered to deal with the Savior with great determination. They didn't know who the enemy on the opposite side was, but at this time, those who dared to drive a huge ship on the sea would not be simple characters. The road ahead is difficult. The roar of the helicopter was no different. Leon and Chris sat together without speaking to each other. The Savior was still hovering on the east coast of Gale Country. Coastal cities are generally more developed and have more people living in them. It can be said that if there are people who have not been infected, they will mostly appear in cities with large populations. Just from the route of the Savior, it can be seen that they are definitely premeditated and plan to plunder the population. Do these people really think that so many nuclear bombs in Gale Country are just for show? No matter how powerful biological and chemical weapons are, they are powerless in front of missiles. But these people are so confident because they know that the Gale nation will not use nuclear bombs or weapons of mass destruction in their own country. In the shaking helicopter, Leon couldn't help but recall the mission he had in Raccoon City. In the hive, most of his teammates died. Even after entering FOS and then the BSAA North American branch. His teammates were sacrificing along the way, but he was always able to keep his life. Leon knew that he was not the only one who was so lucky. Chris had a similar experience with him. Even among the members of the BSAA North American branch, as long as they were not recruits, they had similar experiences. But this kind of luck. Sometimes, I really don't know if it can be regarded as luck. Leon even often wondered if those who died earlier were luckier. They no longer had to face such a devastated world. No longer had to fight those biological and chemical weapons. No longer had to fight with those terrorists and speculators. They could also meet their relatives and friends again in heaven. No one can tell whether the past is better or the future is better. If you stay in the past, you will ignore the present. If you indulge in the future, you will fall into empty fantasy. Such a world cannot accommodate any naive fantasy. If you want to survive, you can only be cruel, more cruel, and make yourself smarter and stronger. So Emma died. Leon was sad, but he also felt that Emma's death was a relief. And Alice Kaplan was kidnapped by the enemy, which was what Leon was more worried about. Alice and Kaplan have both undergone biochemical transformation. If the enemy continues to use them to experiment with viruses, and control them to continue to slaughter their companions. When they wake up, how painful it will be, and Leon is more worried. What if the people from Umbrella send Alice and Kaplan to deal with the people from their BSAA North American branch? Worried about this, Leon is more worried about Ada Wong. Where is she now? Will she be identified as an accomplice of Kara Radames? She once had a deal with Weskier. Is she involved in Weskier's madness this time? Thinking about it, Leon's eyes became more and more complicated. Leon, you look like you're missing someone. Chris still wanted to find something to say to prevent himself from thinking too much. Is there? Lion turned his head and looked at Chris's profile. Is it obvious? Chris heard him ask this, patted Lion's back with some amusement, and said, You don't know if you think of someone yet? Lion kept silent. It's not that he didn't know who he was thinking of, but he couldn't say it out loud. Ada is like a vermilion mole on the heart, within reach, but also a cloud on the horizon. When not touched, she is all good, but once touched, it will cause a heart-piercing pain. Because her identity is too complicated, there is mutual deception between them, and there is also life-saving grace for each other. He just can't let go of Ada. Even if he knew that Ada had a deal with Weskier, he didn't care. He didn't know what kind of person Weskier was before. He also worked in STARS, and was even the captain of another group. Leon had always thought Weskier was dead until he met Ada during a mission, when he became a member of FOS. After completing the mission, Leon saw the deal between Ada and Weskier. Weskier's identity changed in Leon's cognition. But Weskier was too mysterious. No matter how Leon looked for relevant information, he could not find out who Weskier was. It was not until the White House wanted order appeared with Weskier's information that Leon suddenly realized that Weskier was absolutely responsible for the almost complete destruction of the STARS team. It was also because of this that Ada became an increasingly special existence in Leon's heart. The hatred that teammates might die because of her, the anger and unwillingness of being deceived, the exploration of her mystery, the love for her strength and freedom, the disgust for her viciousness, but the fascination and addiction to her. Such complex emotions were intertwined in Leon's heart. How could he say it out? Seeing that Leon was in a bad mood, Chris did not ask Leon who he was thinking about. He showed a similar expression to Leon, and he also missed someone. I miss Claire a little bit. But I don't know where she is. She just graduated from college not long ago, and she insisted on joining BSA with me. She was assigned to a different place. She is your girlfriend? Lion listened to Chris's true feelings, and his complicated feelings for Ada were temporarily put aside. Chris laughed even louder. Claire is my sister, Claire Redfield, a very remarkable female warrior. In Chris's heart, Claire is a real model woman, academically successful, compassionate, but with strong insight, able to easily see through other people's lies. She is a natural leader, whether it is leadership, foresight, communication, or summarization. They are all very strong. He hasn't seen Claire for a long time, and it is difficult for them to know each other's situation without asking about Claire's situation. Chris can only pray that Claire can save herself first in such a disaster, and then save others according to her ability. It sounds good to have a family. Lion thought that his parents were gone, and he was an only child, and his expression became even gloomier. When Chris thought of Claire, the smile on his face never faded. It's pretty good. But it's not that good. If you make her angry, she will definitely beat you up. Her fists are really hard. Don't say that you can suppress Claire with your physical fitness. If you get her angry, she can really fight hard. The more Lion heard Chris say this, the more he felt that Chris and his sister Claire should have a good relationship. If I have the opportunity to go on a mission with Claire in the future, I can introduce her to you. Claire likes making friends. Chris promised. Leon readily agreed. During their conversation, the helicopter pilot could already see the Savior parked on the sea. The Savior is definitely a large ship. It is 339 meters long and 78 meters wide. Its height is also quite amazing. It is at least 17 or 18 stories high. It looks like a combination of a passenger ship and a cargo ship, with many rooms and empty decks. On the sea, it can be said to be a giant. Even compared with an aircraft carrier, it is not inferior in size, but it is much worse in strategic position. Such a ship is definitely not something that any rich businessman can build. No wonder the superiors attach so much importance to this so-called savior. Chris and Leon were a little surprised when they saw this ship. There are many people on the Savior. Just by the naked eye, there are hundreds of people moving outside, not to mention those who are not moving in the room. Its publicity is very good, And it even uses the virus antidote information spread by the Red Queen to make people believe that they can get the virus antidote soon after they get on the ship. So people are coming to the seaside one after another, and more people are eager for a safe place. Emma gave the telescope to Alice. Kaplan can see without the telescope. As for James, Marcus, and Chu, they are responsible for guarding the surroundings. When leaving the motel, Jack Mueller and Shirley Birkin also wanted to come with them, but Emma did not accept them, but told them how to get to the Huron military region. Emma did not trust the Huron military district for its safety and stability, but precisely because she did not trust it, she asked Jack to take Shirley there. This consideration was naturally carefully explained to Jack and Shirley. Emma suspected that there were Weskier's people in the military district. If Jack and his team went there, they could use the fact that Jack and Weskier looked alike to catch the rats hiding in the dark. Only by removing this cancer hidden among them could the military district return to peace. Jack Mueller and Shirley knew very well that the danger behind this trip was definitely no less than that of Emma and his team going to confront Weskier, but they still went. The crisis ahead is obvious, but if these crises are not resolved, it will bring more trouble to oneself. If you want to live in a safe place, if no one is willing to eliminate the uneven road, then peace will always be just empty talk. Jack is tired of war, but when he is with Shirley, he suddenly understands why his mother, after enjoying the peace, stability, and prosperity of the Gale country, resolutely returns to Adonia when Adonia is in crisis. Even when she was dying of illness in her motherland, and her weak motherland in the war had no power to save her, she never regretted her decision. Emma handed this matter to Jack and Shirley, but did not really ask them to do anything. The last advice Emma gave was to be careful, and not to expose herself easily. The most important role of Jack and his people was actually to help her pass on the message. When she was trained in the Huron military district, Emma knew very well that there were capable people in the Huron military district. And there is a person she has never forgotten. That person's family was destroyed because of the stupid arrow plan of the Huron military district, and he was also desperate because of the fog. Once such a person knows who has hurt Huron County so badly, his flames of revenge will be enough to burn everything. Emma believes that Drayton has such strength. Emma is very clear about Drayton's performance in the military district. He is a new soldier, and his hands are the hands of an artist, good at painting. But such a person, once he wants to do something, especially his own ability is outstanding, except that his physical fitness is not as good as that of a well-trained soldier, the rest is just a matter of time. And these few months are enough for Drayton to undergo a qualitative change. Since President Graham was assassinated, his wife and daughter are no longer important bargaining chips. Emma doesn't know what happened to these two poor women. But they will not have a good end if they fall into the hands of Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda will cooperate with Weskier, but Weskier should not let them go alone. Emma even thinks that most of the people in Al-Qaeda may become Weskier's biological weapons, and it is very likely that these people are hiding in that ship. Getting on the ship puts a lot of pressure on Emma. Let's go! Alice has observed almost everything, and there is no point in continuing to wait and see here. It is better to solve the problem quickly. Emma took the telescope handed back by Alice, put it away, and ordered to set off for the Savior. After Isaacs and his party were ready, they took a helicopter to the area where the Savior was located. The distance between them is too far, one is on the east coast, and the other is on the west coast. So they can't waste any more time on the road. The woman in the white suit who was driving the helicopter had estimated the time of their arrival, at least 5 hours, and they had to avoid some areas occupied by monsters during the period, which would take a lot of detours. Alexia leaned quietly on the seat, her eyes looking a little absent-minded. Alfred didn't want to speak either. He sat next to Alexia and didn't have much expectations for their trip. If Alexia hadn't insisted on going to find Weskier, Alfred would even want to take Alexia away. Why wade into the muddy water? Thinking of Weskier, Alfred felt cold all over. This monster had no humanity at all. He only did what he wanted to do, and he didn't care about the lives of others. Alexia closed her eyes tiredly. She hadn't slept well during this period. Her eyes were dry and sore, and the burning pain inside her body was getting more and more severe. Alexia couldn't show her weakness in front of Isaacs, so she could only cover it up with tiredness. Sensing Alfred's uneasiness, Alexia put one hand on the back of Alfred's hand. Without saying a word, Alexia tilted her head and leaned gently on Alfred. Alfred suddenly stiffened all over. Alexia had expected Alfred to react like this. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and her drooping face was soft and beautiful. She tightened her hand on the back of Alfred's hand, seemingly comforting him, but in fact, she was also giving Alfred strength. Alfred, who had always trusted Alexia and knew Alexia well, immediately understood what Alexia was trying to tell him. Alfred relaxed his body, and let Alexia lean on him more comfortably. The swaying feeling in the helicopter was like going back to decades ago, when they were on a boat, led by their father Alexander Ashford, heading to the remote Antarctic base. In fact, the world has not changed at all, has it? Whether it is peace or war, cannibalism is always inevitable. The difference is that one kills invisibly, while the other lays death nakedly in front of everyone. Alfred held Alexia's hand tightly, his knuckles white from the force. He restrained his strength, just to embarrass himself, but did not want to hurt Alexia. Isaac's eyes swept over the brother and sister, then turned his head away without interest, focusing on the woman in the white suit who was driving the helicopter. Before Isaacs could watch for long, the woman suddenly stood up and assigned the driving work to the person in the co-pilot seat. Her eyes swept over Isaac's, and then she walked to Isaac's blind spot and sat down. Although she moved quickly, Isaac still saw her body's reaction clearly. Her walking posture was as strong as ever, but Isaac still saw her abnormal trembling. No one in the Westgear plane could keep a complete human body. Isaac sat almost comfortably. None of the people present could be said to be original humans. All of them were biochemically modified. But he didn't know what changes had happened to the others, so he didn't dare to easily annoy his friends. It didn't matter what secrets these people were hiding. After meeting Westgear, everything would come out naturally. There were no conditions for boarding the ship, and no one was monitoring it. It seemed that it should stay here and accept everyone. It also seemed that there should be unlimited resources on the ship for anyone to use. Emma stood on the deck, surrounded by Alice, Kaplan, Chu and James Marcus. They were looking at the situation on the ship, and the people who were still moving on the ship were also looking at them. Everyone on the boat was wearing pure white clothes, and they all had black bracelets on their wrists, like some kind of sports bracelet. They did not take off the bracelets when they were moving around on the boat or doing anything. These bracelets should naturally be on their hands. Seeing Emma and her group board the boat, everyone's eyes were scrutinizing, and some people's eyes were no longer scrutinizing, but hostile or malicious. The people on the Savior were not all friendly. It fits the current situation. They are also people who expect to be saved. In the case of limited resources, cooperation may not necessarily lead to win-win, and under the premise that competition can get more for themselves, these people will warmly welcome others to upload and rob their survival resources. Too naive. The end of the world makes people learn to despair, and also makes people begin to abandon the etiquette and virtues that distinguish themselves from beasts. As long as they can survive and not become monsters, it is not difficult for them to kill threatening people. Are you here for help too? At this time, a woman with more courage stood up. He was a black man, skinny, but there was still some light in his eyes. At least, he was not as lifeless as the others. Of course. We heard the news on the radio and came here. Emma talked calmly. The people around them looked at them with guns and bullets and looked not embarrassed at all, and felt that they really didn't look like people who needed help. But in this world, everyone has difficulties. Even if they are powerful, the bullets will eventually run out. In comparison, it is safer on this ship. The black woman standing opposite looked them up and down, as if she had confirmed something. She came out and said, "Let's go, I take you to the physical examination. People coming in from outside may carry the virus. For everyone's safety, they must be disinfected, have a physical examination, and change clothes." She put her hands on her hips, and spoke with a unique rhythm of black people, which made Emma wonder if every black person has a talent for rap, otherwise why do Lloyd and this unknown black woman speak in a similar accent? "Thank you." Emma didn't say much, and signaled Alice and the others to follow her with her eyes. The black woman led them through the crowd and into the cabin. "I haven't asked yet, what's your name?" "I'm Sally, they are all my companions. This is Rosa, this is James, this is David, and this is Tsay. We finally found this ship." Emma had already made up her own and her teammates' names while she was talking. Alice was Rosa, James Marcus' name didn't need to be changed, Kaplan was David, and she was called Tsay by Emma, all of which were quite common names. Emma didn't want their names to be said out loud. Emma saw many surveillance cameras along the way, and there might be eavesdropping equipment nearby. The black woman didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what Emma said. She walked in front and looked back at Emma slightly. "Carol, have you been on this ship for a long time?" Emma saw that she seemed to be very familiar with this place. When she met a passionate person, Emma was on guard against her, while trying to get more useful information from her. Carol didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this, and said to Emma, "If you say it's a long time, it's actually not a few days. The first person to board this ship was not me." "Ah," Emma said, "thank you very much." Those people don't look very friendly. Alice looked around. Whether it was her or others, they were on guard against the crisis that could occur at any time. They were doing it secretly. Carol walked beside them, and didn't notice their reaction. Emma was talking about something that she cared about. Being on guard means they still want to survive. This ship is very large, and food is delivered directly by conveyor belts at regular intervals. The entire ship can accommodate nearly 5,000 people. People are still a small problem, but if we don't know the inventory of food, we will doubt whether the resources on the ship are sufficient. There are more and more people these days, and conflicts between newcomers and old people have broken out several times. They have killed people to survive, and it is difficult to stop conflicts if they break out. And everyone will have a sense of tension for resources. Every time more people get on board, more resources will be taken away. Who knows where this illusory future is? Many people want this ship to go directly to a safe place, instead of lingering in the port city again and again. The rescued people are indeed grateful for this ship, but we are not at ease drifting on the ship every day. The sea will never give people a sense of security like the earth. Especially when standing on the ship and looking at the city in flames, the nostalgia for the homeland, the yearning for peace, the hatred for biological and chemical weapons. There are too many complex emotions intertwined, and everyone's psychological state is not so normal. Carol came a few days earlier, but she didn't understand the forces here. There are too many people, and the structure of the ship is too complicated. When eating, you always see a lot of strangers. Being approached does not mean that you are being wooed by some force, it may also be malicious. Carol, who knows what it means to protect herself, quickly learned the rules of survival here. Talk less, ask less, leave when you encounter violence, don't force yourself to stand out, otherwise even if you get on the ship, this place will not become a paradise. Where there are people, there will never be complete fairness and beauty. But I think this worry is a bit stupid. Emma heard Carol's words. Not only did she not feel sympathy, but she felt that the environment here gave birth to some bad habits of being lazy and greedy. People with 2 legs should not take the initiative to put themselves in a cage. Emma's words stunned Carol, and then she deeply understood what Emma meant. Is this person saying that the reason why they care so much about these resources that allow them to survive is the culprit that trapped them to death on this ship? They care about these things, both to keep themselves alive, and to take the initiative to put themselves in a cage. It's a very interesting point of view. If you have been unable to find new food for nearly half a month, and can only squeeze out the remaining rations bit by bit, and dare to eat only 1 bite a day, and worry about whether you will starve to death at any time. Carol was only angry at Emma's sarcastic remarks. The newcomers in front of her seemed to eat and drink well, and they didn't even have the strange smell like other people who just got on the ship. It can be seen that they even have water to take a bath. They enjoy such luxury. They don't know the suffering of ordinary people, so why laugh at their care? Noticing Carol's anger, Emma knew she couldn't convince her, so she smiled and said, "What I mean is, even if the food here is rationed, even if everything here is used up, can't you leave by yourself? Making things difficult for people who ask for help won't give you any more food. I thought only barbaric and backward primitive people would do such things as cannibalism. And they will also pay a heavy price. Eating their own kind will always make people suffer from strange diseases." Carol turned her head and stopped looking at Emma. People with such strength may not be unable to make a name for themselves even in the cruel world outside. What can these people understand about the suffering of ordinary people? Carol herself still understands such a simple truth. But understanding is one thing, and being able to do it is another. The greater the ability, the more you can do whatever you want. And without this ability, it is stupid to risk your life. Carol was angry at Emma's why not eat meat, and hated herself for not being strong enough. Who wants to live by the will of others? But does this world allow ordinary people to find a safe place to be self-sufficient? Emma saw Carol's anger and confusion. Looking at Carol's skinny back, she found it quite interesting. It's not that she can't understand the helplessness of people like Carol, but Emma's dictionary has never had the word surrender. The lambs wait for the leadership of the head sheep. After losing the shepherd, even if the sheep have a head sheep, they will get lost in the grassland and be eaten by wolves. Miss Carol, you haven't told me what's on this ship yet? I'm a little curious. There are so many rooms here? Alice asked Emma to step back a little. When Emma's conversation reached the topic of cage, Alice had a feeling that they would end up in a bad mood. Carol heard another voice, and her irritable mood was much better. She slowed down and replied, "There is nothing special about this ship, but there are many rooms. Some rooms have separate bathrooms, while others do not. If you want to wash, you can only make do in the bathroom at the end of the corridor, or you can only fetch water back to the room, or solve it directly in the corridor. You guys can stay here. there are still many empty rooms. There are signs on the doors of the rooms where people live, you can see. What do you want to know? Carol still has quite good patience, otherwise she would not take the initiative to take care of the newcomers. And she also retained great goodwill towards Emma's group, not only because this group of people looked very powerful. Carol did not have a decent backer here, and she did not want to stand with those people on the deck. In short, this savior is not as good as the people who come to seek refuge imagine. Carol only realized this deeply after boarding the ship. This ship has been moving all the time, and occasionally it will stop in the harbor, waiting for the living to come and seek refuge. To drive the ship, there must be sailors and captains. Have you seen them? Alice asked carefully. Carol knew that newcomers would ask this question, even she herself. Thinking of herself, who had just boarded the ship, Emma's words were not so harsh, which made Carol feel better. Almost everyone in the captain's room knows that it is a large room on the second floor on the starboard side of the cabin, but no one has seen anyone walk out of it, and no one has ever seen anyone go in. It sounds very mysterious. Alice commented absent-mindedly. Carol thought so too. It's a bit mysterious. The fate of this ship is in the hands of those people in the captain's room. The engine room, kitchen, supplies, etc. are all closed rooms. No one knows who is in them. Our daily food, clothes for changing. Everything is collected in the receiving hall. This is a bit too strange. Alice knew very well that it was definitely not something that one person could do to drive such a huge ship. Don't these people feel bored in the closed room? I heard that people who stay on the ship for a long time always feel very uncomfortable. Alice heard this, in fact. It was some less important information that she saw by the way when Emma and Red Queen were looking up information about the huge ship. Carol felt very relaxed because of Alice's topic, and even responded to Alice's questions more positively. That's right. These few days on the ship, if I don't go out for a walk and stay in the room all the time, I will feel suffocated. And if the scenery on the deck is the same sea and sky, I will be even more irritated. This is completely different from the feeling of staying at home for a week after being tired from work. It's like locking yourself in a sardine can, which makes people bored and crazy. Then these sailors and captains can stay in these rooms all the time, which is really extraordinary. Alice already felt that there was a big problem with this ship. The information she learned from Carol made Alice and Emma realize that Weskier was very likely in one of these closed rooms. According to Weskier's preference to control everything, he would probably like to see everything being played with by him. Then the captain's room, which is enough to see the whole situation, seems to be the best choice for Weskier. But the surveillance cameras everywhere make it difficult to easily conclude that Weskier is in the captain's room. After all, the place where the surveillance cameras are stored is not necessarily in the captain's room. Who knows what's going on with these people? Carol said with a slightly strange tone, and then stopped in front of a door. We're here. Alice and Emma's group of people all focused their attention on Carol. Carol pushed open the door. Dr. John, there are new people. Beyond Carol, Emma and the others could see that everything in this room was pure white, similar to every room in a hospital, but it seemed to be a little bigger, and there were many compartments, and there were many medicine cabinets against the wall. The doctor was naturally dressed similarly, with a blue and white mask hanging on one side of his ear, ready to be put on at any time, and the doctor was very competent in wearing a white coat. It was a man with a bald head and looked a little old. When his eyes swept over, Emma even felt uncomfortable. But soon, Dr. John's eyes were blocked by someone. It was a nurse. She looked good. She wore a nurse's professional dress, but she could wear the uniform temptation. It can be seen how devilish and attractive she is. Emma always likes to appreciate beautiful things, but the nurse in front of her made her feel a little familiar. Alice got closer to Emma, and her body was tense, as if she could pounce at any time. A new person has arrived so soon, so I will do the basic work, the nurse said. Even her voice sounded familiar. Emma judged. Since you are willing, I will sit down and rest for a while. Dr. John's throat seemed to be not very good. His voice sounded very hoarse, as if there was phlegm stuck in his throat. Emma didn't like this voice, but it was still within the tolerance range. Compared with Dr. John's uncomfortable eyes, his voice was much better. Alice was not sensitive to voices or looks, but Dr. John's eyes made her feel very threatening. But because this place was full of unknowns, she was even more difficult to act. Come with me. The nurse turned around and showed a face that Emma and the others would never mistake. But the nurse's eyes fell on Carol. Carol, did you take the medicine well? You don't look any better. Of course, I took the medicine well. Carol was asked stiffly. The nurse seemed unconvinced, but seemed to remember something, and said to Carol, Did those guys steal your food again? Carol jumped out of the room, These newcomers are the ones you should care about. I'm leaving." After that, she didn't care about the reaction of the nurse or Emma and her group, and ran away on her own. Emma glanced at the direction where Carol ran away, and then walked towards the nurse as if nothing had happened. "Next, I leave it to you." Emma's eyes fell on the nurse's name tag, saw the name on it clearly, and read it out slowly. Miss Kara. Chapter 109. Ada didn't care about Emma's almost rude look, just as she didn't care what the name Kara meant. "Come with me." Ada raised her eyebrows, and smiled at Emma's provocation. It was as if Emma was a cute little girl, who was doing something childish to make her laugh. Emma didn't do anything to Ada again. She just casually gave Alice, and the others a calm gesture behind her. This gesture, as well as Emma's reaction, relieved Alice and Kaplan's inner turmoil under their calm appearance. Alice took a step back and retreated to James Marcus. "Are you feeling okay?" It wasn't that Alice wanted to talk too much, but James was already trembling nervously. Alice was worried that he would suddenly vomit here, and spit out some cute leeches. James Marcus didn't say anything, he just walked silently beside Alice. Chu and Kaplan were very afraid of Dr. John, who was resting with his eyes closed behind the table, looking as if he was already in a dream. But this person is very dangerous, both A and Emma should understand. The nurse looked exactly like Kara Radames, and Chu and Kaplan also knew that this person should be Ada Wong. But why did Ada Wong appear here? What was the purpose of Emma and Ada Wong's communication? Can Ada Wong be trusted? Too many questions appeared in their minds one after another, and before they found an opportunity to ask them, Ada Wong took them downstairs from the innermost compartment. "You seem to have adapted well here." Emma was not so bored as to call Ada out. Just like she wanted to give them a less conspicuous name, Ada asked herself to be called Kara, also out of the idea of hiding her identity. But to be honest, Ada asked herself to be called Kara, not so much to cover up her identity, but more to be said that Ada was provoking. To some extent, Ada was not a good girl. She could always let things go in the direction she wanted without making a sound. She was very confident in her own strength, but she would not do stupid things that would make her fall into the abyss. So using such an arrogant name Kara, and not even hiding her appearance at all, Ada Wong should be quite confident. Ada took them into the locker room and said naturally, "I have adapted well. This is what all courses teach. I believe you should understand it." The locker room is large and clean. There are many small compartments here, and judging from the door curtains, the sizes of each are different. "Don't you have anything to tell us?" Emma grabbed Ada's hand instantly. Ada frowned, pressed Emma, and spun her around, and the two of them squeezed into the same dressing room like butterflies. Alice stepped forward quickly. This sudden change made Chu and Kaplan's weapons aimed at the small dressing room. Even James Marcus, who was not in good shape, seemed to be ready to move. "Don't panic. Find a dressing room for each of you. Rosa, don't worry." Emma's voice came out from the dressing room in a hurry. Alice was about to open the curtain, but Emma's words stopped her in front of the door. Emma would never joke with her life, and even if Alice was worried about Emma's safety, she had to choose to believe Emma. So she took the initiative to push James Marcus into a dressing room, and Chu and Kaplan saw that Alice had given up, so they naturally found a suitable dressing room. For a while, the dressing room was much quieter. Although the dressing room was divided into many small compartments, the baffles in the middle were not very strong. The room was originally large enough, so Ada and Emma, two originally thin people, squeezed in together without causing any extra pressure. "Can you talk now?" Emma mouthed to Ada. Ada sat on the stool unceremoniously, staring into Emma's eyes, and mouthed, "You don't seem surprised that I'm here." "Of course not. I saw a lot of acquaintances on the way." Emma's eyes were looking around randomly along the way, and she saw too much, but there was no need to tell Ada about this. Ada nodded, as if she really believed Emma's lies. "If your goal is also Weskier, then the cooperation can start immediately. Who else can it be except him? I don't see anything else worth my hard work except Weskier and Isaacs." Emma was temporarily satisfied with the current progress of the conversation. Ada got straight to the point like this, which was exactly her behavior of not liking to waste words. Ada would not put the question on "How do you know Isaacs?" Ada knew all the information about Emma and Alice. "Weskier is in the captain's room." "Wow, this information is really easy to get." Emma was skeptical about Ada's words. Ada could hear her doubts, but Ada knew that if Emma told her the same words so easily, she would not believe it easily. In order to gain Emma's trust, Ada told the truth about her deal with Weskier, the existence of HCF, and the assassination of President Graham by Kara Radames. These stories obviously gave Emma a good entertainment. Even so, It does not mean that Emma does not believe what Ada said, but it also does not prevent Emma from treating it as a third-rate joke. If all this is true, you and Weskier both served the mysterious organization HCF and plundered all the useful resources for them. How could you give up the mutually beneficial relationship with Weskier and even betray HCF at this time? Instructor, why don't you explain it to me again? Emma looked at Ada's face and spoke her words clearly to Ada. Emma knew very well why Ada chose her to talk instead of Alice or anyone else. It was because she was from Umbrella, and because she was the one who had a deep hatred for Weskier. It was true. If there was no Weskier, the traitor who was betraying his own company, the shares of Umbrella that Emma inherited would be worth at least tens of billions. Isn't it just winning life without doing anything? Ada seemed to have seen something funny on Emma's face, and she kept smiling, but she couldn't see any contempt in her eyes, which made Emma not so disgusted with her pretentiousness. It's very simple, because I don't belong to anyone, I only belong to myself. When these organizations are about to endanger the place where I live, why can't I resist? I was born to be an undercover for these rotten organizations. This is the same as those meaningless free jokes. As Ada said, her eyes finally stopped staring at Emma's eyes, but fell into the air, and she also showed an expression that was almost mocking for the first time. It seems that you have suffered a lot. Emma tried her best to let Red Queen check Ada's identity, but after checking it over and over again, she only found out Ada's identity. She is a second-generation Chinese, and her parents are talents who immigrated to the country of Gale early. Ada has shown extraordinary talent since she was a child. But if we want to find out why Ada served in an organization, we can only find the FBI. If we find out more, it will only be the names of the small organizations she destroyed and written on her FBI resume. People should control their own lives. Isn't it? Ada is really tired of those missions, and even more tired of the feeling of walking between those organizations and dancing on the edge of a knife. The spy war beauties in TV dramas look beautiful and charming. In terms of this beauty, Ada believes that she is not inferior to anyone. But compared with the unreliable female spies in TV dramas, Ada deeply feels how bad the environment she is in is. Many times Ada would think, if when she goes on a mission, whether it is the enemy or her teammates, it would be great if they were all the standard configuration in TV dramas. In this way, she can easily reach the top without any effort, so why should she lick blood from the knife? I agree with you on this point of view. Emma Yao toasted Ada, but she had nothing in her hand, just a gesture, looking like she was really toasting. Ada touched hands with Emma and said, "Since you believe it, you should rest first. When everyone returns to the room in the evening, we will set off to the captain's room." So urgent? Emma didn't understand why she was so anxious. Lion and his teammates are all on board. They have found a way to find out the situation at the bottom of the warehouse. We have a record of every closed room that cannot be opened. Weskier brought so many people on board not to keep them alive, but to use them and do experiments with them. The longer the time is delayed, the more people disappear on the ship, and the more disadvantageous it is for us. Ada told the facts about their cooperation. When she met Leon and Chris on the ship, Ada went directly to them for cooperation. They must cooperate. On this ship, even if Ada has a cooperative relationship with Weskier, she is not really safe. If Weskier goes crazy, there will not be enough people on the ship to be buried with him. The details show the scorched earth of the Gale Kingdom. Leon and Chris have tested each other with her, and Ada can understand it. Now that Emma shows that she does not trust her enough, Ada does not think there is anything wrong with Emma. She just needs Emma to cooperate, and Emma does not need to do anything more. Dealing with Weskier is a dangerous job, and Ada hopes to integrate more forces for insurance. During the training time spent with Emma and others in the Huron military region, Ada can say that she knows Emma's character very well. In order to kill Weskier, Ada can strive for all possible forces, including Emma. However, Ada was actually quite surprised to see Alice and Kaplan intact beside Emma. Weskier has plans for these three people. Although Ada has not been paying attention to whether these plans have been realized, Weskier will not make these people too comfortable. But it is precisely because they can still stand together, and even the teammates around them have increased. Ada believes that if Emma joins them, the plan can be implemented more smoothly. What do you think happened to the disappearance of the people on the ship? Emma cares about this sentence very much. Ada tapped her finger on her badge and said to Emma, "It's obvious that I'm not in the medical station by accident. After boarding the ship, Weskier contacted me, and he and I reached a cooperation again. When someone seeks medical help, John and I will select the right person for him, and send the person to his closed laboratory in the name of closed treatment. Those closed rooms. That's right. Ada looked at Emma's understanding expression, and knew that she didn't need to waste any more words. John and I are the only ones under Weskier who have to show up, and we are also the only people who belong to the Savior from the beginning and can be contacted by people on board. You are willing to help him do such a dangerous thing. Emma looked into Ada's eyes, and could not believe Ada's determination to deal with Weskier. Ada knew what Emma meant. She said, "Whether you believe it or not, the reason why Weskier asked John and I to do this was because he did not trust us. And John and I do not trust each other. These days, we have tested each other no less than 100 times. John is a madman like Weskier, but his interest is not like Weskier's, looking forward to the so-called evolution or purification, but to observe human nature." When it comes to the word human nature, Ada's face showed an extremely disgusted expression. From Ada's undisguised expression, Emma can see that what Dr. John did is probably unbearable for Ada. What did he do? A killing game to test whether people are willing to have a positive attitude in order to survive. John is a lunatic. Ada emphasized the word lunatic again. He was originally a highly intelligent engineer, and had nothing to do with the profession of doctor. His interpersonal relationships were also simple. Apart from his colleagues at work, he didn't even have many friends. He had a wife, and they had a child late, but his wife miscarried due to an accident. Later, he was diagnosed with brain cancer. He divorced his wife and planned to commit suicide, but stopped when he was about to die. Since then, he has taught himself medical knowledge and committed almost flawless serial murders. His crazy murder ideas are to study the survival instinct in human nature through extreme situations, and teach those who don't cherish life to cherish life. He thinks of himself as a shepherd who guides lost sheep, and decides the life and death of others from a high position. Ada gnashed her teeth more and more as she spoke. She was quite uncomfortable with Dr. John, but for the sake of the mission, she had to pretend to be nice to him, and even had to form a cooperative relationship with such a person. Ada couldn't say she liked herself like this. But this matter is not something that can be rejected just because you like it or not. Things are happening like this, and if you want to achieve your goal, you can't make mistakes. Like Weskier, no matter what he does, he will not be afraid of offending anyone, and he can even destroy a superpower for this. It has to be said that he is really irrational. No, it can't be said that he is irrational. He did it. It can only be said that he is inhumane. Emma listened to Ada's narration and got a little understanding of the seemingly weak Dr. John. She didn't have time to have any opinion about this doctor, but at first glance, she thought that Dr. John was not simple. Now listening to Ada's words, Emma understood what kind of person Dr. John was. There is always such a person among the criminals in Gale Country. Emma understands Ada's thoughts very well. After all, Ada's identity also has many official ones. That is to say, Ada still has a clear concept of good and evil in her heart. This also means that Ada will not approve of someone going beyond the judicial process to do judgment. No one has the right to decide the life and death of another person, but the agreed law can. As long as you live in this society, you should abide by the rules of social convention. The law is a guarantee for everyone, and judicial personnel are the executors of the law. Both Ada and Emma knew that although it did not mean that the official people were necessarily on the side of justice, in most cases, fighting violence with violence was not justice. Time is running out. Think about whether you want to join or not. Whether you are willing or not to join our action, Leon and I will also take action tonight. The clothes are inside the stool. They are all clean and harmless. Ada said the last sentence, and without waiting for Emma's reaction, she walked out of the locker room. Emma lowered her eyebrows and thought, took off her clothes, and changed into the clothes that had been placed in the stool grid early in the morning. Ada's attitude confused Emma, but these confusions could not be a reason for her not to agree to join this action. Have you changed your clothes? Come out after you change. We will go for a physical examination together. Ada clapped her hands outside and reminded. Emma sorted out her clothes and things, and then walked out. When she came out, she saw that her teammates had come out before her. Only Kaplan did not come out. Ada immediately understood what was happening to Kaplan, and walked to the closet, took out a set of clothes, and handed them to Emma. We don't have much time. We must change clothes quickly, and go for a physical examination. Emma understood what Ada meant, took the clothes, found Kaplan's compartment, walked in with the clothes, and helped Kaplan change. Kaplan was able to cover his huge claws with clothes, and now that he changed, his huge claws were completely uncovered. So changing clothes was something they could easily accept, but it was different for Kaplan. Emma? Kaplan saw Emma coming in and murmured Emma's name. Emma nodded to Kaplan. Don't worry. Then Emma took action and directly changed Kaplan into the uniform on the ship. But the set given by Ada seemed a little different. This set can indeed cover Kaplan completely, but Kaplan has some huge claws, which require special medical equipment. After disguising Kaplan's hands with difficulty to look like plaster, and pulling appropriate bandages on other exposed parts of Kaplan's skin, and confirming that there was no problem with Kaplan's disguise, Emma could finally pull Kaplan out. Ada looked up and down, and recognized Emma's disguise skills. Now, follow me to disinfect first, and then do a physical examination. After following Ada for a long time, Emma and her group were finally able to leave the physical examination room on the lower floor of the medical station with weapons. Following the original route, Emma and her friends saw Dr. John prescribing medicine for people. Ada took the form and said goodbye to Emma and her friends naturally, then walked towards Dr. John. Emma and her friends left the medical station without saying a word. Emma quickly found a room with a suitable location and waited for them to act according to the time agreed with Ada. However, in line with the principle of repaying a favor, Emma still thought of helping Carol a little. For example, Ada mentioned that Carol would be robbed of her food in the restaurant. It just so happened that they also wanted to eat, so they simply went to see the restaurant that Carol mentioned. The restaurant of the Savior has 3 floors, and the area of the room is not small, but it is just enough to arrange meals for thousands of people at the same time. When Emma and the others walked in, they were shocked by the crowded situation inside. It was good enough that there was still a living person in the outside world, but here, you can still see the scene of people fighting for food in the cafeteria, which really makes people feel like traveling through time. However, Emma noticed that they were wearing the same uniform and felt that this was not so normal, more like a prison. Especially the bracelets that Ada put on them after the physical examination, which can monitor the situation of these people in real time, more like a prison method. Wesker is really creative, and he can arrange so many tricks in such a situation. Walking into the crowd, Emma searched for Carol's traces everywhere. Maybe the surprise came so suddenly. After searching for a long time, Emma finally saw Carol in the corner, and next to Carol, there were 2 men standing with her. These 2 men were acquaintances. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Emma still recognized them at a glance. "I didn't expect to meet them here." James Shade, Matt Addison. Emma's voice was very low, and they did not bring any obvious weapons, so their presence here did not attract attention. Alice heard Emma's voice, and she also recognized the person standing next to Carol. "Looks like good luck." Emma did not rush over. This was good luck, and it was unknown who Emma was evaluating. Carol, Shade and Matt stood together, confronting a group of people. In the restaurant, everyone can get a fixed amount of food, and no one will get more just because they are bigger. In some cases, it can be said that this is absolute egalitarianism, which is fair. But for people with endless desires, such an average is wrong. Since the food here cannot be obtained by forcing through the kitchen, the only target is other people eating. Carol is the kind of person who can be bullied, no matter her size or other conditions. On the ship, other people will also protect themselves. When Carol does not show her value, no one will stand up for her at will. But there is no shortage of stubborn people in this world, just like James Shedd and Matt Addison, who have never met Carol at meals before. This meal was just a coincidence that she sat at the same table with Carol. They are usually the first group of people to eat. In order to avoid the gangsters who were targeting her, Carol also took the trouble to go to the cafeteria as soon as possible to prepare to eat and run away. But that group of people was determined to force her. Even if Carol tried to get her food earlier, these people would not give up. Carol didn't even say a word to James Shade and Matt Addison, but when trouble came, the 2 men still stood up and protected her behind them. The confrontation between the 2 sides was almost instantly detonated. Carol screamed, exposing her fear and powerlessness, but she did not hide herself in such a turmoil. She even knocked the plates on the heads of several fools during the fight between Shade and Matt. Because they were iron tableware, it was a pity that these tableware were not damaged. But if you want to kill someone, a not-so-fast table knife and a not-so-useful fork will play an extraordinary effect. Even a spoon can dig out those 2 poor eyeballs. When a person is determined to kill someone, any tool at hand can help him kill. More and more people joined the battle. Emma watched for a long time, and finally pulled Chu to join. Alice, James Marcus, and Kaplan were responsible for intercepting all the idiots who were about to escape. Carol was surprised to see Emma and the beautiful and even weird man joining in. Sally. "Say? Why are you here too?" Matt and Shade were even more surprised to see Emma, but when they heard Carol's name, they knew not to call out Emma's name. "It's just a fight, no big deal." Emma was not afraid of killing at all. Even at this time, healthy and normal population resources were extremely valuable, and she didn't mind killing some idiots. Carol saw that Emma was numb to killing, and immediately stopped talking. After all, Emma and her friends had fought with that group of hooligans because of her. If she said anything more like not good, it would be too tactless. Especially Carol herself wanted to deal with that group of people, and when she was guiding Emma and her friends, Carol had such a plan. But Carol herself did not expect that Emma and her friends would fight against these people so soon, and she didn't even need to guide them. When Emma and her friends joined the battle, the situation became one-sided. The group of hooligans, who had been bullying Carol, were soon killed. Emma and her friends pressed their heads to apologize to Carol, and the crazy people who refused to bow their heads were simply killed by Emma and her friends. These people are all wolf cubs. If they refuse to bow their heads, it means that they may come to cause trouble at any time. If you don't want your plan to be affected by these unexpected factors, it is also a good idea to end the lives of these idiots in advance. Emma didn't think there was anything wrong with making such a decision. Thank you, Carol said to them solemnly after Emma and the others got the food and returned here. Emma held her chin with one hand and said, "No one will bully you in the future." Carol nodded silently. Apart from that, she couldn't say anything more. To be honest, everything that happened in this restaurant this time was too crazy for her. I didn't expect to meet you here again. Jane Shade sat opposite Emma and was very emotional. Seeing him and Matt, Emma felt like she was back in Raccoon City, which was much better than the current situation. But Raccoon City is not a good place. Emma thought of the horrible nuclear explosion. She definitely didn't want to experience it again in her life. This is fate. Last time we separated, I thought we would never see each other again. Emma said it very seriously. After leaving the hive, Kaplan and Alice were caught by the umbrella company, and Jane Shedd and Matt Addison escaped by luck. A nuclear explosion occurred in Raccoon City again, and Emma thought the two people died in Raccoon City. It's a rare luck that everyone can survive intact. It's a pity that there is no wine here, Matt said with a smile, and he looked very friendly at Alice and Emma. Jane Shedder and Matt Addison didn't recognize Kaplan. They thought he was a wounded soldier, but during the fight, Kaplan's attack power was amazing, which made them admire Emma's teammate. This indirectly led to Jane Shedder not thinking of Kaplan at all. After all, Kaplan was not a mercenary who specialized in fighting in the team. Are you old acquaintances? Carol listened to their conversation and didn't expect Emma to see an acquaintance here. Emma nodded. Then this is really a fate destined by God. Carol couldn't hold back her joy and wanted to have a drink with these people. But unfortunately, there was no luxury like wine on this ship. After dinner, come to the dormitory with us, and don't go back until you are drunk. Emma looked at the eager hands of the crowd. Of course, she knew that everyone wanted to drink something at this time, but it shouldn't be at this time. Emma wanted to take this opportunity to set the evening activities. Jane Shade and Matt Addison are already on this ship, and they are both quite skilled. Emma never thought of asking them to help deal with Weskier, but at least these two people can help deal with Weskier's minions. On this ship, there is not only Weskier, but also other biological weapons. But those biological weapons have not completely lost their minds, and can still understand Weskier's orders. Not only that, some of them even have superpowers. These people are in some closed rooms, and when Weskier encounters a crisis, they may come out at any time to support him. Okay. Carol agreed immediately. Jane Shedd and Matt Addison also agreed readily. Eating didn't take up much time for Emma and the others. After all, at this time, Emma and the others were not in the mood to eat and drink. Carol, on the other hand, finally had a full meal again, which made the black woman smile happily. Happiness is so simple in such a world. Emma and the others waited until Carol didn't want to eat anymore, and then they got up and went to the dormitory. What happened in the restaurant had already spread throughout the ship. When Emma and the others appeared, many people even avoided them. Emma and her group brought 3 people with them, and no one dared to stop them. After closing the door, Emma did not take out the wine. Instead, she took people to search the entire dormitory to make sure that there was nothing inside that could serve as Weskier's eyes or ears. Emma then spoke and told the 2 people who had been reunited for a long time, plus Carol, the secret of the ship. The ship, which had been docked for a day, started again. With the roar of the whistle, the huge ship once again slid from the harbor into the endless ocean. In the room, Jane Shedd, Matt Addison and Carol had not had time to digest what Emma said, and unexpected changes occurred outside the dormitory. The sound of ammunition shattering the glass windows, screams one after another, and the sound of heavy objects falling into the water. The savior was attacked. Emma hid by the wall, opened a crack in the door, and quickly looked out, only to see some people running away in a hurry. Pulling open the door, Emma saw a helicopter shooting at the savior in the sky. This is definitely not something Ada and Leon can do. Especially now that it is not the agreed time. Emma does not believe that Ada will act rashly at this time. Things have changed in an unknown way. Emma stared at the helicopter and saw that it was the property of the BCA North American branch, but this made her even more confused. Did Ada lie to her? In fact, there was no so-called action agreed with Leon and Chris. It was just Ada's rhetoric skills to stabilize her and Alice. Leon and Chris were on that helicopter, shooting at innocent people. Impossible. Leon and Chris are not those stupid black policemen. They will not casually attack ordinary people without understanding the situation. Although Emma and Leon and Chris have not been together for a long time, Emma still knows these two people very well. This little firepower still failed to hinder the Savior's progress. It is difficult for a helicopter to cause any serious damage to a huge ship, unless there is a nuclear warhead on this helicopter. But according to all the information Emma knows, the Gale government strictly controls nuclear bombs, which are extremely destructive weapons, and will never let them flow into other people's hands at will. Not only that, the Gale government will also want to intervene on the grounds that it suspects that some countries or organizations have weapons of mass destruction, and directly crush the possibility of others having nuclear bombs. Even if the Gale government wants to use nuclear bombs, it must get an order from the president. Unfortunately, after the assassination of Graham, the president of the Gale government has not had time to elect a new president. This means that at this moment, no one in the Gale government has the legal right to use nuclear weapons. Moreover, at this time, if it is really an official organization that takes action, they will definitely not attack civilians. Who is the person on the helicopter? Emma turned back and said to everyone in the room, "The situation has changed. We must act as soon as possible." "Who is attacking outside?" Alice asked. "I don't know. There is a BCA North American branch logo on the helicopter." Emma could only answer this way. The logo on the helicopter was definitely not fake, but it was not certain whether the person on the helicopter was from the BCA North American branch. "We must find Weskier as soon as possible." Chu didn't know why the change happened at this time, but their plan had changed before it was implemented. If they didn't want to end the short sea trip before seeing Weskier, they had to act quickly. Emma also had this idea, and she didn't have extra time to persuade Shade, Matt and Carol. She took Alice and others, and quickly went to the captain's room mentioned by Ada. Not only did Emma and the others decide to go find Weskier right away, even Ada in the medical station knew that the situation could not be delayed any longer. Just as Ada moved, John also moved. Ada was entangled by John, and it was difficult for her to break through John's blockade and rush directly to the captain's room. "Don't get in the way, John. This was agreed early in the morning. I must stop you at the critical moment." When John agreed to let Weskier board the ship, this was one of the contents of the agreement between the two. Weskier helped him solve the brain cancer problem, and John naturally had to return the favor. Ordinary people hate viruses, but John, who was suffering from illness, got benefits from the virus, which made him decide to do it with Weskier and spread the virus to every corner of the world, so that humans would not be left with fragile species that were not worthy of survival, but only strong and resolute humans. The existence of new humans is the most important thing in this world. For this, John can even give up his new life. Ada will never understand the idea of such a madman. She saw that John was determined to stop her. Ada, who had no good feelings for John, decided not to hold back and pulled out her gun. Ada shot at John. The bullet shot at John, but this old man showed a terrible speed at this time. Before Ada could see clearly, he had already avoided her shooting range, and the bullet hit the empty space. Ada's eyes condensed, knowing that John was not an easy opponent to deal with, so she forced herself to calm down and deal with it calmly. The situation on the ship became very chaotic. Some people hid in their rooms and dared not come out, while most of them took their weapons and ran out the moment the Savior was attacked. Leon and Chris were among those who ran out. They saw the helicopter attacking the Savior in midair. As members of the North American branch of BCA, Leon and Chris naturally saw who the helicopter belonged to. But it shouldn't be right. It was precisely because they were members of the North American branch of BCA that they knew better that the headquarters had very few people. To deal with the Savior, the headquarters only sent 2 of them, and if they did not clearly send back that reinforcements were needed, the headquarters would not send anyone out. No matter who is on it, we have to go to the captain's room first. The plan must be advanced. Chris gritted his teeth and made a decision. Leon did not object to this, and the 2 quickly ran towards the captain's room. On the fork in the road, Leon and Chris passed the meeting place they had agreed with Ada. She should have gone first. Chris did not see Ada, so he could only treat it as this situation. Leon hesitated for a moment, but did not go to find Ada. Instead, he followed Chris and ran towards the captain's room, which was still silent at the moment. When the two arrived at the captain's room, they found that a huge hole had been blown open here. Someone got there before them. Chapter 110. At the same time, as the people on the ship fought back feebly, for people jumped down from the helicopter one after another. For figures flashed in front of the people and soon disappeared. People who saw these shadows chased them, but could not find any similar shadows. But this was something that Emma or Leon could not see. Leon and Chris ran into the dark captain's room, and as expected, they did not see a single person. They had been lurking here for a few days. Except for the accidental encounter with Ada on the first day on the ship, which caused a fight between Leon, Chris and Ada, the rest of the time was spent exploring the situation on the ship. In their data, although they could not see the situation in the captain's room, there were people in the captain's room, and there were quite a few people. Every night, the lights in the captain's room were on all night, and many figures could be vaguely seen. After many days of observation, intelligence collection, and comparative judgment, Leon and Chris could conclude that Weskier was in the captain's room. Now that the captain's room has become like this, coupled with the attack from the helicopter outside, the two also felt that the other party must be targeting Weskier this time. But Leon and Chris couldn't think of who had come to take over the job for the time being. Did Ada really enter the captain's room one step ahead? The door of the captain's room was violently dismantled, and it seemed to be blown open. After Leon and Chris walked in, they could see the mess in the captain's room without even turning on the flashlight. The light of the flashlight illuminated the captain's room, and Leon and Chris could see suspicious liquids everywhere, as well as flying ballistics. A battle broke out here, and the liquid looked like the same as the one that flowed out of the biological weapons infected with the T-Abyss virus that they saw when they were on a mission in the Kingdom of Rhea. The biological weapons infected with the T-Abyss virus will have a strange liquefied state. Those liquids are also full of viruses, and cannot be touched at will. Chris and Leon walked around the messy captain's room with flashlights, checking if there were any clues they missed. Savior. It was not their first time to take a ship, nor was it their first time to learn about the structure of a ship. The captain's room usually has more than one floor, and the Savior is obviously no exception. A fierce battle broke out here, but everyone was trapped inside, with no possibility of escape. The traces of the battle at the scene also told Leon and Chris this, so they did not bother to act separately, and one person conducted unnecessary searches outside. In this dark environment, Leon and Chris searched for a long time, but they could not find the passage leading to the upper or lower floor. This means that such a passage is hidden very deep. Leon carefully stepped over the broken limbs and arms, and his shoes stepped on the puddles on the ground, splashing sporadic water and making sticky sounds. Chris and Leon walked separately for the time being, and carefully explored any suspicious places. He encountered a similar situation as Leon. When he first walked in, he was blocked by the broken walls, and did not see the limbs of the biological weapons that were pressed down or blocked. Now, when he walked to the corner, there was a large area of stagnant water, almost filling the room with blood, and there were strange water marks, almost covering the entire captain's room. Chris walked around and didn't find anything special. Leon saw something different. Chris, here. Hearing Leon's call, Chris hurried over. What Leon pointed to was a tail. It was a broken tail, but unlike other broken limbs and arms that were thrown around randomly, this tail seemed to have been clamped off. Near the broken end of the broken tail, it was obvious that the gap in the floor was abnormally tilted, which meant that this place had indeed been opened, and something was left in the gap, which caused the gap in the floor to tilt abnormally. Chris immediately looked for the mechanism again nearby, and this time he found the right direction, and Chris easily opened a passage for them to the next floor. With the light of the flashlight, Leon and Chris saw clearly that the edge of the open black hole was exactly where some human tissue and bone residue remained. At the bottom, in addition to the biological weapons and relatively intact corpses, messy bloody footprints could be seen, all pointing in one direction. Seeing this clue, the two did not mind the dirt here, and slid down quickly, chasing in the direction of the footprints. Ada wiped the blood stains from the corners of her mouth, and her smiling eyes gradually turned cold. John was no longer the same as before. Ada's bullet certainly caused him some trouble, but his recovery ability was too strong, and his speed was amazing. Ada had no way to send her bullet to his brain. After Ada tried her best to hit John's heart, John's appearance changed. He no longer maintained his human body shape, but gradually became a monster with a similar appearance to the countless biochemical weapons Ada had seen. The tangled muscles broke through John's white coat, and his body swelled nearly twice, which was visually oppressive to Ada. Ada's pistol could no longer hurt him. He was like a spider, firmly entrenched at the door, blocking her way out of the medical station. Wesker could do this to prevent her. Ada really had a little unspeakable pride, but if it continued, John could completely suppress her, even infect her, or kill her. She had to find a way to get out of trouble. The ammunition on the helicopter seemed endless, and it kept shooting at the savior. The rain of bullets became the background music of the battle, and those screams, wails, those vicious curses or shouting curses could no longer be obstacles to the road ahead. Before Chris and Leon arrived, Alice and Emma arrived at the captain's room early. It was actually much easier to break the defense of the captain's room than Emma expected. The reason why Ada and her friends did not try to break through the ship by force during the days they were on the ship, and the reason why those troublemakers who boarded the ship did not try to break into sea, was entirely because they did not know the strength of the ship, and the latter even had to rely on the supplies provided by the ship to survive. Kaplan's attack power was strong enough. With the help of small bombs, the outermost electromagnetic defense was blown open, and then Kaplan's strange power was enough to knock off the seemingly solid door. The captain's room of the Savior was no different from that of other ships, but the person inside was exactly the Wesker that Emma and the others wanted to see. When Wesker saw them coming in, he immediately ordered the people around him to attack Emma and the others. His expression could not be discerned in the darkness under the sunglasses. He looked in Emma's direction for a long time, then moved to Alice, and retreated without saying a word. The other dozen people in the captain's room transformed into biological weapons, and rushed towards them one after another. Emma and Alice had no time to make any tactical arrangements. They didn't have any tactical arrangements in the first place, and the helicopter had already disrupted their original plan. At this time, Ada or Leon were not there, but they couldn't waste this opportunity. Facing these evil biological weapons, Emma and Alice took the lead and used mental power to directly destroy the mental power of these biological weapons, which was not very strong. This wave of impact caused the biochemical weapons that rushed over to fall into confusion, and Wesker's orders could not be accurately transmitted to their consciousness. Finding that the situation was not right, Wesker immediately opened the passage and left first. But when leaving, Wesker still launched the greatest control, completely untied the constraints of the biochemical weapons, and made them all fall into frenzy. In this way, even if their thinking was disturbed, it would definitely play a blocking role. Emma saw Wesker was about to run, and she immediately rushed over, but the biochemical weapons in front of her were not something she could ignore. Passing through the gap, swaying left and right, and hanging in the gap, Emma quickly approached the secret passage where Wesker escaped. The biological weapons were also desperately chasing her. Emma cursed and finally jumped into the secret passage after dodging several biological weapons. The secret passage was also closing. Alice hadn't rushed over yet. She covered Emma's back. Kaplan found that the secret passage was about to close. He violently pushed a biological weapon to the entrance of the secret passage, blocking the entrance so that it couldn't be closed at all. Most of the biological weapons were aimed at Alice and her friends, but there were also many monsters that were about to rush out of the captain's room. Although they were completely violent, they still had the instinct of fear. The people here were not so easy to deal with. The instinct of the creatures made them run away. Although they would never let go of those who could be killed directly by rushing into the captain's room, there were still many biological weapons alive. They were injured and consumed a lot of energy, and needed to be replenished. There were many delicious foods waiting for them outside the captain's room. We can't let them out. Seeing that the entrance to the secret passage could not be closed, Alice immediately decided to kill all the biological weapons here with others before going down to meet Emma. Bullets were flying around in the captain's room, and the sound of machine guns covered up other movements. Too many enemies, and Emma, who ran away after Wesker, attracted Alice's attention. There were too many biological weapons on the scene, and the frame of the captain's room was too large. James, Marcus, and Chu, who were blocking the door, felt great pressure. Alice kept shooting until the bullets in the gun were all gone. Alice threw away the gun, picked up the knife, and rushed into the pile of biological weapons. At this time, when she was attacked from both sides, Alice was inevitably hit on the shoulder by the biological weapons. This was not a problem for Alice, but it made James Marcus roar in anger. The face of James Marcus was gradually replaced by a mercury-like humanoid creature, and then quickly turned into leeches, flying around, desperately fighting for their life with Wesker's biological weapons. Chu, Alice and Kaplan all saw that the body of the biological weapon gradually fell apart under the bite of the leeches that James Marcus turned into. Until the last biological weapon fell to the ground and lost all its combat power, Alice hurriedly wanted James Marcus to change back, but the leeches drilled directly into the gap at the entrance of the passage. Alice, Chu and Kaplan thought of Emma, who was the first to catch up with Wesker, and quickly kicked down the bodies of the biological weapons blocking the entrance of the passage, and entered the passage one by one. Emma knew that she was chasing Wesker alone, so she left their team. But Emma had a clear understanding that she must not let Wesker escape from her sight. She had to chase him closely, otherwise Wesker would disappear. This was the closest she had ever been to Wesker. She caught him, asked where he had taken Sally Teeny, and then killed him to avenge everything he had done to her. Emma knew very clearly that her purpose of coming here was to kill Wesker. If she could meet Isaacs, she would kill him as well. Although it was obvious that killing someone was just a joke given the viciousness of these two people, Emma thought so. During the chase, Emma was also trying to figure out how to deal with Wesker. She didn't know what cards this man had. She chased him rashly, which was really no different from the fool she used to despise. Emma chased Wesker's scent, constantly closing the distance between them. But Wesker's scent was fading, and the distance between them not only did not shorten, but was even pulled away by Wesker. Wesker. Albert Wesker. Don't you have a grudge against Oswell? Wesker, don't you want to kill all the people belonging to the Spencer family? What's wrong? Are you scared? Are you running away when you see me? Are you afraid that I will settle accounts with you? Or are you afraid of James Marcus beside me? Emma didn't know what part of the Savior she ran to, but it was very empty here, and the layout everywhere was similar to the closed laboratory of Umbrella Corporation. Wesker, you can only hide like a rat, plotting and killing people who have done you a favor. You are a madman, an executioner. You are dissatisfied with the world, so you want to kill everyone. And you call it purifying the world. Who are you kidding? Do you think you are a god? Can you decide the life and death of everyone at will? You hate Oswell E. Spencer's fooling of your life, but you want to fool everyone. What's the difference between you and the Oswell you hate? I'm standing here, and you come to take my life. I'm the last person in the Spencer family. How can you give up? Emma thought frantically, trying to anger Wesker, who was hiding somewhere. In her sense of smell, this pure white room with no boundaries was full of Wesker's smell, which made her unable to distinguish the direction clearly for a while. Emma guessed that Wesker was nearby, but he was hiding in a secret compartment, ready to laugh at her. Finding that her extraordinary five senses were useless, Emma immediately used her mental power. In this room, Emma's mental power almost instantly covered the entire room. Her mental power extended outward around the room, and cunningly drilled into any blind spots. Where would the bastard Wesker be? The mental power covered a large area, and Emma felt her head ache, but she still gritted her teeth and held on. She found the right direction. Her mental power hit the barrier. Wesker, how can you kill me if you don't face me? Are you going to sneak attack from behind? You caught Sally Teeny by sneak attack, right? You are a real villain. You really did everything you could to kill the Spencer family. I used to think that Isaacs would be so cruel as to want to kill even his own daughter for power and status, but I actually misjudged him. You have always been by his side. I think you gave him a lot of ideas, right? About how to kill the Spencer family. Emma pointed the gun in her hand at the hidden corner, and felt that the barrier touched by her mental power seemed to tremble, so she immediately opened fire. The gunshots rang out, and the special bullets pierced through the hidden corner with unparalleled power. A dark object fell from above, and Emma stepped forward quickly. A sudden gust of wind blew behind her head, and Emma ducked, spun back, and fired. Wesker's arm moved from bottom to top, carrying a huge force to hit Emma's gun head-on. The gun flew out of her hand in an instant, and Emma kicked Wesker with a whip kick. Wesker just pressed it casually, and with Emma's strength, he grabbed Emma's legs and twisted them hard, and Emma was forced to hang in the air. But Emma did not give up the attack. The next moment, Emma's other leg took advantage of the momentum, and slashed at Wesker's head. Wesker could not avoid it, and was kicked in the temple by Emma. Paw paw paw. Wesker's sunglasses were kicked away, and Wesker's hawk-like eyes were staring at Emma. His eyes were not like those of a human at all. The pupils and the color were not what humans could have. His abnormality was too obvious, and it was simply written on his eyes that he was not a human. It was like some kind of cold-blooded animal, with the upright pupils and the nearly golden eyes. Emma was smashed to the ground by Wesker, and at this moment, Emma smashed her mental power towards Wesker. However, this collision was like Mars hitting the Earth. Emma groaned and was blown away by the shock wave, hitting the ground and rolling for several weeks. Weskier was also blown back a few steps. Those eyes looked at Emma as if they were looking at a dead person. As expected of a Spencer, your life is like a bedbug. Weskier said the first sentence to Emma. Blood oozed from the corners of Emma's mouth, and the fishy sweetness in her mouth made her want to vomit. Getting up, Emma smiled contemptuously at Weskier. Bedbugs and rats, at least bedbugs are not the four pests. You are not even a human being, and you dare to wave the banner of all mankind. In terms of shamelessness, you are more powerful. Weskier sneered. You know nothing. Of course I know nothing. I don't know about your deal with those powerful people. I don't know that you sold Umbrella Company upside down. I don't know about your dirty deal with HCF. I don't know that you deliberately spread the virus, causing hundreds of millions of deaths. I don't know that in order to kill the Spencer family, you also killed other people in Umbrella Company. Ah, maybe you have done too many such things and don't care at all. You may even tell me that Umbrella has done so many bad things that it should have closed down long ago. James Marcus and the Spencer family are all the same. Even the Ashford family, every coin is stained with blood. Of course I don't know. Just like you don't know some things. Emma panted. Her head was dizzy. Weskier standing opposite her had a double image, and in the mental power confrontation just now, Weskier's mental power was strong enough, and she was no match for him. There is nothing I don't know. I know what to do, and what the consequences will be. You are not here to uphold justice, so why bother to say so much? You are right. I can use all means to kill all the Spencer family members. I'm not like you. Even if you do all the bad things, you still want to claim justice for yourself. I make decisions without considering the wishes of those dusts. Who do you consider when you do anything? Weskier walked towards Emma and set off a storm around him. Emma's hair danced in the wind, and her scalp was hurt. She knew that her situation was not good, but Emma didn't think of retreating. Seeing Weskier approaching vaguely, Emma's fingers rolled over the line. She could only rely on feeling. The eyes were really useless this time. Emma rushed towards Weskier, and her mental power hit Weskier's barrier first. This was his electromagnetic circle. Mental power was originally a kind of wave. In the attack without entity, mental power can directly contact it. Emma endured the buzzing in her head, and used her mental power to tear open Weskier's barrier. She came into close contact with Weskier's fist again. This time, Emma was hit by Weskier, and her teeth seemed to be loosened a lot. It was pitch black in front of her eyes. Emma simply closed her eyes, and used other sensory organs to continue fighting with Weskier. Punches and kicks, the two of them went back and forth. But Emma was always a little worse than Weskier. Losing her eyesight, the advantage she lost was beyond words. Weskier seized the gap in Emma's defense and knocked her to the ground again. Weskier stepped on Emma's chest and crushed her with more force. Emma looked painful. She felt that her ribs seemed to be broken by Weskier's kick. The sharp pain seemed to pierce her internal organs, so Emma had to twist and couldn't control herself to escape from Weskier's feet. What's wrong? You were still making a fuss just now? Weskier stepped on Emma's chest, and seeing Emma's painful expression, he seemed to feel a different kind of pleasure. Emma laughed when she heard his voice. She almost choked on the blood in her mouth, and she coughed violently out of joy and sorrow. Weskier's strength did not decrease at all, and Emma couldn't breathe at all, but she was still laughing. She was so arrogant, as if she was the one who stepped on Weskier. Weskier kicked Emma away, and Emma slid all the way and hit the wall, and couldn't help but vomiting blood. Weskier rushed to Emma's side like the wind, pinched Emma's throat with one hand, and looked at Emma's suffocating expression, with a twisted pleasure on his face. You know, you look like Sally Winchester now. She was so proud before she died, which made me feel sick. I am better than you. My last mercy is to send you to see your dear mother, and let you and your Spencer family reunite in hell, Weskier said, exerting force with his hand. Suddenly, warm blood suddenly sprayed Emma's face. Weskier stared at his hand flying away from his body. Emma twisted and climbed up from the ground. She looked like a demon from hell. Blood kept dripping from her body, and her body was shaking involuntarily. But Emma restrained her instinctive reaction with amazing perseverance and attacked Weskier again. The invisible line cut off Weskier's nose while Weskier was stunned. Weskier suddenly stepped back, and the electromagnetic barrier appeared again. Emma was blocked outside by the barrier, and even fell to the ground again because of paralysis. I don't know your secret weapon. Weskier had stopped bleeding, and his broken hand muscles began to wriggle like a worm. But the hand that grew out was no longer a hand, but a disgusting claw of a biological weapon. That's all you can do, Weskier said, walking towards Emma again, What can you do? An arm? Don't you think that if you succeed once, you can succeed every time in the future? Emma was lying on the ground, dizzy, and was strangled by Weskier. Her throat was still damaged, but she couldn't help laughing when she heard Weskier's words. She laughed while feeling pain. The physical pain and mental pain were intertwined, which made Emma numb. She hoarsely faced Weskier's direction again and laughed. Secret weapon? No, what you don't know is not a weapon. Weskier tilted his head and looked down at Emma. Oh. Then what do I not know? He was full of confidence and raised his hand to attract Emma's gun that was knocked away at the beginning. He couldn't get close to Emma. Even he had to admit that the line was too sharp and his body couldn't resist it. Emma lay on the ground, losing the strength to fight back. She looked at Weskier and said, "You want to know? Then why are you so far away? Are you afraid that I will fight back again?" Her head was broken and bleeding, and the blood with the ground, making her skin slippery. Emma smelled the strong smell of blood. Even if she had the so-called superpowers, it seemed that her blood was no different from that of ordinary people. The smell of blood with rust was always the same, sweet and fishy, and it made her uncomfortable. Weskier kept the barrier within a certain range and approached Emma. The gun was slowly approaching him. He calmly stepped on Emma's hand, and another kind of severe pain swept Emma again. Emma stared at the ground with lifeless eyes. She didn't even have the strength to raise her eyes. "Tell me, what do you know that I don't know?" Weskier could already feel that Emma's vitality was declining. This woman was not far from death. Emma coughed twice and said in a trembling voice, "Do you know you have a son?" Her voice was too soft. Weskier didn't hear it. "What did you say?" Emma felt Weskier's breath approaching again. She said again, "You don't know you have a son." This sound was like Emma roared with her last strength, her voice accompanied by her last mental strength, condensed into a very thin line, directly penetrated Weskier's barrier, passed through Weskier's brain, and nailed through the room. "Ah!" Weskier stepped back violently, howling in pain that he could not stop. Emma had really used up all her strength and fell to the ground. Everyone knew that the same method would not work on smart people, but who said that she only had that one line? Weskier felt that his mind seemed to be pierced and was gradually split into two parts. Emma's attack really worked. His original powerful mental power did not come from himself, but from the biochemical weapons that were integrated into his body. The mental power pierced through, causing Weskier's fused mind to split. This was indescribable pain. Even Weskier could not resist it. At this time, the leeches wandering in all directions gathered in the direction of Weskier. More and more leeches rushed over. Weskier's power was shooting randomly, and the leeches were knocked away. Some died, but some continued to pounce on Weskier tirelessly. More and more leeches climbed onto Weskier's body, eating him. Even though Weskier was severely traumatized, he still did not give up, but he really could not care about Emma Winchester, the crazy woman. James Marcus's obsession with revenge had long been deeply rooted in the consciousness of every leech. His love for his daughter Alicia made him willing to be restrained, but in front of Weskier, the last bit of rationality disappeared, replaced by the flames of revenge. Weskier roared and fought desperately with the leeches that combined with James Marcus' obsession. The two continued to wear each other down and destroy each other. But the leech's attack was a little short after all, and was eventually wiped out by Weskier. Weskier knelt on the ground. He was exhausted. Who would have thought that just a woman and a bunch of damn bugs could force him to this point? Weskier coughed a few times and supported himself on the ground with one hand. He was going to leave, but Emma's words still angered him. Now he paid the price for his underestimation of the enemy. Ahem. Weskier looked at the blood on the ground and trembled with anger. But he didn't have time to say anything else. He felt something was wrong with a violent vibration on his head, and quickly rolled to the corner of the wall. The ceiling fell down with a bang, and before the splashing building materials and waste stopped, the four people leisurely jumped onto the falling ceiling. At the same time, Alice, Kaplan, and Chu also entered the room from the direction Emma came from. Without much talk, the bullets had replaced everything they wanted to say. Alexia saw Alice and Kaplan, pushed Alfred to the corner, and rushed towards Weskier. But another person was faster. That was the woman in the white suit. She looked at Weskier with eyes that wished to eat him alive, and there was a strange and strong jealousy in her eyes. Isaacs was hit by Alice's punch, and Chu and Kaplan rushed over one after another. When Weskier moved, even if he was at the end of his strength, he could not be easily dealt with. "Alex, you actually stood with Isaacs?" Weskier took the punches and kicks of the woman in the white suit, and he directly let go of his control over his body and ran towards the alienation direction. He couldn't ignore Alexia's attack, but Alexia kept a distance from him. Only Alex came towards him, as if she had lost her mind. You ruined my T-Phobos plan, and my wish to change into a perfect body. You deserve to die. Alex coldly seized the opportunity, and shot at Weskier. Weskier was the weakest at this moment. It was impossible for him to dodge bullets. He was hit by Alex's bullets, but these were not fatal injuries to his mutated body. The tentacles that emerged from his body also whipped Alex fiercely. You are also part of Weskier's plan, you should understand. I don't understand. Ah! I understand, you just want to save your mistress. Natalia Kota, she is my puppet, the perfect doll I carefully made, the container of my consciousness. You want to be a god, you don't want anyone to be comparable to you, you want to destroy my hope. Ha ha ha. Did Natalia leave with you? She believed in you, but you killed her. Alex didn't care about Weskier's attack on her at all. She just shot at Weskier, who was close at hand. The blood kept splattering on her face, and some even flew into her mouth. But no matter how much she came into contact with Weskier's blood with the virus, there was no danger of infection. Because of her physical defects, she would not be infected, and there was no possibility of evolution. Weskier even wanted to take away her last hope, making her gradually go crazy in despair day after day. Even if Weskier put her to sleep and let her go once, so what? Expect her to be grateful to this madman? Impossible. Weskier felt Alex's madness, and he wanted to kill Alex directly, but Alex not only did not retreat, she even took the initiative to bump into him. Weskier didn't have time to push away, and the bomb Alex carried exploded on them. Alexia took a few steps back and blocked Alfred behind her. Alice, Kaplan and Chu were fighting Isaacs, and the sudden explosion still blew them to one side involuntarily. Alice did not give up the opportunity. She slashed with her hand, and the blade pierced Isaac's heart. Alice drew her knife without hesitation, and Isaac's blood gushed out like a fountain. Kaplan and Chu saw that the situation was favorable. Kaplan shook himself and got up again. After the smoke of the explosion dissipated, the bloody Weskier was still alive. Alexia and Kaplan attacked Weskier tacitly. Alice got up and walked towards Emma in the corner. Chu looked at Alfred in the other corner with caution. In this battle, Alfred had no fighting power, so he was pushed to a safe corner by Alexia at the beginning. Alice's eyes suddenly became sore when she saw Emma, who was almost in human form, and she walked towards Emma quickly. Emma, who was lying on the ground, did not smile at her as usual. She just lay there silently, and the blood flowed out of the wound on her body, as if it would never stop. Alice's mental power tried to contact Emma, but Emma's mental fluctuations were too shallow, so she had no way to resonate with Emma. She reached out and used her mental power to check Emma's physical condition, but the situation was not optimistic. Chu stared at Alfred for a long time, and he really couldn't see any threat from this man. Alfred's eyes were on Alexia, and Alexia and Kaplan's battle against Weskier was finally coming to an end. A woman like a pool of meat paste on the ground, and a white rag, who would know that this was a crazy woman who took all her revenge? Chu knew her, Alex Weskier, who was the same person as Albert Weskier, but Chu had only seen Alex in the information. And this real meeting was a farewell forever. Chu stared at Isaac's body on the ground. He probably didn't expect that he would die so easily, right? Chu's eyes fell on Alice and Emma. After making sure that the situation was not so tense, he walked over slowly, but when he approached, Chu noticed that there was a group of people like things that seemed to be moving not far from Emma. But when Chu focused his eyes on the object, it didn't move at all. Chu asked Alice, "How is Emma?" His voice was still so calm, but his shaking hands betrayed his unrest. Alice picked up Emma and replied, "She needs rescue." Chu was relieved because Emma in Alice's arms was no longer bleeding. Alice looked up at Chu, but her pupils suddenly swelled. "Be careful." Chu instinctively avoided it, but the attack from behind him was directed at Alice. Alice retreated hastily, but the biochemical weapon that was stabbing at her went straight to her chest. That was Emma. Chu didn't have time to think of more ways. He rushed over and blocked Alice, who was holding Emma. The biochemical tentacle, with a bone spur on the tip, pierced Chu's chest and brushed his heart. Chu moved his lips towards Alice, but couldn't say a word, and fell down suddenly. Alice looked at Chu in a daze, and before the tentacle attacked again, she dodged with Emma in her arms. Emma couldn't be thrown to the ground again, and Chu's death made it even more difficult for Alice to face Emma, but Isaac stood up again. Weskier's scattered flesh and blood mixed with Isaac's blood, and Isaac's also changed. Chu's life was almost cut off instantly, and Alice, who couldn't stop all this from happening, hugged Emma, and her mental power suddenly swept out. In her violent and condensed mental storm, the messy room was hit hard again. Alexia felt threatened and quickly retreated from the direction where Alice and the others came with Alfred. With such a powerful force, Alexia was sure that Wesker and Isaacs would die. If they didn't leave, they would easily be caught up in Alice's mental storm. By then, even Alexia couldn't be sure that she could resist it. Alice's storm swept past, but Kaplan became the only safe island in the storm. Wesker's flesh and blood that didn't want to die, and Isaacs's mutated body, became like chickens and dogs in Alice's storm, and collapsed one after another. Alice's mental storm was like a decomposition ray, leaving no intact place wherever it went. Alice couldn't hold on for long despite such a powerful force. She restrained her more crazy mental power, hugged Emma, and hoped that she could give her a little response and calm down the wild horses. Kaplan called Alice's name with difficulty. Alice tried her best to stop her mental power. If she continued, the ship might be pierced by her mental power. But after the running spirit was released with all her strength, Alice couldn't stop it just because she wanted to. In such a storm, the unknown object in the corner merged with the leeches belonging to James Marcus scattered around it. A faint thread of mental power floated in the air, floating weightlessly in Alice's storm. But it was close to Alice's spirit, so it approached Alice silently. In the storm, it drifted with the flow, but gradually it branched out new tentacles, slowly resonating with Alice's spirit. At this moment, Alice felt the familiar blackness in front of her eyes, and fell into the long-lost spiritual world. In the room, the spiritual storm stagnated, and Alice fell to the ground. Kaplan, who still had strength, hurried over. Alice saw James Marcus, who was standing not far from her, but his face was changing strangely. "Father?" Alice called James Marcus hesitantly. James looked at Alice with his eyes. They had very similar eyes, with strange blue and green mixed colors, as if blending all the beauty. "Father?" James repeated the word in confusion. "Where have you been, Father?" Alice actually saw the leeches scattered around the room, but she didn't know that all of James Marcus' leeches were killed by Wesker. So Alice thought James Marcus was still alive, and his spirit did save her. Alice once used her mental power to help James Marcus to not appear so neurotic. James looked at Alice. She was trying her best to walk towards him. He felt familiar with this. Many pictures flashed before his eyes. He tried to catch a little, but in the end nothing was left. "Emma?" James, who had been trying in vain for a long time, suddenly spoke and murmured Emma's name. Before Alice spoke, his image completely disappeared in the spiritual world. Alice couldn't figure out what happened here, but she didn't have time to delay here any longer. She let herself fall according to the previous method. Suddenly waking up, Alice found herself sitting side by side with Emma in the corner, while Kaplan was confronting a girl. Her mind was dizzy due to excessive use of mental power, but Alice quickly adjusted herself and saw the girl clearly. The child had honey-colored blonde hair and a sweet face like an angel, but her gray-blue eyes were dull. She was wrapped in a tattered black cloth and crawled towards Alice and Emma as if by instinct. And Kaplan blocked her way. He was worried that there was something strange about such a little girl, and did not dare to let her get close to Alice and the others. Alice suddenly remembered the face of the child, which was very similar to the photo of Sally Teeny hanging in the historical corridor of the Umbrella headquarters. Alice climbed up and picked up Emma again. She said to Kaplan, "Kaplan, take the child and Chew. Let's go." Kaplan heard Alice's voice. He didn't ask why. He put the girl under his armpit, strode towards Chew and picked up Chew. Alice walked out with Emma in her arms. After a fierce battle, Chris and Leon finally killed the burning enemy, and the inexplicable vibration finally stopped. But what they didn't expect was that something came out of it. Chris and Leon looked at each other. Chris asked, "Do you want to ask first?" If they hadn't been nervous before, they wouldn't have caused such a fierce battle if they had fired directly. Asked. In order to avoid the previous mistake, Leon asked loudly who the person who came over was. Alice heard the question, and it was Leon's voice, so she answered immediately. Hearing Alice's voice, Leon and Chris gave up their preparations for attack. After several people met up, Alice asked Leon for help without hesitation. Emma needed rescue, and there was only one medical station on the ship. Leon saw Alice's situation clearly. He forgot to ask Alice what the situation was, nor did he ask anything about Emma's resurrection. He just agreed to Alice's request. The four of them went to the medical station together. When they arrived at the medical station, they realized that the situation here was not optimistic. Ada raised her hand, and the knife fell into John's head. The monster finally fell to the ground and ended his sinful life. Leon stood at the door of the medical station with Alice and the others, watching all this happen. He did not help Ada. He believed that Ada could handle it herself, just as he believed that Ada would not be the one who assassinated Graham. You don't look well. Ada's voice floated to Alice and the others' ears. It was not easy for her to stand still. She needed to slow down. Emma needs rescue. Alice took the initiative to walk over. In the dim light, Ada glanced at Alice and Emma and said, "Nothing nonsense, let's go. There are rescue equipment here." Ada trembled and walked to the medicine cabinet that had fallen to the ground, picked up the medicines and some tools scattered on the ground, and led them. She didn't need to ask anything more. If Alice and the others hadn't solved Weskier, they wouldn't have stayed on the ship at ease, and even had to rescue Emma. She knew that choosing them as allies would definitely not be a loss. Chris, Leon and Kaplan were guarding the medicine on the upper floor. The helicopter flying outside had disappeared, and the crowd quieted down again. Some people would watch the situation from afar from time to time. When Ada and John were fighting, no one wanted to come. Until now, when the wind was calm, some brave people wanted to come and steal the medicine after discovering the calmness here. And Chris, Leon and Kaplan were obviously not people who could be bullied. None of those who wanted to take advantage of the fire succeeded. Seeing that Dr. John was gone, but the order was still there, these people had to leave in disappointment. The medical station returned to calm. The ship without anyone controlling it drifted on the sea with the ocean current. The sun jumped out of the sea again, shining brilliantly on the Savior, and also illuminated the ruins where Chris, Leon, and Kaplan were sitting. Chu was placed on the only intact bed, as if he was asleep. Except for being pale and bloodless, it was not obvious that he was dead. Perhaps death was not bad for him. At least he had gained eternal peace. On the bed next to him, the little girl's face was facing the sun, her gray-blue eyes looked at the sun, and 2 lines of tears silently slid down. It's a lucky day to still see the rising sun. Chris smiled and patted Leon's shoulder. Leon also smiled, yes. Kaplan nodded seriously. Emma will be fine. Chris looked at the sun and the glittering light on the sea. His well-defined face softened in the sunlight. Lion and Kaplan thought so too. In the emergency room, Ada and Alice were convinced by Emma's normal electrocardiogram. Everything is fine now. She will be fine. I know. Emma lay on the bed, sleeping quietly without any pain. She will be fine, and then they will leave here together and go to a peaceful place. Alice stroked Emma's hair, and a smile appeared on her face again. It's all over. And they will usher in a new life. Chapter 111 Extra. Part .01 Huron Military District. Rotten land cannot bloom beautiful flowers. The pain of life comes from incompetence and anger inside and outside. Only after a big fire can the withered grass and trees turn into nutrients to nourish the land again. Drayton stood under the broken flagpole, looking at the distance in the slanting wind and drizzle, where a puff of black smoke was still rising. A fire has not been completely burned out yet. After the war, the Huron Military District was also reduced to a scorched earth. But Drayton felt more hopeful than ever before. In front of him, there was indeed only a decadent doomsday scene, with dejected people walking through the ruined city, and rats hiding in the shadows, still waiting for large living things to leave, ready to jump out at any time when it was safe, to pick up cold and broken corpses to fill their never-satisfied appetite. But Drayton could also see the high morale. In the military district, after the victory of this war, both he and other determined and glorious warriors knew that only after cleaning up all the garbage could the Gale Nation have a better future. Even though North America is now suffering a heavy blow, the Gale Nation will not fall. We finally won. Jack Muller sighed, and walked over from the ruins on the other side. There were many small wounds on Jack Muller's face, some new, some old, some shallow, and some deep. Some of these wounds have healed, some have scabbed, but some are still bleeding. As long as his expression is a little bigger, these small wounds can make him suffer. Fortunately, Jack usually doesn't have a big expression on his face. He is always very calm. In the army, others gave him the nickname facial paralysis. But it's not that Jack doesn't want to make an expression, but he doesn't need to make an expression in front of outsiders. Facing Shirley Birkin, or Drayton, who has been recognized by him, Jack's expression is not so stiff. Halfway, Jack picked up the half-burned Gale country flag on the ground. The broken stars and stripes were full of stains, dirt, rain, burnt gray and black, blood stains. Holding it in your hand, there is a burnt smell. Facing Drayton's gaze, Jack handed the stars and stripes to Drayton. His face was rarely so stinky, and it could even be said to be gentle. Taking over the weathered flag, Drayton looked at the black smoke in the distance and said, "Jack, the battle with those who intend to betray the earth, betray all mankind, and have betrayed the Gale Nation is over. We have indeed won, but our battle has just begun. I thought this shit was over. Jack rolled his eyes, and said something he didn't believe. His attitude didn't affect Drayton at all. Next we have more important things to do, rebuild our home. That's right. There's not even a place to sleep peacefully, this broken place. I really don't want to stay any longer. Jack hated the Huron military district. Even if it was in ruins at the moment, there was no capital left for him. If it weren't for Emma Winchester's plan, he wouldn't want to come here. If he didn't consider Shirley's safety, he wouldn't become a soldier again. Drayton could understand Jack's feelings very well. Even if Jack joined his team and fought for freedom, dignity, and justice with him, and even fought side by side for several months, from early autumn to late spring, he would not love a place like the Huron military district like Jack. But even if they didn't like it, they couldn't leave here. Fate is not a choice for people. Since you have also realized it, you have to pay more attention to the future work. Now that no one is available, you and I have become the most conspicuous symbols, and countless eyes are staring at us. Drayton reminded Jack. Even if he didn't say it, Jack knew it very well. The two of them were standing at the dilapidated flag-raising point of the Huron military district, with a broken flagpole and a damaged stars and stripes. No one approached them again. Only the silent patrolman and the noise in the back told them that there were more than just the two of them here. They had already become a community with the Huron military district, and they were even the new core of the Huron military district. Let's talk about something more practical. Jack was even more dissatisfied after hearing what Drayton said, but he knew it was impossible to say anything about leaving. There was nothing that could be said to be very practical. All that was left in the imagination was one's own expectations. Drayton sighed and turned to Jack and asked, "When do you think those viruses will leave us? When can we rebuild the ruins in front of us?" The population of Gale Country was not large to begin with, and because of those conspirators, too many people were raped and killed by those who turned against the aliens. How big a fat piece of meat is such a large place in the eyes of some people whose strength is still intact? Although Drayton still has a relatively optimistic attitude, he has to worry about the next action. The population is too small, and there are too many potential enemies. Jack Muller also has some ideas about this, but the future situation is not easy to estimate. Especially when the virus is not completely resolved, no one will risk coming to the land of Gale Country. Before that, they just need to have enough people to defend the territory. What's more, Gale Country's nuclear bombs are still intact, which is still enough to deter those who secretly covet Gale Country. And although they are indeed less in number at the moment, those who have experienced war will never let anyone destroy their motherland in order to protect the country that has finally restored peace. They are willing to shed their last drop of blood for the harmony of their homeland. These are things that the mice living in the comfortable area can't think of at all. Everyone knows that peace is hard to come by, but in the new century, no one knows this better than the citizens of Gale Country today. No matter what, I firmly believe that we can defend our homeland. Even if it is still a scorched earth today, we can restore it to its former beauty in time. How long will it take? I think it may take 10 years. Don't listen to the fact that 10 years seems to be a long time, but in these days, the Gale Country has been destroyed too badly. Whether it is to clean up the virus or eliminate the remaining villains, we need time. And population is our biggest problem now, followed by medical care, and then food. If we want to solve these problems, it will not be possible in a short time. Jack Muller said his own views. In these months of annihilation wars, his knowledge has also increased a lot, and his views are no longer as extreme and one-sided as before. Drayton just listened to Jack Muller and didn't interrupt. Many people in Gale Country died in this conspiracy. We can still protect the people who are still alive and the secret weapons that have not been used. On this basis, with everyone working together, it won't be difficult to return to the way it was before in 5 years. The antidote for the virus has a formula, and the medical center has stepped up production and put it into use. Soon, those damn viruses will no longer have the possibility of affecting us. The future of this country will still belong to us. Jack said this, but he actually felt a little ironic in his heart. He was once a citizen of Adonia, joined the rebels, and lived as a mercenary just for money. Tired of the war in Adonia, he transferred to the Gale Country. But in the Gale Country, he did not get rid of the war. Until now, because of Emma Winchester's request, he came to the Huron military district with her news, formed an alliance with Drayton, was forced to enlist, and became the current Gale Country hero. What else in the world is more ironic than this? Looking at Jack Muller's cynical expression, Drayton remembered the first time they met. Drayton will always remember that when he thought the days would continue like this, the situation would get worse and worse because of the virus, and the people had to live in fear every day, Jack Muller came to the Huron military district with the news of Emma Winchester. Because he was forced to enlist, Jack Muller looked very embarrassed, and even his clothes were pulled off with several buttons and wrinkled. But even though he was in such a state of embarrassment, Jack still held on to a girl tightly, his eyes as fierce as a hungry wolf. "You are right, Jack, the future belongs to us. There are many problems ahead, and we can solve them before others, and will not give others more opportunities. If we join hands, the enemy will not be a problem." Drayton patted Jack on the shoulder, and his expression was much more relaxed. "Why were you willing to believe me at that time?" Jack Muller glanced at the tattered stars and stripes in Drayton's hand. After saying those meaningless things, he was in the mood to ask something he had never thought of asking before. This trust seemed to have started from the first meeting. Is Drayton a credulous fool? Obviously not. Otherwise, he would not be able to lead so many soldiers to win such a battle. Even with the help of supercomputers and super artificial intelligence like Raccoon, it would not work. Drayton clenched the stars and stripes in his hand, looked into Jack Muller's eyes, and said sincerely, "At that time, I was like you, a beast trapped in a cage. We were both looking for opportunities, but we had no reason. I waited for a long time, searched for a long time, and there was no way to take action immediately. But you brought a reason. The information Emma Winchester gave was very important. Who would have thought that among these important figures in the military zone, there would be traitors from the Gale Nation? And these people even colluded with aliens, intending to change the entire Earth starting with the Gale Nation? This reason is the key to my revenge from open to covert." Revenge? Jack didn't understand why Drayton mentioned this word. "Yes, revenge. I have always hated the Huron military district." Drayton's eyes flashed with the smiling faces of his wife and son, as well as all those who lost their lives in the fog. The secret experiment of the Huron military district opened the window for alien creatures to enter here. The fog that came out covered the entire Huron County. My wife, my son, too many relatives and friends died for this. I also realized that I was a complete waste. What I thought was a heroic act was actually my greatest stupidity. Because of my stupidity, my son did not die in the monster's mouth, but died under my gun. I lost everything because of the Huron military district. But I had to join them. I originally thought that I needed to lie dormant for a long time before I could seize the opportunity to put all those involved in the Arrow project into jail. But the virus came again. But my chance came at that time. I made contributions in the military district and came into contact with more and more secrets. I knew how to think. I figured out most of their plans, and even learned that some of them betrayed the Gale country and the military district. My revenge plan started at that time, and you came with evidence of Emma Winchester. If we rashly hand over the evidence, we will not only fail to achieve results, but will also be killed by those conspirators. In this way, the news will not be spread. But our cooperation, Weskier's plan to destroy the world, and the strategy of public opinion first, can help us win this tough battle." Drayton laughed as he spoke, and finally, as if to summarize again, Drayton said to Jack without disguising, "At that time, no matter who it was, as long as he had the news in your hand, I would believe it. Because I needed such a reason too much, it had nothing to do with the person who came." Drayton's statement barely convinced Jack Mueller. What should he say? It was fate. Now he, a mercenary in Adonia who was blinded by money, and Drayton who hated the Huron military district, have become heroes that are now known all over the country in the Gale country. They broke the alien conspiracy, annihilated countless traitors, and eliminated the traitors among the citizens of the Gale country. They are the new generation of the patron saints of the Gale country. All these words seemed absurd to Jack. In this bustle, only the parties involved like them understood how cold it all was. After understanding this, Jack laughed ha ha. Drayton laughed with him. Facing the drizzle, the heroes of the two military districts smiled confidently and proudly on the ruins as if they had seen the best future. The laughter was recorded by the propaganda soldiers in the distance, and the people passing by also felt much more relaxed because of their laughter. "Let's go! At least when the rain stops, we will have new flowers." Jack, who had laughed enough, was not interested in standing in the wind and rain to chat. This was what Drayton liked to do very much. The cold rain helped him think. But Jack's words also reminded him that he should go back to work. "Let's go! No matter how ruined the Gale Kingdom is now, one day, new flowers will bloom on every inch of land here." In the past farming era, farmers would burn the gentian haystacks and spread the black ash from the withered grass on the land, and they finally turned from waste into nutrients to nourish the land. Only the fertile soil can produce more food and more beautiful flowers. Drayton believes that the current sacrifice will also bring a better future. From today, the Gale country has ushered in a new life. Part .02. The drizzle drips on the ground, on the treetops, on the eaves. It always leaves a clear sound. It's like a gentle mother holding her beloved baby, whispering a moving lullaby. It's also like a frustrated poet, whispering poems in the streets and alleys. Alice never hates rain. Rain itself has no meaning, it's just a weather phenomenon. But when such weather intersects with people, it can't help but be associated with people's mood. When people are happy, the rain is cheering and the thunder is also excited laughter. When people are lost, the fine rain is a disturbing complaint, and the sound of the wind becomes the most annoying noise. But in fact, whether there is someone or not, whether it is needed or not, the rain will fall when it should fall. La la. Alice curled up in the small sofa placed in front of the curtains and hummed an unknown song. The broken syllables and soft intonations, the tail of each sound, are slightly rising. She was in a good mood at this time. The warm-colored table lamp was turned on, and the slightly dim room was stained with a layer of orange light, making the slightly crowded room warm and cozy. The curtains were opened a crack, revealing the dark blue sky outside the window. From time to time, raindrops splashed on the glass, and a few small raindrops gathered together under the influence of gravity. Finally, the big water drops fell on the glass with the traction of the earth, leaving a winding transparent trace. A slight breeze squeezed in from the cracks in the window that was not closed so tightly, and the curtain swayed gently, and Alice's hair also swayed slightly in this subtle breeze. Alice's soft humming, mixed with the drizzle and the warm yellow light, made the originally cold room warm. But the rain will not fall for a while, and Alice's humming will not continue forever. The rain has stopped. Alice did not hear the sound of rain, and stopped humming. Closing the book in her hand, Alice opened the curtains, and carefully widened the gap in the curtains. It was afternoon at this time. Because of the rain, the place was always covered by dark clouds, so it seemed gloomy. After the rain stopped, the wind gently blew away the thin dark clouds, bringing a beam of clear sunlight. This beam of sunlight easily tore through the dark clouds and blazed again on the earth. The sunshine after the rain is always more thorough, and when it falls on the body, it will make people feel the warm power of the sunshine more easily. Pushing open the window, leaning on the window frame, looking at the white clouds outside the window, taking a deep breath, and slowly exhaling. With this breath, Alice felt that some of the boredom in her heart was also dispelled, and at this time, there was only a sense of pleasure and relaxation in her heart. The sunshine fell on her body and jumped in her eyes, making her eyes as gentle as a pool of spring water, and shimmering with ripples. An inadvertent glance is enough to move people's hearts. The weather is very good, and the temperature is also suitable. It is a suitable season to wear t-shirts. People who are afraid of cold can add a thin coat to themselves. Alice is wearing a pure white t-shirt with a gray and white thin sweater coat on the outside. The slightly frizzy brown short hair made her look particularly comfortable at home, even though she still had a lazy look on her face. The breeze outside the window brushed the ends of her hair, and the clear sunlight sprinkled on her hair, coating them with a layer of golden light, and seemed to make them brighter and more transparent. Every hair was stretching itself, bending into a beautiful arc, soft and sweet. Alice's eyes fell on the street. The street after the rain seemed to have been washed once, and the rough floor tiles were very clean at this time. There were more and more pedestrians on the road. When it rained, not many people were willing to walk slowly, but when the rain stopped and the sun reappeared, more people walked slower. It's great. Alice sighed, put down the book in her hand, and walked towards the bed in the room. Alice's footsteps were very light, stepping on the carpet, and even no one could hear who was walking. The bed was not high, and looked very comfortable. Because it was late spring, and approaching early summer, it was getting hotter here, so Alice changed the sheets and quilts to thinner ones. Alice gently lay on the bed, and looked at Emma carefully in the sunlight coming through the window. Emma fell asleep, and her sleeping posture was very stable, and even her eyelashes did not tremble. Her pale face made the red of her lips even more vivid. If Emma's hair was not black, Alice would think that Emma would be Snow White who accidentally took the poisoned apple. But maybe Emma is Sleeping Beauty now. In fact, she looks quite similar, but her hair is golden honey, which is darker than Cinderella in the animation. But it is this color that Alice likes the most. Alice's fingers gently touched Emma's hair, then fell to Emma's eyebrows, gently touched Emma's eyelashes, scraped Emma's nose bridge. Her fingertips rubbed Emma's lips, feeling the warmth of Emma's breath, her warm body temperature, and the softness of her lips. Alice's expression became softer. It has been a long time since she left the ship, but Alice still hasn't seen Emma wake up. Under the guidance of the Red Queen, Alice and her team landed on a safe island. In fact, as early as after Wesker and Isaacs were confirmed to be killed, Alice and her team separated from Ada and her team. Leon, Chris and Ada always represented the official. They took over the Savior and took all the survivors back to the jurisdiction of the military district to rebuild the Gale Kingdom. After confirming that Emma was in a stable condition, Alice took Kaplan and the little girl to find the aircraft hidden on the ship by Wesker. The group left the Savior with Chu's sealed body. Lion knew exactly what Alice and Emma wanted. He, Chris, Ada, and even Emma and Alice's other acquaintances on the ship would not force them to stay in Gale Country. When Alice said goodbye, Lion and the others also promised not to let their news leak out. After leaving the Savior and landing on the island smoothly, Alice found the secret base built by Umbrella on the island under the instructions of Red Queen. Using Umbrella's equipment, she thoroughly checked Emma's situation and confirmed that Emma was on the Savior. The rescue she received was timely and effective, so Alice no longer worried about anything. Aida's medical skills were good, otherwise she would not have been so confident to rescue Emma at that time. But Emma had no signs of waking up, and Alice was still worried about it during the long wait. Knowing that it was not Aida's problem, the last doubts were dispelled. Emma could not wake up, so Alice could only find a way to make Emma sleep more comfortably. For this reason, Alice learned most of the nursing techniques in this secret base, and almost all of them were used on Emma. Alice was worried that after Emma woke up, her body would suffer from muscle atrophy or bed sores due to lying in bed for a long time. In the secret base of Umbrella Corporation on the island, Alice confirmed the last thing, Sally's identity, and then took Kaplan, the girl she named Sally, and the sleeping Emma away from the island. Living on an isolated island is not conducive to Emma's improvement, nor is it conducive to their mental health. More importantly, Sally needs to learn and communicate with others. No matter what is in her consciousness, she is too young. Alice knows very well that she is a man-made person. Her knowledge was instilled into her by Umbrella from the beginning, and everything she has come into contact with was given to her by the company. Sally is similar to her. It is precisely because of this that Alice does not want Sally to indulge in what others have instilled in her. The more you see and think, the deeper and more accurate your understanding of the world will be. The weather seemed to be the same on the day they left the island. It was drizzling at first, but then it stopped and the sun came out again. When the aircraft flew into the sky, they even saw a gorgeous rainbow. Sally hadn't said a word since they picked her up, but she was very close to Emma and Alice. In the secret base, Alice also checked Sally with the company's equipment and found that Sally was in good physical condition and had no defects. She didn't speak, not because there was a problem with her vocal cords or other parts, but because she didn't speak. Yes, Sally is an artificial person. In the gene comparison, Alice saw the report analysis given to her by the Red Queen. Sally's genes are highly similar to those of Sally and Emma. Judging from Sally's appearance, she was created by Wesker and is a clone of Sally. Or it can't be said that she is a clone. Wesker didn't make a complete replica, so Sally is a healthy child. Unfortunately, even Red Queen doesn't know what technology Wesker used, so she can't have a deeper understanding of Sally's situation. Sally has never spoken. Judging from her performance, she is very similar to a newborn baby. In her subconscious, there is the consciousness of Salatini, and there is also the influence of the residual obsession of James Marcus. But Alice tried her best and finally took Sally into the spiritual world, and she didn't see the same situation again. She didn't see James Marcus again, nor did she see the consciousness of Salatini. The obsession of James Marcus combined with the consciousness of Salatini would show such an image. The last sentence he said was Emma, from which it can be predicted that James Marcus is indeed dead, and that image is probably his last ability. When Alice analyzed this with Kaplan and Red Queen, she didn't know how to react. Regardless of whether they have done unforgivable things, and whether Sally and James Marcus have harmed other people, at least they are sincere to their children. Although Sally accepted Sally's consciousness and James Marcus's last obsession, Sally is still Sally. And this child probably woke up for the first time when confronting Kaplan. Her understanding of the world is similar to that of a newborn baby. Sally knows how to speak, but she has never used it, so she usually just listens to Alice, Kaplan and Red Queen's conversations, but she has never spoken. Alice has also thought of many ways, but the effect is not very good. Perhaps after meeting more people and listening more, and with proper guidance, Sally will be able to speak. When Sally saw the rainbow on the aircraft, although she still didn't say a word, from her expression, she also liked this charming scenery. This also made Alice determined to leave the island and rejoin the crowd. As early as when she first landed on the island, Alice had discussed with Red Queen where she should live. In the end, she chose the city of Yin Country where the riots had been completely quelled. After the virus no longer became an irreparable impact, Yin Country lifted the restrictions and welcomed people from all over the world to exchange and trade again. However, customs inspection is more stringent. Anyone entering the country will be subject to a thorough inspection. They even have instruments that can directly measure whether there are viruses. Once detected, they will not be allowed to enter the country. Legal identity, good health, and safe luggage are all necessary conditions for entry. Alice had prepared early on. She and Emma evolved superpowers because of the T-virus, and the virus did not have any effect. So when they were inspected, nothing would be found. And the wind-mediated antidote that eliminates the effects of the virus in the territory of Yin Country is also unlikely to affect the human body after the perfect combination of the T-virus and the gene. However, superpowers are not useful in this environment. Sally does not carry any virus, she is just an ordinary girl. When Alice found this out, even the Red Queen was a little surprised. But they don't have to worry about it anymore. Kaplan was the biggest problem. Alice couldn't just leave Kaplan on the island. If Kaplan entered Yin Country with this body, he would not be able to pass the customs. In such an environment, his body functions would decline rapidly, and he would die in a few days. Because Kaplan's body was directly transformed by the T-virus, the T-virus content in his body was too high, and the virus had already engulfed all his cells. If he encountered the antidote, Kaplan would die. So before giving Sally a thorough examination, Alice worked with Red Queen to transfer Kaplan's consciousness into a healthy and normal male clone. The operation went smoothly, and Kaplan got rid of the body of the biological weapon, and was no longer the so-called goddess of vengeance. Or tyrant. Before leaving the island, the last thing Alice did was to cremate Chu. If you want to enter Yin Country, you can't bring a corpse with you. Alice believes that after Emma wakes up, she will also find Chu. So only in this way can they be brought along. Now they live in a coastal city in Yin Country. The surrounding environment is very good. People who have experienced the doomsday are always more tolerant after the doomsday. However, they are also quite nervous and wary. But with the deliberate management of Alice and Kaplan, the neighbors also accepted this strange family. After Sally successfully completed the admission procedures, the situation was better. So when will you wake up? Alice lay on the edge of the bed, quietly watching Emma sleeping in the sun. The sun is out, I take you out for a walk. Kaplan is helping someone tidy up the flower garden next door, so I take you to see it. Of course, they don't live in a villa, this is just an ordinary apartment. It was just on the first floor, and the first floor is often connected to part of the community's green belt. Usually, when the residents on the first floor of the community have leisure time, this small part of the green belt will be used as a small garden by the residents. But if you count carefully, it is actually occupying public land. This is also what Alice and her friends were not used to at first. After taking off her coat, Alice rolled up her sleeves and took Emma out of the bed. Carefully holding Emma horizontally, she walked to the other side of the bed and carefully placed Emma on it. After putting a small blanket on Emma's knees and covering her with a shawl, Alice took Emma out of the room. The balcony that was opened up just led to the path outside, and the sound of people chatting and shaking the soil next door let Alice know that the flower garden was still being arranged. Since Kaplan changed into a normal human body, he was finally able to touch his beloved computer again. During the first period of time when he came to Yin Country, Kaplan was simply addicted to the virtual world and couldn't get out. Moreover, with the presence of Red Queen, Kaplan's technology can be said to have soared, and the two of them didn't make any money using the internet. Fortunately, even so, the money they made was enough for their living expenses. At this time, the financial industry was not in a recession. Only the physical industry could do much better, and the light luxury industry also developed rapidly. This light luxury industry does not refer to cosmetics, but the entertainment industry, especially consumer goods such as movies. The shooting games made by Kaplan and Red Queen are also very popular. Kaplan will upgrade his game whenever he has time. Alice played it a few times, and it became more and more difficult later. It is indeed not easy to pass the level. After Kaplan's enthusiasm for the virtual world had subsided, he developed another hobby at home, tending to the flowers and plants at Alice's suggestion. You can't ask for too much from a homebody. However, Kaplan's ability to communicate with others has not deteriorated. He can get along well with his neighbors, and Kaplan can be said to have made great contributions. Pushing Emma to the path, Alice saw Kaplan and his neighbor Mystery tending to the flowers and plants. The two grown men were huddled together, discussing the matter of planting flowers, while Mr. Yi's wife Chunli stood by the window, watching their actions and conversation. Chun-Li looked at Mystery with a very gentle look. Alice looked for a while, and then her eyes fell back on Emma. Her eyes were exactly the same as Chun-Li's. Unfortunately, Alice could see Chun-Li, but she couldn't see herself. Chun-Li, who was leaning against the window, saw Alice and was about to say hello, but she saw the look Alice gave Emma. So Chun-Li smiled and didn't say anything. In any case, her neighbors finally settled down here and started a new life, and they were all lucky. She used to sympathize with Alice, liking a woman, and her lover was still a vegetable. But now Chun-Li no longer thinks so. Alice and the others look happy, and that's enough. Part .03 Little Man-Made Man. Sometimes, she couldn't tell when, she would feel that there was another person in her body. Sally learned about her situation from Alice, but she didn't care that much. Just like when she sat in the classroom and listened to something she thought was very basic and childish, she wouldn't deliberately ignore it. It was like the people around her were too immature, and she would not ignore them. In her consciousness, there were other people's consciousness. Sally understood what this meant, and she could occasionally sense their existence. But they had no impact on her life, and Sally didn't care. She didn't know who Weskier was, and as soon as she woke up, she felt a breath close to her. So according to her feelings, Sally crawled towards Alice and Emma, but was stopped by Kaplan. In fact, when she saw Kaplan, she didn't know what fear would feel like. She just felt that Kaplan didn't want her to go over. It seems that it is hard to say whether it is good or bad to start like that. Sally felt very happy living with them afterwards. Alice taught her how to speak, and that kind of attentive look was her favorite look. It was a pity that she had never seen Emma open her eyes, and Sally was looking forward to Emma waking up. No matter what the reason was, Sally liked Emma, even if she didn't even know what Emma's personality was like. But from Kaplan and Alice's mouth, Sally could also know what Emma was like, but she was looking forward to Emma seeing her. Maybe by then, the two consciousnesses lurking in her body could also come out to bask in the sun, but the biggest reason was that Alice had to take care of not only her and Kaplan, but also Emma, which was a bit too hard. If Emma woke up, this family might be more like a complete family? Sally didn't know. The family defined in the textbook was actually different from their family. But no matter what a family is like, Sally felt that she was living a good life. Sally, the teacher will organize a movie later. Can you sit next to me? Sally was originally staring at the sun outside the window in a daze, but suddenly the crazy girl in the class pressed her shoulders. Sally glanced at her red face and said him in a nonchalant way, which was considered an agreement. Great. The girl was even happier after getting the answer she wanted, and began to tell Sally jokes that Sally couldn't understand. Sally admired her a little, and she also found it difficult to understand the girl's behavior of wasting time on her. Since she entered this class, there have been many children who always use various excuses to approach her. At first, Sally thought that they were wary of outsiders, as Alice said. But after a long time, you will find that it is not the case at all. They are not wary, but curious about her, or want to attract her attention. Sally didn't understand why it was like this. But in this case, Alice and Kaplan don't have to worry about her friendship situation, which is good. Sally, do you think it's amazing? After telling a joke that she thought was amazing, the girl looked at Sally's blue eyes and asked expectantly. It's funny. Sally pretended to understand and smiled at her. Ah! The girl's face suddenly turned red, and she screamed and ran away. Sally looked at her back blankly, not understanding why. The new little artificial people really don't understand the love and hate of ordinary people. If she wants to understand, I'm afraid she will have to wait. Chapter 112 Extra. Part .04 Vast Green Sea. It was still the same scene. Countless towering trees, endless deep green and light green. No matter how distinct and colorful these greens were, they would become boring if you looked at them too much. Leaves were there with your eyes open, and leaves were there with your eyes closed. No matter when, it was always this bright and unreal feeling. Emma frowned, not knowing how she should appreciate these views. She didn't know how long she had been in such a space. When she fought with Weskier to that extent, she felt that she might die in Weskier's hands. In the last blow, she condensed her spirit into the strongest and most flexible thread, which penetrated Weskier's spirit body. In fact, it was just a lucky coincidence. That was her last trick. Emma was not even sure what would happen between them if she continued to fight with Weskier. The only thing that was certain was that she was indeed no match for Weskier. Weskier is indeed a man who can overthrow the entire umbrella company by himself, even though Ida said that Weskier cooperated with HCF, and did it with the help of HCF. But if Weskier himself is not strong, HCF will not choose him. But her spirit can still live in this real and illusory world, which means that she is still alive. In this place, Emma has no concept of the passage of time, because there is no so-called time change here. It is always the same, endless forest, no sun, but still bright sky. There is no night here. In this place, Emma does not feel hot or cold, and there is no temperature change here. And here, Emma will not feel hungry. But here, there are only trees and grass, and there are only trees and grass. Emma can't see anyone except herself. There is wind here, but it only blows the tips of leaves and grass, and can't touch her at all. So there is no sound here. Emma doesn't know how long she has been here, nor does she know what kind of existence she is. She is like being placed in a delicate glass jar. Although she is not crazy and her mental state is also very strange, she is very bored. In extreme boredom, Emma even thought that Weskier might really be a waste. She is in this situation, and her body in reality must have lost the ability to resist. Why can't she even kill a motionless corpse? If she really died, she wouldn't have to torture herself in such a place. But more often, Emma still wants to live. Who would want to die? Emma believes that she is not desperate to that extent. The most important thing is that if she died like this, she wouldn't be able to see Alice on the other side. There wouldn't be Kaplan or Chu there either. Besides, it would be embarrassing to be killed by Weskier alone, even if Weskier was a strong man she recognized. Emma didn't think she was someone who would give up her own interests for the sake of some so-called greater interests. But she couldn't kill Weskier without desperate efforts. If she was given another chance, she would do the same. So Emma never thought of regretting fighting with Weskier. Even though she didn't know how much time had passed, Emma knew it was probably a long time. She didn't think about how long it was, but if her spirit hadn't been wiped out after such a long time, it was enough to prove that Weskier was definitely dead. She was very embarrassed to be beaten badly by Weskier, but it didn't matter. At least Alice and the others got her back. If Weskier was killed by Alice, it would be a good thing. It's just that Emma always cares about what Weskier did to Sally. Weskier never said it. Even if she said that he didn't know he had a son, which irritated him, Weskier still refused to tell who that person was. This spirit of keeping secrets is really worth learning from other big bosses. Emma still remembers the movies and TV shows she watched since she was a child. Every time when the most critical moment comes, the mastermind will give the protagonist a long speech. Even if it is not the big boss who speaks in person, there must be some story about the big boss's past. What the big boss often does is to talk nonsense to the protagonist team, revealing his plan, and then watching the protagonists, who were deceived by him in pain, laughing wildly or something. Or the big boss or someone else tells the protagonist team about the big boss's life aspirations, trying to attack the righteous protagonists with verbal attacks. But they never know that this kind of verbal attack skill is exclusive to the protagonist group, not used by the villains. Weskier, such an atypical big boss, should learn from his predecessors. Such a shameful and incompetent boss should be retrained. How are Alice and the others? Will Red Queen listen to Alice? Will Red Queen's hardware, which is far away in the headquarters of the French Umbrella Company, go wrong if it is not maintained for a long time? There are many questions lingering in Emma's mind, but even if she is worried about these problems, she doesn't know what she should do. After all, she is trapped here. Even if she figured it out, it will be a long time before she gets out. Why is this place like this? Or why did she enter here? Emma thought about it many times. She analyzed what this place is. Theoretically, this should be the same place as the spiritual world, but the spiritual world also has many situations. The one she met is very bad and will trap her. But it's not really bad. At least Emma couldn't get angry here. Her mood kept going back and forth in a strange arc. As soon as she showed signs of being angry, she would be forced to calm down, or, if she had other more intense emotional fluctuations, she would quickly become stable. As time passed, Emma began to doubt whether she had lost the ability to fluctuate emotions. But with such suppressed emotions, her spirit seemed to be more and more condensed. This shows that the forced calming effect here is good for her. So Emma also thought about whether she came here because she consumed too much mental energy when she and Weskier were fighting hard. And her forced fall into this world is a kind of spiritual self-protection mechanism. But if this is really the case, how long will it take for her to wake up? If she doesn't eat for a long time, will her body turn into a mummy? As long as Emma thinks that she will become ugly when she wakes up, she will find it a bit difficult to face it. Alice will definitely not despise her, but no one can stop her from despising herself. This kind of thing is actually not that interesting to think about. The more Emma thinks about it, the more she feels that it is not worth thinking about. Anyway, her spirit body is here, and she can't get out no matter how hard she tries. What the body in the real world becomes is not that important. That is something to worry about after getting out. Instead of paying attention to those, it is better to think about whether she can get out of this monotonous forest. Emma doesn't know how to get out. She has tried to touch these trees, and tried to dig 3 feet into the ground, but neither of them triggered changes. It's better to walk out on her own legs. At this time, Emma is a little grateful that she has no consciousness. A pair of legs won't feel tired, and she won't feel hungry or thirsty. If the forest wasn't so wide, Emma might be happier. But no matter what, this also gave her the basis to keep moving forward. So just move forward. Emma thought, sighed, took a step, continued to push aside the branches and leaves in front of her, and walked in an unknown direction. In this vast sea of green, she was so small, almost like an ant in her eyes. It was meaningless to continue standing there waiting for changes that would never come. Only by walking through it could you know whether it could come true. At least when she moved, she wasn't standing still. Part .05 Wave Moon String. Walking seemed to have become an instinctive reaction of Emma's obsession. She numbly moved forward, and all the scenes in front of her were similar. Trees, leaves, wetland, some shrubs, and mosses. No matter which direction you look at it from, it's a forest. Over time, Emma began to wonder if she had tree blindness. If you stay in a place covered with snow and can't see other scenery, it's easy to get snow blindness. And she wasn't looking at the snow all the time, she was looking at the tree. After looking at the tree for an unknown period of time, Emma couldn't help but wonder if she could leave here, and after opening her eyes, would she also think that Alice was a tree? How far had she walked? Every time she looked back, Emma couldn't tell the direction she came from. Such a feeling made people uncomfortable, which made her think that she was still standing still. And the so-called maybe I will walk to the border, and then I can go out. Such an idea is actually wrong. It is more likely that there is nothing here. She is walking by herself, or everything she sees is just her own wishful thinking. Is it an illusion, or is it real? This is a place like the spiritual world, it has the same characteristics as that world. But here, she is the only one, no one will get lost and come to her. There will be no hand that she can touch, and pull them into another world. Even if it is dangerous, it is better than the unchanging situation now. Emma also tried to simulate the feeling of falling, wanting to get herself back to the real world, but it was useless. She was imprisoned here, like being abandoned here. No, this statement is too serious. She should be imprisoned here by her own body functions. Or maybe her own spiritual body was lost in the ocean of subconsciousness. This really feels like getting lost. How can I wake up after getting lost in such a place? Originally here, Emma had no concept of tiredness at all, but now she feels very tired. That kind of mental fatigue is coming fiercely. Such negative emotions naturally attracted the attention of this space to her. The next moment, her thoughts seemed to be stolen by something, and the tiredness disappeared completely. Okay. You are still awesome. Emma had no choice but to hold the tree trunk and continue to move forward. In this cage, there is no other choice. Either find a way to break it yourself, or find a way to get out. Emma just didn't believe that it had no boundaries, nor did she believe that she couldn't explore its boundaries, and would be trapped here for life. Emma tried many methods, but she couldn't destroy anything without touching the boundaries. Here, she was probably not even an ant. So Emma never blamed others for the troubles caused by her weakness. Even if it was this cage that trapped her, Emma thought about how to break it, instead of complaining about why it locked her up. Emma knew very well which methods were exploration, and which methods were useless. But recently, I feel more and more strange. Emma sometimes suddenly forgets what she is doing, what she has done, and what she wants to do. Although such thoughts were quickly taken back by her, rather than being really erased. It is not like when she has emotional fluctuations, the influence is directly erased. But these signs all reveal a signal that makes her feel very bad. This space is depriving her of her perception. If all these thoughts are taken away, will she still remember that she wants to leave? Will she still remember that she wants to leave for Alice, Kaplan Chu? These people she is unwilling to give up? I am Emma Winchester, I want to leave here. I was born in England. My mother is Sally Winchester. She is the head of the Spencer family, one of the 3 major families of Umbrella Corporation. Her methods are hardline, and many people dare not go against her. But one day she disappeared, and I inherited her authority, but I chose to sleep. I am Emma. Chu, male, Asian, my brother, he was brought home by Sally to protect me. He has gone through the most rigorous training of the company. He is the company's property, but I know that Chu is a caring person. He likes me and this family. Kaplan, a talent in the mercenary team of the armed department of Umbrella Corporation, who is responsible for software programs, was designed by the company to participate in the Hive exploration activities to test how powerful the infected people with the T-virus are. Later, he and Alice were both caught. No, who else was caught together? Pasquale. That's right, it's Pasquale Yarity. Pasquale likes the female fighter Lane. Who is Lane? Rain? Rain doesn't like me, yes, she doesn't like me. When we were training in the team, we often had conflicts. She later died in the underground hive of Umbrella Corporation in Raccoon City. Because she was infected with the T-virus must not be leaked. I seem to have forgotten a very important person. Who did I forget? Emma held the tree trunk, and the rough bark rubbed her palm slightly painful. Yes, it's Alice Abernathy. Alice, female, the head of the Marcus family, one of the 3 major families of Umbrella Corporation, is a man-made person created by the genes of Alicia Marcus, the person I like, and the person I promise to stay with for life after everything is over. I like Alice. I like Alice. Emma kept repeating the names of the people she knew and whispered their deeds. She didn't want to forget any of them, nor did she want any of her memories to be taken away by this space. In this repetition, Emma also kept moving in the direction she had identified. Her mental power became more and more solid. In such an environment, Emma did not miss the subtle changes in herself. But her mental power still could not help her detect where the boundary of this space was. This was deep in her consciousness. Emma did not want to be locked up here. But everything here was so ruthless. It seemed unchanged, but it was always changing, confusing her judgment, and trying to take away what she had left. But she would not let her emotions fluctuate too much, otherwise, she would be noticed here and her emotions would be smoothed out. Can Alice find her spiritual fluctuations? Emma felt that she was lost. If not, why would she stay in this place and not be able to get out? Emma felt that Alice was her only chance, but had Alice tried to resonate with her spirit to find her, Alice would definitely try this method. She would think of the ways she could think of. Alice has always been very smart, but she never made her calculations known to everyone. And she has always spoken with actions. In fact, she doesn't have many opportunities to speak. After all, she has been fighting and fighting all the way. When she talked a lot, it was when she was training in the Huron military region. It must be said that although it was very hard to receive training in the Huron military region, it was the time when she communicated with Alice the most. It was also there that their spirits resonated for the first time. But later, they were busy with tasks and fighting, and it seemed that there was no chance to gossip. Emma felt a little regretful. She wanted to know what it felt like to talk about family matters with Alice. I want to know what Alice looks like in ordinary and comfortable home clothes, what kind of furniture Alice likes, what kind of movies and TV shows she wants to watch, or what books she reads. Apart from fighting skills, there are so many topics they can talk about. Emma doesn't mind Alice's past at all, just as Alice doesn't mind her past. They can meet each other and like each other tacitly, which can be said to be a gift from God. But God always seems to be very stingy, and when she can win, he locks her up here. Emma continued to mutter the scenes in her memory in a calm mood. She walked on a road with no end in sight. There were not many trees on the road, not many. They were tall and short, green and light. They seemed completely different, but they were actually the same. It would be better if she turned herself into a repeater. In this way, I don't know how long it took, or how long I walked. When Emma kept talking about these things, she suddenly felt a gust of wind. It was the wind. It was no longer just her own voice. She really felt the wind here, which was slightly cool. She also heard the sound of the wind blowing through the treetops, and pushing away the layers of leaves. This sudden sound of the wind was more moving than the sound of nature to Emma's ears. The sky gradually darkened, and a crescent moon suddenly appeared in the sky that had been bright for thousands of years. It was a waxing moon. The crescent moon was like a hook, covered by a dark curtain. In the distant sky, the fragmented starlight appeared in Emma's eyes again. At this time, the wind is clear. Part .06 clear wind and bright moon. It is dark. She has seen countless sunsets and countless sunrises. She has seen the moon rise and set, and admired its waxing and waning. She has also seen the stars twinkle, and even touched a star. But Emma thought that she might never have a moment like now, moved by the stars in the sky. The longer she has seen the light, the more she longs for the arrival of darkness. The transition from day to night may not be real enough here, but it can remind her of the passage of time. This also let Emma know that this place will not always change. Emma almost cried with joy, But her emotions were not excited for long before the emotional fluctuations above the horizontal line were eliminated. Emma was stunned for a long time before she regained her consciousness. "It's really hard to change this character," Emma complained, and she continued to walk forward. Although she still didn't know whether the road ahead would continue to change, this sign was good, which made Emma know that her walking was not useless. She should continue to move forward, and this time, Emma walked more briskly. After that, Emma could often feel the presence of the wind, and then the stars on the sky became clearer and clearer, but the rotation between night and day was not very regular. Emma still insisted on reciting the things in her memory, and she would recite them every moment. During the time of alternating black and white, Emma could even count how many times she recited the things in her memory every day and every night. This also made her realize more clearly the unreality of this world. It's been so long here that Emma can't help but wonder why she insists on holding on to these memories, why she keeps walking, why she doesn't just assimilate and stay here. Emma just doesn't want to stay here, let alone assimilate here. She just wants to return to reality. She doesn't want to escape all her responsibilities. And Alice. She wants to see her. Every night, the moon is a little rounder, from her visual point of view. In fact, it should be the light blocked by the moon. As the Earth rotates, the angle at which the moon can reflect sunlight becomes larger and larger. The different angles naturally make more moonlight visible. The waxing moon. At least it was the end of the first half of the month. Half a full moon, waning moon. Until the moon turned into a thin and narrow crescent of light again. A month had passed. This month passed like this. In Emma's cognition, the passage of time was really too unclear. Even though there was an alternation of day and night, and even though the moon was waxing and waning, it seemed very unreal here. It was difficult for Emma to feel any sense of urgency, and she didn't dare to feel it. After all, her emotional ups and downs were too great, which would deprive this place of her emotional ups and downs at that moment. And this feeling was extremely uncomfortable, making her feel that she might become more and more stupid under the influence of this space. Only when the wind blew over, Emma would feel much better. She felt that it was like a spiritual fluctuation, but it was too weak. She had tried her best to resonate with the wind, but with little effect, and could not get in sync with the wind. When the wind disappeared, Emma felt that the most interesting part of her day was gone, and time became particularly difficult to endure. She seemed to be closer to the horizon. Every night, she could find that the stars were a little bigger, and the moon was a little closer to her. Even if the trees were still so huge, even if she was still so small in this forest, Emma had found her position, and would not be afraid or worried about it. As long as those changes were real, it meant that she was getting closer and closer to the opportunity to leave. It would be great if the wind could come more times a day. But that was also a luxury. The wind was like a loyal old friend, appearing almost every once in a while. But it doesn't necessarily come once a day. If the time of that gust of wind is on time, it can further prove that the passage of time here is wrong. Perhaps it can't be said to be incorrect, but it is not the precise time she recognizes. Walking in this vast forest, Emma always feels that her soul is so lonely. This space is already trying its best to extract her negative emotions, and Emma is not a person who will let herself be trapped in bad emotions all the time. But even so, without knowing how long she has been here, Emma still wants to find someone to talk to. No matter who it is, she will feel more comfortable if she feels that she is not working hard alone and is not left here alone. Every time the gust of wind comes, Emma can sense its existence. The stars are getting clearer and clearer, the moon is getting closer and closer, and the vegetation is gradually becoming sparse. Emma feels that she may really be approaching the edge of this world. And she can also feel that the gust of wind is getting stronger and stronger. These changes are very slight. If Emma had not stayed here for too long, she would have learned to record these changes without using paper and pen, and could remember these details with her eyes and heart. I am afraid she would not be so sure about the current situation now. As long as there is a change, it is a good sign. Emma does not know how much she has recovered now, but as long as she persists, it will be useful. She has experienced many painful things, and being trapped here now can be said to be one of the most painful. If it were not for her lack of hunger, and the influence of those negative emotions, I am afraid she would really fall here. Maybe because she fought too hard with Weskier, she exhausted herself to a terrible degree, so her body mechanism trapped her like this. She would rather die than kill Weskier, but her body's consciousness is always seeking survival. For self-protection, her main consciousness was trapped in the deepest part, so that she would neither feel uncomfortable nor happy, and live peacefully in this way. It doesn't matter if she doesn't wake up, anyway, her body is still alive. If this is the case, she is very likely to make herself a vegetable. The world does not depend on anyone's will, it is there. And I am here, I am my own master, I will survive, and I will wake up. I must not be defeated by this little setback. Emma continued to chant her memory, and walked firmly in the direction she had determined. The vast green sea could no longer be an obstacle to her, and the irregular alternation of night and day would not be a problem for her. It was not so important whether the gust of wind was Alice's mental fluctuation. As long as the time came, she would get out. It was impossible to trap her here for a lifetime. People have to overcome many things in their lives. Death is not the most terrible enemy. The most terrible enemy is often oneself. Emma is trapped here, and can deeply understand the meaning of this sentence. This barrier protects her and also restricts her. It is not Weskier who trapped her here, but herself. So the one who can let her go out will not be someone else, but only herself. If that gust of wind is really Alice, it would be great. Weskier was cut like that by her. If Alice faces him, she will definitely try her best to win. What is the situation outside? Did Drayton and Jack succeed in their plan? What Emma is most worried about is actually the anti-counter-revolutionary activities in Gale Country. That is not because Emma has any feelings for Gale Country. It is a bit ridiculous for her, a person who grew up in Europe, to talk about the Gale Country dream. But this activity means whether the final victory can be achieved, and whether the same thing will happen again in the future. Emma does not want to see such chaos again, and does not want children, like Shirley Birkin, to have no safe place to live in the end. The resources of the Earth are already tight, and if aliens come to mess up, won't it be even more chaotic? Emma hopes that she will not be wrong about the person, and Emma will not be wrong about the look in Drayton's eyes at that time. That is a lion, he will never give up. So, after so long, it should all be over, right? Emma murmured the things in her memory, and her eyes looked at the sky that darkened at some point. It is time for the full moon again. Emma thought of the Yen Country poem that Chu had said, that the bright moon would make people who missed their hometown feel the importance of going home. But in Europe, the full moon represents the activities of dark creatures such as werewolves, which makes people uneasy. But when the moon is full, it is really beautiful. Suddenly, the wind blew. The leaves rustled. There was a commotion. Part .07 between the real and the unreal. Alice ended today's spiritual communication. Emma's spiritual fluctuations were too shallow for her to catch. In the battle with Weskier, Emma's mental power was consumed too much. Although she severely injured Weskier, Emma's method was to hurt the enemy 800 and hurt herself 1000. Weskier was dead, but Emma was still sleeping, and it was unknown when she would wake up. Every day, she never gave up communicating with Emma mentally. Unfortunately, she could never catch Emma's mental fluctuations, and the fluctuations were so shallow that Alice thought Emma was really brain dead. But Alice believed in Emma, and she would definitely survive. Emma rarely failed to do what she said. She promised that after everything was over, they would live together in a safe place. She had already helped Emma achieve half of this, and the remaining part was that Emma woke up. Emma would not break the contract for this small request. Alice thought, glanced at the clock on the wall, and saw that it was almost time, so she went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for today. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the door was opened on time, and Sally returned home with her school bag. Every day, elementary school was over at 5 p.m., and the distance from school to home took 30 minutes to walk. Sally put the school bag in her room and walked out quickly. Alice was setting the table, so she went over to help. Failed again today? Sally asked casually, seeing Alice's normal expression. Yeah. Alice never got discouraged by this. Kaplan seems to have forgotten the time while chatting with Mr. E. Go and call him back for dinner. Oh. Sally agreed, put down her bowl and chopsticks, and turned out of the balcony. During this time, Sally also learned how to speak at school. Alice was quite surprised to hear Sally speak for the first time, but she would not be surprised now. And since moving here, Alice has been slowly learning how to cook Chinese food. And now it has been very effective. She has learned how to cook simple Chinese food. For Alice, Chinese food takes a little more time than Western food, but her tongue is quite receptive to Chinese food. Occasionally, making Chinese food is also a way to cultivate one's sentiments. If Emma wakes up, she can let her try it. Has Emma ever eaten Chinese food? What would her reaction be if she knew that they were in Yin Country now? Alice thought about it and laughed. Sally took Kaplan's hand and went home with Kaplan, just seeing Alice's smile. Sally opened and closed her lips twice, but didn't say anything. Kaplan took her hand and took her to sit down directly, and the three of them had a good dinner together. Kaplan, please teach me programming later. The teacher knows that you are a programmer, so he asked me to participate in some programming competition. After dinner, Sally frowned and told him about the difficulties in school. Kaplan agreed, of course. Sally consciously cleaned the table with Kaplan, while Alice cleaned the dishes and put them in the dishwasher. When Kaplan came out of Sally's room, it was already late at night. Even if Sally was smart, she couldn't learn what programming was in just a few hours. But at least Sally knew what templates were. Kaplan didn't expect Sally to learn everything right away. If that was the case, he really wouldn't have to be a professional programmer. After comforting the tangled Sally, Kaplan let her wash up and go to bed. He naturally withdrew. When passing by Alice and Emma's room, Kaplan's footsteps were much lighter, so it was no surprise that he heard the sound of Alice massaging Emma. Sometimes Kaplan would wonder if Alice's persistence was a good thing. But thinking of everything about Emma, Kaplan also hoped that Emma would get better. With a normal body, his thinking ability was back, and he enjoyed this kind of life, and he also hoped that Emma, who had paid so much for it, would be fine. Alice insisted on waiting, and Kaplan did think that sooner or later Alice would get tired of everything without hope. But before that, as long as Alice persisted, he would continue, and would not pour cold water on Alice. Alice might never give up on any problem. Even though Umbrella was a behemoth, and she herself was the company's property, she knew that it would not be easy to deal with Umbrella, but she still did it. Such a spirit is not bad now. Kaplan laughed and returned to his room. Alice heard Kaplan's footsteps go away. After finishing the care for Emma, she was sweating. It was early summer, and the nights were still a little cool, but the days were hot, so Alice changed into another set of 4-piece bedding. After relocating Emma and wiping her body, Alice dressed herself. After finishing this set, it was late at night again. Alice lay back on the bed, lying next to Emma, closing her eyes to rest. At this time, the moon was bright outside the window, and the shadows of the tall trees fell obliquely into the room. The window was not open to the maximum, and a slight breeze blew into the house, sweeping away some of the stuffiness in the house. It was a full moon. Alice had recently learned that the Yin people's feelings for the moon were always romantic. The full moon and family reunion were put together, which was in line with the Yin people's philosophy. Alice also liked this association. If it was true, Emma should have woken up. Closing her eyes, Alice got close to Emma. Both Emma and she had low body temperatures, and it was unknown whether it was due to the influence of the T virus. On such a night, getting closer was also a comfortable thing. Because of the collapse of the pillow, Emma's head also tilted towards Alice. Alice touched Emma's forehead, just like it happened every night. Next to the familiar smell and the person she loved, Alice gradually fell asleep. All this was no different from every day before, but in a place that Alice couldn't see and Emma could see, the stars twinkled together, and the wind became stronger. Emma felt that she didn't need to walk anymore. Her spiritual power could strongly feel the familiar spiritual breath from Alice in such a strong wind. Emma had not forgotten, and had never forgotten that in such a vast and turbulent world, there was a gentle feeling that was Alice. Emma did not hesitate to let her spirit resonate with it. In this strong wind, her weak spiritual power soon reached the same frequency with it. With Emma's preparation and Alice's unintentional, they together achieved the blockade of the self-defense mechanism. Emma disappeared in the green sea and appeared in the familiar starry sky with Alice. Circles of ripples spread out from their feet, and the fragmented starlight was twisted into irregular lines by the ripples. These lines were connected to Emma at one end and Alice at the other. Between reality and illusion, under the witness of the starry sky, they finally meet again. Chapter 113 Extra. Part .08 in the Infernal World. In the happiest moment, be careful, danger lurks in the dark, and the cold light can deliver a fatal blow at any time. Sometimes being too lucky is not a good thing. Luck always comes with bad luck. Who knows when bad luck will come suddenly? Just like the fate of the United States of Gale, when it was at its peak, who knew that those monopoly capitalists would turn around and unite with aliens when exploring the outer galaxy? But it is not surprising. After all, everyone knows that in the face of sufficient interests, if the country wants to sell, won't the capitalists sell it? They can even sell themselves, let alone sell others. For the benefits that are sufficient and unimaginable, capitalists can take risks and do anything for it. What can I say about this? It's just the characteristics of capital. If these people hadn't offended her, Emma wouldn't have thought of doing something to them. But the final result was that she gave Drayton a chance to purge those crazy people in the fierce wind country. When she was trapped in the depths of the sea of consciousness, Emma couldn't get out and wondered whether Drayton would succeed. Even if she had confidence in Drayton, it was not easy to survive in such an environment. Could Drayton really lead those people to the final victory? Emma imagined that she would know these questions as soon as she woke up. But after she woke up, she found that she had more things to do, and she was far away in the Sapian country, so she had no time and no need to understand these things as soon as possible. Emma's first task was to complete her rehabilitation plan with Alice's help. She had been lying down for nearly half a year, even though Alice had been accompanying her and massaging her to prevent her muscles from atrophying. But without moving, the deterioration of her physical condition was still inevitable. With care, the downward curve became slower than without care. Emma naturally didn't want her body function to decline. How old was she? If she died early, how could she and Alice guarantee a happy life? You are really good at being stubborn. Alice helped Emma up after she fell down because she ran too fast. After lying down for too long, Emma's muscle reaction decreased, and running too fast would even make her fall. But this was better than Emma's difficulty in even standing up at the beginning. Only then did Emma realize that she had just returned to the tangible cage of the body after escaping from the invisible cage. Fortunately, Emma was not a fragile person. She quickly accepted the current situation and actively cooperated with the rehabilitation program to strive to return to her original level as soon as possible. This is not impossible. After the T-virus merged with her cells, it gave her a physical quality that was superior to that of ordinary people. During the recovery exercise, the mental power could stimulate them again, and the recovery efficiency was higher than that of ordinary people. After being helped up by Alice, Emma stood up again and smiled. It's not that you are getting better day by day, I just want to see how you are recovering. You seem to be accepting it well. Alice took Emma and let her sit down and rest for a while. When Emma just woke up, Alice was very happy. But later when Emma asked about Chu, it was difficult for Alice to tell Emma frankly that Chu was killed by Isaacs in that battle. It's just that I won't tell you for a while, but I can't keep it to myself forever. Emma will eventually know about this, especially when Chu's ashes are still in the room. Alice was originally prepared to bury Chu with Emma after she wakes up. When Emma saw Alice's expression, she knew that she was thinking about Chu again. Stretching, Emma gently comforted her. Tomorrow we will go to the place you arranged and put Chu's ashes in place. Alice was not surprised that Emma could see through her thoughts, but just nodded and agreed. Okay. It just so happens that your body has almost recovered. Yeah. Emma lay on the table lazily, her eyes exposed, looking at Alice. Alice, don't feel guilty about Chu. Maybe this is a relief for him. Death and separation are two things that are difficult for people to accept. Because creatures have the instinct to survive, death always makes people feel great fear. Separation comes from emotional reluctance, and long separation is also linked to death. Humans are such fragile creatures. No matter how technology develops, humans are still fragile. That's why some people try every means to make themselves stronger, and they are unwilling to stay the same forever. But for Emma, death and danger are always around. Just like Alice, she also faced many dangers. In fact, they are all used to life and death, whether it's others or their own. If Alice didn't care about her, maybe Chu died to protect them, and Alice wouldn't care so much. To be honest, Emma had a premonition when she found that Chu did not appear as soon as she woke up. And Alice's later words only confirmed this conjecture. Chu's sacrifice did not feel real to Emma. Maybe it was because she fell into a coma too early, and did not see Chu's death with her own eyes, so it did not feel real. Since Chu was gone, Emma would not blame others for her incompetence. Neither Alice nor she wanted this to happen. But it happened and became an established fact. It was impossible for Chu to come back to life, so there was no need to dwell on it. Even Chu would not want to see tears on her face. Chu would sacrifice himself to protect them, because the most important thing for Chu was to keep her alive. Emma understood Chu's thoughts at that moment, so even though she regretted Chu's departure, she was not that sad. Chu did not need them to be like this. Snow White in the fairy tale ate the poisoned apple brought by the witch who was her stepmother. She fell in the house. The 7 dwarfs who returned home were sad and distressed because of the death of the princess. The 7 cute dwarfs in the illustration had tears in their eyes. If I die one day, will anyone cry for me? Chu tapped the dwarf's eyes with his slender and powerful fingers, which were a little rough compared to the delicate paper. He held Emma in his arms, and the 2 children snuggled together, getting a little warmth by the fireplace in winter. Emma half closed her eyes and listened to Chu reading a story to her. When she heard this question, she hugged Chu's neck tightly. Chu will not die. Emma will not let Chu die. But everyone will die one day. Chu, who was still a teenager, suddenly cared about this question. If Chu needs it, I can. Emma opened her eyes, and saw Snow White lying in the ice coffin in the storybook, and the 7 dwarfs surrounding the princess, and the tears on the dwarfs' faces. But Chu, please don't die. I will be sad. She felt her heart hanging in the air, and the panic that could not be realized made her eager to get Chu's response. The panicked child could not pay attention to her hands. She clasped Chu tightly, and her nails were about to pinch into the flesh of Chu's shoulders. Chu was scratched by Emma's nails, but he just frowned slightly and endured it again. He closed the storybook, but his thin shoulders could already bear a little Emma. He stood up holding Emma. The boy's voice was still in the voice change period, so it was low and empty. He said in Emma's ear, "Okay." Emma was finally not so panicked after getting the promise. She let go of her hand and hugged Chu's neck contentedly. I believed Chu. Chu didn't believe in himself so much. He just held Emma and rocked her gently. In the comfortable rhythm, Emma's eyelids gradually became heavy. In a half-awake and half-asleep state, Emma heard Chu's voice, which seemed to come from a faraway place, but flowed clearly into her ears. If I die one day, don't cry. Why? Just as she didn't want him to die, Chu didn't want her to be sad. It's a pity that it was too late when she realized this. Emma thought, sighing in her heart. Alice couldn't see Emma's expression, but she knew that it would be a lie to say that she wasn't sad. Chu was just a friend to her, but Chu was a relative to Emma, and the level of sadness was different. Alice knew that she cared about Emma's death because she cared about Emma. Emma just wanted to comfort her. The situation in England is not bad now, and tomorrow will be a good day. Alice said so. Emma nodded, and naturally knew that Alice made this decision after consulting with the Red Queen. She even guessed where Alice chose to be Chu's final shelter. The weather here is nice today. Emma stood up. Alice also saw the sunshine outside the window. It was midsummer, and the sun was blazing. They felt the weather was nice under the shade of the tree. Yes, it's nice. Let's go out for a walk together. Emma was not afraid of such a hot day. Alice was not afraid either, so she agreed happily. Part .09, listening to the universe. The two put on suitable clothes and went out together with a parasol. The two people were so white in the sun that they were a little dazzling. Passers-by would occasionally look at them, but they would often be dazzled and quickly turn their eyes away. People with excessively fair skin might really have a reflective effect when walking in the sun. Emma felt Alice walking beside her, and her heart was filled with joy and peace. I really didn't expect to see such a scene after the end of the world. The streets were crowded with people, and there were not many vehicles at this time. They drove on the road in 2s and 3s. The city was noisy, especially during the day, and it was always filled with all kinds of sounds. This is the sound of the city. Even if it is noisy, it also represents the vitality of the city. Unlike the city in the Gale country that fell into the biochemical crisis, even during the day, it was dead silent. To say that you like the hustle and bustle is inaccurate. Now Emma walks in this hustle and bustle, and she also feels noisy, but she enjoys it, enjoying the vitality of the city. Emma believes that Alice feels the same as her. The more you see the look of despair, the more you will like the look in front of you. This is a magical place. Alice felt the same way as Emma, an island of peace in the storm. Can you describe it that way? Alice didn't expect much from her rhetoric. Very accurate. Emma generously gave Alice a full score. Alice was amused by Emma's exaggerated expression, but Alice turned the topic to her family. By the way, are you used to Kaplan's new look? Kaplan's new shell is not bad. Emma remembered that when she saw Kaplan's new look, she thought he was their landlord. Kaplan's current shell looks like a mixed-race person, with black hair, black eyes, and deep facial features. He can be said to be a handsome guy. Such an operation is not simple, right? Emma knew that the so-called consciousness transfer operation was in the Red Queen's database, but it required the efforts of many researchers. Kaplan's consciousness transfer operation certainly did not have so many people to help, which means that this operation was performed by Alice and Red Queen together. It is not easy, but I have the ability of mental power, which makes the operation much easier. Alice thought of the process of the operation, which was no less than she had fought a battle. After it was over, she was like being fished out of the water. Emma listened to Alice, and suddenly wanted to hold Alice's hand. So Emma put away the umbrella that was not important to them, and the next moment, Emma's right hand had already held Alice's left hand. Alice was still wondering why Emma didn't hold the umbrella, but the moment her hand was held, Alice's doubts disappeared. She turned her head and wanted to say something to Emma, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Emma tilted her head and kissed her. The weather was hot, and the cicadas were chirping in the air. The heat waves came from the sky to the ground, burning the skin red. Emma's lips were a little hot, not wet, not dry, just right. Alice smiled, accepted Emma's kiss, and kissed back gently. There was no deeper communication. On the street, they didn't have the heart to go too far. This brief communication was fleeting. When they came back to their senses, the umbrella covered their heads again. Can you accept Sally's situation? Alice continued, as if the previous episode didn't exist. It was only a few days since Emma woke up. Sally was very curious about Emma and wanted to communicate with her, but Emma didn't seem to be so enthusiastic about Sally. Following Alice's words, Emma thought of the little girl who looked very similar to Sally, and she stopped for a moment. Alice stopped as well. Emma continued walking, and Alice followed. Sally is fine. After a long time, Alice heard Emma's voice. I know her name is Sally, and I know she is a clone of Sally. Deep in her consciousness, there are shadows of Sally and James Marcus. I don't know how to face Sally. At the end, Emma did not hide her true emotions. She disappeared for too long, and I don't know how to face her. Sally is very similar to Sally, and the feeling of Alice and Alicia is different. Sally is more like a smaller version of Sally. Especially in Sally's consciousness, there is a shadow of Sally. Emma had accepted the reality of Sally's death early on, but she was afraid to face the possibility of Sally's resurrection. It was not the fear of resurrection that made her feel more timid. No matter what, I support your decision. Alice thought that she could understand Emma. The feeling of being at a loss was just like when she faced Alicia. No, she knew the appearance and truth of Alicia with a premonition and a sense of surprise. The appearance of James Marcus was truly unexpected for Alice. And she had to pretend to be Alicia to comfort James Marcus. So these two feelings were different from Emma's feelings when she had to face her biological mother, Sally. What kind of feeling is it to feel timid when you are close to home? Even if she couldn't completely empathize with Emma, Alice could still understand a little. In Emma's mental fluctuations, Alice could also read some of Emma's emotions, such expectation, and such fear. I will adapt, Alice. I promise it won't take long. Emma took a deep breath and felt the hot air go around her lungs, and then she exhaled it. Doing this would make her feel very relaxed. After hearing what Emma said, Alice stopped talking about this topic. When Emma figured it out, she would want to contact the consciousness of Sally that belonged to Sally hidden deep in Sally's consciousness. At least Emma shouldn't hate Sally. The pedestrian light at the intersection turned red, and Alice pulled Emma to the sidewalk. In a short time, people squeezed in one after another. Among these people, Alice and Emma, two typical European and American looks, were somewhat out of place. This attracted the attention of some people who were also waiting for the green light. Their eyes shifted secretly, and then pretended to move away inadvertently. Emma and Alice were very sensitive to gazes, but in a safe environment, their alarms were not triggered. Hearing all kinds of voices in this crowd, it felt that the city was more lively. Emma's hand tightened the umbrella handle a little more. She was so close to Alice that it was hard not to want to hold Alice's hand. Green light. A huge crowd passed by them. Emma and Alice followed quickly. Put away the umbrella. Alice knew that Emma was just following the trend. Whether to open the parasol or not, it didn't matter to them at all. Emma also felt that it was meaningless, so she put away the umbrella. Let's go to the beverage store and sit for a while. There are many such beverage stores on the street, and they are also air-conditioned, which is much better than walking on the street. Because of the T-virus, she and Alice don't feel so much cold and hot, but the heat is burning, and they still feel a little uncomfortable. Part Point 10 Update. After the biochemical crisis, the standard of drinking water has been raised again. Water must be filtered many times to meet the standard before it can be used. As for other animals and plants affected by the virus, it will not be possible to change back overnight. In short, at least in the city, all standards must be strict. At this time, if you still want to be sneaky and take advantage of loopholes, you will be severely punished, which ordinary people cannot afford. Under such strict standards, the cost of the catering industry has also been increased a lot. So entering such a beverage store can basically be said to be mentally prepared for high consumption. However, Emma and Alice don't have to worry about money. At least neither Alice nor Emma is short of money. Alice took Emma to sit in a corner where they could see the news on the electronic screen, and the two casually ordered afternoon tea for two on the iPad. The external screen of the beverage store was playing today's news. In just a few minutes, several small things about the virus were mentioned. Antidotes to the virus are widely used, and most mutations have been contained. Only a small number of areas are still affected. But I believe that soon, the virus will no longer have any impact on people's lives. In this disaster in the Gale country, Yin country is probably the least affected place. Here, in order to deal with the virus, the industry has once again undergone an innovation. While walking on the street, Emma found that there were many new things. A considerable part of them was something she had never seen before. The waiter served their drinks and snacks, and then returned to his counter without delay, waiting for the next customer to come. Among all the viruses, the T virus has the highest incidence rate and the most contagious virus. Its related defense methods are also the most widely spread. There are related emergency treatment manuals in basic public places. After all, Yin country is a country with a large population density. If one person gets sick because of the T virus, it is possible to cause dozens of people to be infected, and even out of control. What do they say? It is better to be safe than sorry. This is indeed the case. If you are not careful, the scorched earth of the Gale country will be in North America, right? What is the situation in North America like now? Emma listened to the host's voice coming from the speakers, and listened to what he said about the achievements made in Yin country, but she didn't react. I knew that this vast land was not affected, so I wouldn't be surprised even if I heard that the situation was good now. Alice took a sip of her drink, looked at the pedestrians outside the window and said, "They are all doing well, they should be doing well." Now the name of Drayton, the hero of Gale country, has spread all over the world. Jack Muller is also, he has become the hero of Gale country. People call them the Golden Pair, it is they who saved Gale country. Hearing Golden Pair, several people at the next table suddenly laughed out loud. Alice, who didn't understand the advertising stock at all, looked at them strangely, and couldn't figure out anything, so she turned around and continued to say to Emma, "But I don't know more news." North America, especially Gale country, they block their own news. The situation in North American countries, like Mexico and Canada, is not good, especially Canada. They can't deal with the biochemical terrorist incidents in their territory well. It sounds bad. Emma nodded, and put all these situations in her heart. Drayton and Jack both succeeded, so there is nothing wrong. From now on, whether Gale country lives or dies depends on themselves. Emma estimated that the population of Gale country was even more depleted now. If it wasn't so, they wouldn't have blocked their own news. Are you afraid of being targeted by a country that didn't suffer much damage? A lot of things happened before you woke up. The Rya country sent a distress signal to the Yin country, and was on the news. After the bombing of Tokyo, the spread of the virus did not stop. It is said that a huge tumor monster was bred in Tokyo. The tumor was like a heart, beating on the ruins. Every time it beat, the virus would split from it like spores, infecting more and more people. Moreover, people who have heard its voice will be like being possessed and unable to move. In a very short time, such people will be infected with the virus. Most people will become zombies, like those infected with the T virus, and a small number will die directly. The government of Riyadh has no way to curb this trend. Even the best antidote for the virus developed now has no effect. Alice thought of this news, and didn't know what to say. When they went to Riyadh, Alice felt that the situation in Riyadh was good. After all, they trapped all the threats in Tokyo. Although an international metropolis was sacrificed, more people were saved. But now it seems that Riyadh is not much better. It sounds a bit bad. Emma had no sympathy, but she still felt bad when she heard about the current situation in Riyadh. If she remembered correctly, they had heard similar noises when they found the aircraft underground in the Riyadh branch of Umbrella Corporation. This means that the thing not only survived the explosion on the ground, but also survived the self-explosion from the nearest place. In that case, the vitality of this thing is really terrifying. If it is not solved as soon as possible, the situation will be worse. Seeing Emma pondering, Alice did not disturb her and took a small snack and put it in her mouth. Emma was not so distressed. I believe this place will not sit idly by. Riyadh is too close to here. During the outbreak, if the samples can be obtained earlier, this matter can be resolved earlier. But this matter has nothing to do with them, and Emma does not intend to travel all the way to Riyadh to help those pitfalls. The people of Riyadh are playing with fire and getting burned. They were cheated in the BSAA aid incident last time. This is their traditional art. This time the virus broke out again. Emma felt that the Riyadh government might have a shadow in it. The two of them were talking about the international situation here, and no one doubted that they had something to do with these things. After all, in a society with free speech, as long as you don't promote reactionary speech, you can say whatever you want. It's not just Emma and Alice who are talking about it. Others who are sitting in the beverage store like them are also talking about it. I hope it's not too late. Alice knew that the Gale country blocked the news, and the only country that Riyadh could ask for help was Yin. In addition to reading the news, she would also read some comments. Regarding Riya's request for help, some comments were quite interesting to her. Yen and Riya, after all, exist in the same cultural circle. Riya has always wanted to leave this cultural circle, and even had activities to leave Asia and join Europe. But unfortunately their skin color and cultural traditions, deeply rooted in their bones, destine them to be incompatible with Europe and the United States. People who can't find their own position are pathetic, and so are nations and countries that can't find their own position. Emma grabbed her drink, took 2 sips, and realized a serious problem. Alice, we don't have a romantic atmosphere at all. She suddenly got entangled in a problem that she had never been entangled in before. Alice glanced at Emma and realized that Emma was serious, so she asked back seriously, "Then what do you think is a romantic atmosphere?" They talked about serious matters, and there were too many things mixed in between them that had to be dealt with. Emma frowned and thought seriously, I don't know. This is not her first time to fall in love, but with Alice, all the methods she used in the past are not worth mentioning. Those people are not Alice, so Emma is distressed. I feel that there is a strong atmosphere of love now. Let's go, it's time to go home. Alice laughed, picked up the water she had not finished drinking, and wrapped the snacks in the paper bag under the promotional advertisement. I came out to be with you. Emma didn't know how she deviated from her purpose. Alice raised her hand and touched the bottle of drink with ice on Emma's face and took it back. Emma was frozen. Alice smiled and said, "That's good. Well, as long as you are healthy." Emma was helpless. She knew it would be like this. Let's go home. The two took their things, paid the bill, and left the beverage store. The little interaction just now was still seen by others. It was rare for two lesbians to show their love so generously. Plus, they were originally in love, but they came to the beverage store to talk about international forms, which was even more interesting. Are all New Age relationships so direct? However, the reactions of other people in the room were not within the scope of Emma and Alice's concern. If they had that time, they might as well think about what to eat in the evening. Point 11 Harmony. Sally arrived home on time as always, put her school bag in her room, and came out to help. Kaplan was cleaning up the soil spilled on the balcony, and carefully arranged his flowers and potted plants according to his aesthetic taste. Emma and Alice were arranging the dishes. For today's Italian food, Emma tried to be the chef, and Alice was helping Emma. After the four people sat down on the chairs, they started eating formally. We are going to England tomorrow. Do you want to go with us? Alice said this decision. Sally and Kaplan looked at them, and obviously knew what they were going to do in England. I have nothing else to do. We can go together. Kaplan did not forget Chew. Sally swallowed a piece of mutton, frowned, and said, if you could ask for leave from school? It is not easy for children to ask for leave by themselves these days. Parents must do it. Now you can enter and leave Yen country, but if you want to go to England, you must take a plane. The inspection is very strict. Sally looked at it, and found it troublesome. But she knew that it was for business, so she would not go with her because of trouble. Even if she didn't go, they could understand. Then it's settled. Let's go to England together tomorrow. Alice saw that they had no objection, and made the decision happily, late at night. Emma and Alice packed up the house together. They had to stay in England for at least 2 days, and after going to England, they had to go to the Umbrella headquarters in France. Everything was over, and Emma thought that some things must be concluded under the witness of Alicia. It was unknown how long it would take to go back and forth, so it was better to put some things away. The bedside lamp was on, and the room was filled with a faint fragrance. You behaved much better when you had dinner with Sally today. Alice stuffed the folded clothes into the closet. Emma thought about it, and she seemed to have had some communication with Sally during the meal. You tore the mutton for her. Alice thought of Sally being helped by Emma and still looking confused, and a smile climbed onto her face. She didn't react. I never hated her. Emma just had mixed feelings for Sally Teeny and Sally's consciousness. You asked her for half a month's leave. Did her teacher really agree? Sally's grades are very good. She's just in elementary school. The courses are not tight. She can skip a grade, and the teacher is confident in her. Alice answered. Emma was immediately envious when she heard it. Why was it so difficult to ask for leave when I was a child? Maybe. The teachers here are more humane? Alice guessed. Emma sighed and shook her head, never admitting that she was a little jealous. Alice turned around and saw Emma like this and laughed. After laughing for a while, she thought of something more important. When do you plan to? Let's talk about it when we meet Alicia. Emma knew that Alice wanted to ask Sally about Sally's consciousness, Sally and James Marcus. But James Marcus is Alicia's father, so she has to find a way to let Alicia see him for the last time. Alice pretended to be Alicia, but Alice was not Alicia after all, so she was not that close to James Marcus. This is all regrettable, and we can only make up for it as much as possible. I've packed it, and you? Alice sorted out the wardrobe and took out the things they needed for the trip and put them in the suitcase. Emma clapped her hands and said, I'm ready too. That's good, you can rest now. Alice looked at Emma's results. You did a good job. Of course. Emma raised her eyebrows proudly. When both of them were lying on the bed, Emma quietly grabbed Alice's hand under the quilt. Alice pulled it twice, but couldn't pull it out, so she had to close her eyes and said, My hand will be numb tomorrow. But she didn't want to experience such a feeling. In fact, such a thing sounds really romantic when heard from others, but it's embarrassing to do it yourself. Of course, it's not that Alice is shy or something, but when she woke up from a sleep, her hands were separated. If she turned over, it would be easy to press the other person's hand, so she would be numb when she woke up tomorrow morning. When do you think I can get better? Emma still cares about her physical problems. As for the numbness of Alice's hand, let's just leave it like that for now. If it's numb tomorrow morning, just press it a few times. After hearing what Emma said, Alice no longer thought about pulling back her hand. She replied, It will be soon. Our body functions will recover quickly, so there will be no problem. As for how long it will take, Alice couldn't really say. But Emma's problem was not serious. Judging from the current situation, Emma might be able to recover to the level before she fell into a coma in early winter. But it was uncertain, so Alice couldn't give Emma an accurate time answer. Don't train too hard later, it's easy to strain your muscles. I know. Emma didn't ask Alice to give her an accurate answer. Alice waited so long for her to wake up, but that was a wait without any hope, which was much more difficult than her feeling her physical condition now. She can still wait for this time. Alice suddenly held Emma's hand. No matter what, I will be with you. So don't worry. Alice understood why Emma was so concerned about her body function as soon as she woke up. For her, if she didn't have a good body, she might not be able to react in time when facing danger. For them, this problem was quite fatal. Emma closed her eyes, feeling the hand that Alice held with hers. The palms touching each other were so hot, and the corners of her mouth were also curled up. I can't bear to make you too tired. It won't be very tiring. Alice didn't feel that her current life was tiring at all. It's good now. There is no intrigue, no biological weapons that may emerge at any time, and no need to be on guard against those terrible viruses all the time. No need to worry about where to eat the next meal, and no need to think about Weskier or Isaacs. This is already very good. Yeah. Emma understands Alice, just as Alice understands her. That's why I like Alice even more. One night passed like this. A group of 4 people, carrying a small amount of luggage and Chu's urn, boarded a flight to England. The place where Alice chose to bury Chu was near the house where Emma once lived. There was a cemetery there, very close to a small church. Emma knew it. When she was in elementary school, she often went there to explore with some foolish and brave children. The environment there is very quiet, and no one will come. In summer, the grass is green, and the trees are lush. The gardens and potted plants on the windowsills of every household will bloom beautiful flowers. As long as you walk on that street, you can smell the faint fragrance. It doesn't make people feel gloomy and scary at all. If Chu chose it himself, it would probably be there. Even Emma couldn't think of a better place. Sitting in the seat of the plane, Emma bumped into her arm and grinned a little. Kaplan asked in confusion, Emma, what's wrong with your hand? Alice chuckled. Emma glanced at Alice and replied, I didn't sleep well at night, so I pressed my arm down. Now it's a little numb. Alice laughed even louder. Kaplan noticed the subtle atmosphere between Emma and Alice and touched his nose in a bit of a sullen manner. Sally sat next to Alice and could see Emma more clearly from her perspective. Her mischievous little expressions also made her laugh. Emma, who had become a joke for the whole family, just pretended to be angry and snorted twice, and then she didn't care anymore. There were other people on the flight, and those who heard the family's conversation before and after also smiled knowingly. This is life.